20 years ago, the world changed forever when tower-like underground labyrinths appeared. Dangerous monsters guard valuable, energy-rich magic stones in these dungeons. A game-like level system changed reality, letting people gain power by defeating monsters. Amin Ren, a young man, appears with his status screen showing level 195. Adventurers who brave these dungeons include this formidable party of 4. Inside the Unagi dungeon, Amin Rin easily cuts down a horde of level 120 goblins. Standing over the fallen monsters, he tells himself he has defeated them all. Inside his brain, a system alert notifies him he's gained a level, and he gets excited. Making a determined gesture, he mentally summons his status screen. A large translucent interface appears in front of him in the cavern. The screen shows his updated stats and a detailed breakdown of his skills. Reflecting on his progress, he admits he's still far behind the top-level adventurers. He sees no way to catch up with the veterans who have been doing this for decades. Remembering the 5 per level reward for clearing this dungeon renews his determination. This diagram shows a typical dungeon layout from the entrance to the boss room. The diagram shows the surface entrance, the starting point for every adventurer. Most adventurers form parties to more easily earn fixed level-up rewards from dungeons. Rin, a lone adventurer, thinks about his unique path and what drives him. The span system is explained, imposing a 168-hour cooldown after a dungeon takedown. Alone, he weighs the efficiency of focusing only on level-up rewards. This 1-week period remains a major obstacle for all adventurers. He plans to use the dungeon reward to upgrade his unique skill to level 10. In a flashback, young Rin runs from monsters that escaped a dungeon. He holds a young girl tightly as a monstrous beast lunges at them. An unseen hero's quick slash stops the monster's deadly attack. The memory of being rescued by that powerful adventure has stayed with him ever since. That memory led him to become an adventurer after graduating from high school. Young Rin's close-up reveals how deeply the rescue affected them. The first dungeon is a harsh trial where only 10% of hopefuls gain stats and skills. After clearing his first dungeon, Rent celebrates gaining 2 new skills. The unknown skill dungeon teleportation, LV1, on his status screen puzzles him. He realizes he has an extraordinary skill all his own. Other new adventurers immediately try to recruit him for their parties and guilds. A charismatic figure tells Rin he is special, not like the others. Introducing himself as Kazami Shin, the man offers his hand. Kazami outlines his plan to form a new guild just for special people like them. Rin remembers joining Kazami's party, hoping it would make him stronger. The harsh truth about his level 1 skill is exposed. It is painfully slow and useless. By contrast, Kazami's unique skill Lightning Strike proves extremely powerful. Other members of their elite party also had formidable, unique skills. Within a week, Rin's skill proved useless, and rumors began to spread. Kazami fakes reassurance, and Rin knew he meant no harm. Rin will resign if his skill hasn't improved by the time he reaches level 2. A female party member asks why they don't just tell him to quit, and he overhears. Kazami says Rin stepping down voluntarily would be better for their public image. The flashback ends, revealing his former teammates' cold, calculated reasoning. The next day, Rin resigns and claims no knowledge of their scheme. After leaving, he rejects offers from famous guilds and goes solo. Even when others treated him like dead weight, he never considered giving up. He knew there was more to his dungeon teleportation skill than it appeared. He knew skills often get a big power boost when they reach level 10. Renewed hope drives him to prepare to face the dungeon's final boss, feeling the time has come. On the final floor of the Unagi dungeon, he faces the level 150 twin-tailed beast. Because of the large level gap, the beast is defeated easily. The system notifies him that he received a level 5 dungeon takedown reward. Breathing hard, he sees his new status, level 200, displayed before him. He spends his accumulated skill points to upgrade his dungeon teleportation to level 10. His heart races as the skill conditions begin to change. His expression turns to complete confusion when he sees the unexpected result. Now the skill is split into 2 functions, teleporting within the current dungeon and to dungeons you've already visited. Stunned, he stands silent, his hopes dashed by an upgrade that seems useless. His brief hope is crushed when he sees the limits of the new parameters. He doubts the skill's value, thinking it may be as useless as it seems. Standing in the return zone's glowing light, a new thought hits him. Moving quickly, he takes the valuable magic stone from the fallen boss's body. A sigh escapes him as he realizes his next major skill boost won't come until far off level 20. He feels like he's back at square one, with years of hard work still ahead. Now back in the dungeon's return zone, he is ready to leave. The massive dungeon tower looms outside as he finally decides to go home. A train clatters across an overpass while he makes his way through the city. Passing through a turnstile, he moves on through the city. He walks through Cheyenne Park, a public space. A thoughtful look crosses his face as a tentative plan starts to take shape. He reaches the entrance of the Orang Cheyenne Dungeon, another attraction in the park. He remembers it was his first dungeon, full of weak monsters and offering only a small reward. Sensing the span's weight, he decides to go back to basics. He goes to the reception desk to register his entry into the dungeon. The uniformed supervisor smiles and asks to see his adventure card. His card shows his name, age, and complete dungeon history. The supervisor thanks him for cooperating and wishes him a safe, careful run. He has led the way down a set of stairs towards the dungeon's interior. He enters the Shandungeon's return zone, a large empty chamber with a tiled floor. The diagram shows how adventurers are teleported back here after defeating a boss. A shimmering, energy-laced gate stands before him, marking the true entrance. A powerful magical barrier repels his outstretched hand. A frustrated sigh confirms the span system is working as intended. He regrets that the cooldown keeps him from farming the level-up rewards he needs. He remembers others tried and failed to break through the dungeon walls. A crucial rule pops into his mind that teleportation only works in dungeons he has visited. He stares at the gate, considering whether his dungeon teleport skill can get him past it. At first, he dismisses the idea as impossible, then decides it's worth trying. He pictures his target 1 meter past the gate and works out the 2-second activation time. Closing his eyes, he starts a 2-second countdown to activate the skill. At the second count, a powerful surge of magical energy engulfs him. His eyes snap open, stunned and wide-eyed. Beyond the barrier, he struggles to accept the new reality. Suddenly, he realizes the span no longer matters, and he can level up as much as he wants. He forces himself to stay calm, his heart pounding with adrenaline and excitement. He holds back his excitement, knowing it is pointless unless he can get the level-up rewards. Determined to defeat the dungeon, he goes deeper inside. 1 hour later, Rin stands triumphant over the fallen centipede-like dungeon boss. A system notification tells him his takedown earned 1 level. A quiet, disbelieving laugh escapes him, a bead of sweat on his brow. In an instant, his disbelief turns into a triumphant shout of "Hell yeah!" A dawning excitement hits him as he realizes this could be a literal game changer. Repeatedly clearing low-level dungeons will level him up much faster, he concludes. Driven by a new purpose, he keeps challenging the Xian dungeon. By sunset, he's gained 9 levels, but lost all track of time. Back home late, he opens the door carefully and announces he's back. The lights suddenly flick on, startling him into a sharp cry. Startled, he jumps back at the sudden, unexpected welcome. Hannah, his sister, stands in the entryway holding a spatula and looks mildly annoyed. She scolds him for being late, and he sheepishly says he lost track of time while running. For dinner, a delicious plate of grilled fish and rice is served. Enthusiastically praising her cooking, he calls her the best cook ever. Although she tells him to stop acting weird, she seems pleased by the huge compliment. Seeing his good mood, she asks if something good happened to him. Smiling brightly, he confirms that something amazing happened. She correctly guesses it's about the dungeon, and he agrees it was worth it. She accepts his answer with a simple, knowing all right. He realizes she's worried because she knows he lacks a sense of adventure and any talent. He truly appreciates her constant concern for his well-being. The memory of losing their parents in an accident explains their ongoing struggle. His pay from adventuring barely covers their daily expenses. Hannah's steady support is what keeps him going. She basically asks if this means he can now take on C-rank dungeons. He remembers it would have taken a year to reach the required level 500. He eagerly explains his breakthrough in dungeon teleportation. Panic hits him as he realizes his mistake. Deciding it's far too dangerous, he keeps his secret skill hidden. He pictures shadowy enemies hunting them if his power is exposed. To protect Hannah, he decides to keep the secret to himself. When she asks what's wrong, he brushes off her concern as nothing. Reassuring her, he says not to worry and that he has more work to do first. A smug smile crosses her face, showing she understands his need for secrecy. The evening winds down peacefully as Hannah asks about his day at school. The next day he sits at his desk, going over a list of nearby dungeons. He figures he could gain 25 levels in just 2 hours. Weighing his options, he looks at visitor traffic and possible rewards. Thinking strategically, he gets ready to make his final choice. He chooses the perfect option, the D-rank Umemi dungeon. He points out that it is very difficult and takes a long time to complete for only a modest reward. Monster XP is low and item drops aren't very valuable. Its unpopularity means he won't attract attention there. He arrives at the D-rank Umemi dungeon, a stone tower in the city. Unsurprisingly, the entrance area is completely deserted, a ghost town. Approaching the shimmering gate, he checks that no one is nearby. Activating dungeon teleportation, he focuses on a 1-meter jump. A flash of light lets him phase through the barrier into the dungeon. Inside, he realizes it's been 3 months since he last challenged this place. Here he received his favorite weapon, the Umemi short sword. 2 gray wolves leap to attack, but he shrugs them off as too slow. Although there are no matches right now, he realizes he still needs to improve. 3 hours later, he stands before a pair of massive doors. Heavy riveted gates groan as he pushes them open into the boss room. Peering inside, he is relieved to find no one fighting ahead of him. Walking through, he reminds himself to focus on the final boss. A fearsome harpy, the Umemi dungeon boss, swoops down with a piercing screech. Remembering its tricky tactics, he says he has a countermeasure this time. While it dives, he charges an exploding stone with mana and prepares to throw it. He throws the stone, and it explodes in a powerful concussive blast. Seizing the opening, he plunges his sword into the stunned harpy's chest. As the creature falls, a notification grants him 5 levels. He pumps his fist in victory and says yes. A determined smile crosses his face as he decides to do it again. In the excitement of victory, he nearly forgets to pick up the valuable magic stones. He calculates his profit and finds it a solid gain despite his expenses. Loot secured, he heads out of the boss room. Facing the entrance, he prepares for another dive. Determination shines in his eye, and he's ready for another run. He clears the Umemi dungeon for the 2nd time. The status screen shows his new level as 224, and he is amazed to have gained 15 levels. Looking back, he remembers when everyone dismissed his unique skill as useless. At last, his power has fully awakened, and it is entirely his. With ghostly allies at his side, he vows to be the strongest in the world. The narration explains how his skill lets him skip the 1-week cooldown. Back in his room, he watches his level jump from 194 to 224. Seated before a holographic screen, he is ready to allocate his 200 feet. He doesn't have enough points to upgrade his teleportation skill. Upgrading his enhanced strength suits his combat style. A list of new skills catches his eye and shows item box. With a sly grin, he selects it, eager to stash loot and swap gear quickly. At that moment, his sister calls to say dinner is ready, and he agrees to come. A montage follows him as he completes 10 takedowns over the next 4 days. The status screen shows he has risen rapidly to level 374. He stares at the screen, amazed to have gained nearly 150 levels. Swallowing hard, he realizes that reaching level 100,000 is now possible. By the 5th day, he senses a change in the atmosphere at UMEMI. He reasons that the crowd is due to Saturday being a popular day for adventurers. He tells himself this skill is essentially cheating and must remain secret. Casting a furtive glance, he decides to keep a low profile. Now on the final level, he plans to complete at least 10 runs today. A commotion up ahead draws his attention, and he tries to find out what is happening. A group of adventurers barrels past him, shouting in panic as they try to get out. Running away, they shout that there are too many monsters to fight. A desperate cry for help propels him to top speed. His eyes widen when he realizes the fleeing party left someone behind. He finds a young sorceress on the ground, surrounded by wolves. A massive wolf lunges, and the girl screams in terror. Cold fury grips Ammon Rin when he realizes the girl's group used her as a decoy. Letting out a sharp battle cry, he rushes to intercept the lunging wolf. The girl looks up, stunned and confused, as her attacker is suddenly killed. A deep blush rises to her cheeks as she takes in the heroic rescue. Rin steps between her and the remaining wolves, calmly reassuring her she is safe. He charges forward, a blur of motion against the remaining snarling beasts. His blade flashes with deadly precision, cutting the monsters down one by one. Awed by his overwhelming power, the girl can only whisper. One final, decisive slash confirms the last wolf is defeated. A casual flick of his hand summons a glowing portal for his weapon. He slips his sword into his item box with a soft click. The girl stays on the floor, still staring with wide-eyed amazement at her savior. Ren steps forward and asks if she is all right, quietly thinking that she looks cute. Stammering, she says she's okay and that the shock has drained all her strength. A steady hand grips hers to help as she tries to stand. Exhaustion buckles her legs, and she stumbles forward with a small cry. Rin reacts instantly, moving to catch her before she hits the ground. They freeze for a moment, their faces inches apart in the sudden quiet. A deep, flustered blush spreads across her face at the sudden, intimate touch. She jerks back, skittering across the stone floor in a panic. Taken aback, Rin wondered if his touch had somehow repelled her. He apologizes for the reflex, even as she frantically insists she wasn't bothered at all. Composed, she gives him a deep, formal bow to show profound gratitude. Kasyui introduces herself as a 17-year-old high school student. Rin quietly regrets not being able to become an adventurer while he was still in school. His face hardens as he asks why she was alone. He pieces together her story and asks her to confirm the events. A flashback shows her party coldly leaving her to a pack of gray wolves. Yi slumps in defeat, confirming his grim account of the crime. Telling her to follow, he decides they should get moving for now. They reach a massive riveted metal door that slams shut with a loud bang. Yi stares at the sealed door, worry written across her face. Ren says challenging the boss is the quickest way to the exit. She's worried the two of them will face a boss alone. The massive door creaks open, signaling the previous party has finished. He steps forward with intent, his boot cracking the stone underfoot. Reassuring her, he says with unshakable confidence that she should know who he is. Only able to stare up at him, she looks both awed and confused. Yui asks who he is in the chamber, and he realizes he never introduced himself. Introducing himself as Amani Rin, he asks Yu whether she can call him Rin's son. He nods and she introduces herself as Yui just as the harpy boss screeches. Rin smiles warmly as they shake hands to mark their new acquaintance. Lunging forward in a blur, he cuts the harpy down with a single strike. Yuya stands speechless, clapping in amazement at the one-hit kill. System message confirms RIN's level increased by 5 to 399. Overjoyed, Yui thanks him profusely and announces she has reached level 85. Surprised, Rin confirms she was only level 80 before their encounter. A vertical panel highlights how their conversation changes and how power shifts between them. She says she was a low-level sorcerer who supported her party. A thoughtful look crosses Ren's face as a key piece of the puzzle clicks into place. Asked if she's a healer, she replies with a bright, cheerful yes. He now realizes that even low-level healers are rare and in high demand. Seeing the situation is clear, Rin suggests they take the magic stones from the boss. Together they jogged toward the dungeon's designated return zone. Reaching the glowing portal, Rin sighs in relief that they made it. The quiet breaks as Yui flinches at a strange noise. Turning to the nearby shadowy archway, she wonders what made that sound. Out of the archway steps the group that abandoned her, laughing without remorse. They talked about casually telling the supervisor that only 4 of them got out. Ren moves in front of Yui without hesitation, his expression firm and resolute. His sudden appearance startles the others, who gasp. Kasai, their leader, stares in disbelief as he recognizes the girl they left for dead. The others in his group are just as shocked, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. Now the two sides stand facing each other in the return zone, tension thick. A member demands an explanation of how Yui survived their trap. His comrade urgently tells him to be quiet, their guilt now obvious. Rin says you were afraid and did not deserve what they did to her. Kasai forces a fake grin to hide his shock. Rin coolly steps in front of Yui and tells Kasai to back off, startling him. Kasai's fake smile fades into a scowl of annoyance and anger. Rin downplays his identity, saying Yui has already told him everything that happened. He accuses them of using her as a decoy so they could flee the gray wolf horde. The blonde woman denies it forcefully, but Rin threatens to report them all. Kasai clenches his fist, his knuckles white with rage. Alarmed, the other party members look to their leader at the threat. Kasai snarls that he must silence Rin to keep their secret. Ordering his team to get ready for a fight, he tells them to take Ren out quickly. Rin wonders if he would really go that far just to keep his status. Kasai describes the heady pull of fame, wealth, and special powers. Returning to ordinary life seemed impossible to him after he'd tasted that. He condescendingly offers to spare Rin's life if she bows and apologizes. Rin's flat refusal leaves Kasai furious. Rin looks at Yui reassuringly and promises they will be okay. Muttering, he says he'll wipe the floor with them because they ran from wolves. Both groups stand ready for battle in the tiled return zone, about to clash. Kasai taunts Rin, asking whether she plans to fight 4 people unarmed. Rin's simple retort, "Says you," snaps Kasai's already frightened composure. Rin says someone had to defeat those wolves to keep Yui safe. Stunned, Kasai falls into a brief silence at the undeniable logic. He orders his mage Ami to attack, and Ami launches a fireball at Rin. Rin stands calmly and gestures to ask who that person was. A fireball barrels toward Rin, but he shrugs it off as not strong enough. Kasai urgently orders his tank Ryu to intercept Rin's sudden charge. Ryu triggers counter-impact as Rin's fist slams into his shield. Rin examines the skill and sees it as a powerful but costly defensive technique. Grasping the ability's mechanics, he unleashes a powerful battle cry. Rin's fist lands a concussive blow and completely shatters the crystal shield. Stunned, the tank stares, unable to grasp what just happened to him. Ren coolly says it was simply a difference in the strength of the available MP. Before the tank can recover, Rin strikes its side and says he was wide open. Kneeling on the tile floor, the defeated warrior mutters, unable to accept his impossible loss. Kasai, his blonde companion, angrily accuses the victor of being twisted for tormenting weaklings. Unmoved, Rin brushes off the accusation and says he will finish it. Bound by the same curse, Kasai and Rin rush toward each other for a final confrontation. With fluid grace, Rin dodges and weaves through Kasai's desperate, wild slashes. Seeing an opening, Rin lands several powerful, unarmed blows on his opponent. Defeated, Kasai crashes to the ground as the blonde mage lets out a small yelp of fear. Rin faces the trembling mage and calmly asks if she is ready to continue their fight. Panicked, she throws her staff aside and urgently declares her total surrender. Completely dazed, the mage has a comical star spinning above her head. The fight ends with Rin and Yui standing over the defeated, unconscious party members. Outside the dungeon tower, Rin sighs wearily because the whole ordeal was a hassle. Later that night, Rin tells Yui the questioning by the authorities lasted forever. Yui asks what will happen to them, and Rin confirms their punishment will be severe. At the station, Yui calls him formally, Rinsen, to get his attention. Bowing deeply, she thanks him warmly for all his help that day. Deeply grateful, Yui is unsure what would have happened to her without him. He tells her to be better prepared and more careful when picking a party next time. Suddenly she lights up and calls to him with an idea. To his surprise, she asks for his contact information. She wants a dependable adventure companion and a proper way to thank him. Agreeing to her request, they get ready to exchange information on their phones. A radiant smile crosses her face as she thanks him again, and he reflects on this rare attention. His heart pounds, flustered by her genuine happiness. Seeing her train arrive, Yui gets ready to leave the station. They wave goodbye and promise to see each other again as she leaves. A train rattles over the tracks, taking passengers across the city at night. On the train, Rin thinks he hates, stopping at level 399. Resolve tightens his expression as he decides to act on his idea. At Cheyenne Park, he's ready to continue his grind. A system notification confirms his dungeon takedown reward and that his level rose by 1. A nameplate reading Amani Residence is visible as he stands outside the building. New status displayed, Amin Rin, level 400 with 510 skill points. Spending his points, he upgrades Dungeon Teleportation to level 11. A notification confirms his skill has increased as his heart pounds with anticipation. Skill description now shows the maximum distance has increased to 50 meters. He believes this doesn't significantly change his initial strategy for entering the dungeon. A new idea hits him as realization crosses his face. He's wondering if it's finally time to try a new strategy. The next day, he reaches the entrance to the Umami dungeon. Relieved, he sees a different supervisor on duty today, which suits his plan. Without breaking stride, he activates the dungeon teleport and enters. A flash of light reveals him in the stone corridor. He announces he will try teleportation to travel between the dungeon's levels. The diagram shows his idea of using teleportation as a shortcut between floors. He remembers the obstacles that once made it impossible, like not enough MP. Now things are different. He works out the cost of a 10-meter jump. Focusing intently, he prepares to attempt teleporting between floors. Energy swirls around him as he activates the skill. He reappears successfully on the second level of the Umemi dungeon. Buoyed by his success, he decides to attempt the full 50-meter jump next. He will skip 5 levels at once for 150 MP. With another whoosh of energy, he vanishes again in a streak of light. A solid thud announces his landing, a powerful stomp marking his arrival. Now standing on the final level, he has completed the run in under 10 minutes. Energized by his speed, he considers going for another run right away. Gloom washes over him as he realizes he's almost out of MP. Panic sets in as a single speedrun takes more than half his total manipule. Stomping in frustration, he hates wasting SB on mana recovery skills. A new idea occurs to him, a way to reduce MP costs. Testing a 2-meter teleport, he spends just 6 MP. A countdown starts as he prepares to launch a new rapid-fire technique. Power gathers around him in a whoosh as he focuses. He explodes forward in a sudden burst of movement. He appears a few feet away, moving with controlled precision. Landing in a crouch, he confirms his new efficient method worked. Grinning, he realizes he can now do 7 or 8 runs this way. With this discovery, he figured clearing the dungeon would be easy. After a few runs, he opts for his usual slower method to finish. Status shows level 470 with 700 SB available. He checks which new skills his new points unlock. Mana boost and mana recovery catch his eye, exactly what he needs for his strategy. He is happy to know his leveling will be much more effective starting tomorrow. Somberly, he realizes he did not know this visit to Umemi would be his last. During his 17th run, he prepares for the dungeon's final battle. On the final level, he quickly defeats the dungeon's winged harpy boss. A notification confirms he received a 5-level boost as his reward for taking down the dungeon. A second message tells him he has reached the maximum number of wins. This sudden, unprecedented development leaves him completely stunned. Standing in a fractured space, he finds he has unlocked the Dungeon Traveler title. Now in the return zone, he works through the new information he just received. It occurs to him that no one has discovered that dungeons have a takedown cap. Having decided to keep it secret, he remembers to check his new title. The status screen shows him at level 570 and lists his new title as 1/10. A groan escapes him when he realizes he must max out 10 dungeons to get the benefits. He thanks Umemi Dungeon and now has a new goal to pursue. A nameplate for the Amani residence marks the wall of a modern home. Early the next morning, birds chirp as Ammon wakes, rubbing his eyes. Admitting he overslept, he was too tired to allocate his SB the previous night. Hannah tells him he was so unresponsive she thought he was dead. He pauses briefly and asks her what she's making for breakfast. Hannah proudly displays several plates of food, one coated in a black substance. When he hesitates, she wails that she worked hard on the leftovers from dinner. Accepting his fate, he apologizes and agrees to eat the charred meal. Watching him eat, she notices how tired he is and suggests he take a break. She asks about his plans for the day, and he says it's just another dungeon run. Her stomach grumbles, and she says it's officially time for him to take a break. For a moment he feels touched, thinking his baby sister has become very considerate. Inviting him to carry her shopping bags immediately ruins the mood. Later in a busy shopping district, Hannah eagerly points to a crepe stand. Hannah savors her crepe with delight, while her brother Amani admits his is not bad. Hannah turns to her brother and eagerly asks for a bite of his crepe. She takes a huge bite before he can respond, leaving him a little flustered. Offering him a bite of her crepe, she hears a voice call their names. Confused, Yui appears and asks why they are spending time together. Amani and Hana both react in shock when they recognize Yui's senpai from their school. He asks how his sister knows this woman, and Yui explains they met in a dungeon recently. Misreading the situation, Yui blunders and apologizes profusely for interrupting them. Blushing, she admits she never thought he'd be in such a romantic relationship. Amani and Hana, both red-faced, shout together that she is completely wrong. A hand snaps up to stop the growing misunderstanding. Yui connects the dots and asks whether the other Amin he mentioned was actually Hana. You realize an even more dramatic conclusion as she gasps. Panicked, she insists they must be married, but Rin firmly denies it. Amani tells a smiling Hana that Yui has always jumped to conclusions. Later at a family restaurant, Yui apologizes sincerely. She bows repeatedly and apologizes for not realizing they were siblings while they reassure her. Hana playfully flicks Yui's forehead and admits she likes watching her brother get so flustered. The waitress arrives and sets 2 elaborate parfaits on the table for the girls. Hana digs in eagerly while Yui worries she's just getting in the way. Amin tells her to take it as a thank you for being kind to Hana, and she accepts. He watches with a soft smile as his sister enjoys her dessert. Amani asks why she's not full yet, and she answers with a mysterious giggle. Hana proudly says girls have an extra stomach just for dessert. Amani sips his coffee and admits to himself he only ordered it to look cool for them. A bitter taste makes him grimace as Yui mentions he also went to their school. Yui thinks they may have been there together, not knowing Hana was stealing. Eyes sparkle and a soft blush shows she's surprised by this new connection. You decide she will call him Rin Senpai from now on, and he agrees. Hana invites a hesitant Yui to join them for the rest of the day. Stepping in, Amani gives Yui an excuse to join them and eases her worries. They both give him a sullen look and call his comment rude. Stunned, he wonders what he could have said wrong. Awkwardness aside, their shopping continues in a clothing and accessories store. The girls admire the beautiful dresses on the racks. Yui says the shoes on display are really cute. Hana holds up 2 shirts and asks her brother which one she should try. Yui admires a beautiful necklace and wonders which accessory to try on. Weary, Aman tells Hana to put the clothes back as he realizes she's left him. Needing a break, he says he'll grab a drink. At the vending machine, he picks an item. He opens the can and is startled when it fizzes and sprays all over him. He glances back at the store as his can falls and clatters on the floor. Back at the shop, he sighs as he realizes he took too long. Seeing Yui standing alone, he grows anxious and wonders where Hana has gone. He spots a tense situation up ahead. 2 young men are trying to persuade a reluctant Yui to go with them. Yui turns away, visibly upset by their repeated advances. Aman steps forward and puts a firm hand on one man's shoulder. With a protective arm around Yui, he calmly tells them she is with him. Still skeptical, the 2 men click their tongues and decide to leave. A flashback shows he has handled this kind of conflict before. He apologizes to Yui for leaving her alone, and she says it's okay. Hana returns and Yui sinks with relief, complaining that she always needs rescuing. A man gently pats her on the head to comfort her. Startled, he pulls his hand back and says it was just a reflex. Panicking, he asks if he did something wrong again, and she says she didn't mind. Yui looks away, blushing, and murmurs that she wishes he would do it more. He overhears her confession, and she is instantly mortified. They both blush and fall silent after the intimate moment. Hana breaks the tension, smirking as she appears inside a giant ice cream cone. Amin's glare at his sister shows equal parts annoyance and embarrassment. Ignoring her teasing, he turns to the new problem. In response to her teasing, he sternly asked her to explain what she was holding. Dramatically, she presents the towering ice cream and says it looks delicious. Amani and Yui can only watch her antics with tired exasperation. He finishes with dry humor, saying Hana must have 3 extra stomachs. After a refreshing break, he gets back to his adventure or duties the next day. Now in the E-rank dungeon, Sean defeats a monster and gains a level. His dungeon teleportation skill has leveled up, so clearing it is easy. This was simply how the process was supposed to go, he notes. After beating another monster, the relentless grind begins to wear him down. Slumped with exhaustion, he feels the task will never end. By the next day, after more than 100 runs, his will to keep going is fading fast. Pulling himself together, he remembers those who called him useless and vows to succeed. Activating his dungeon teleportation skill, he moves with incredible speed. He appears behind another large insect-like monster, poised to strike. On the 4th day of his intense grind, he gets ready to deliver the final blow. A powerful slash announces he has completed his 200th run. System notification confirms 1 level awarded for the dungeon takedown. Later messages confirm he has maxed out the dungeon and gained 15 bonus levels. His eyes widen in disbelief, then show dawning triumph. Arms thrown up, he screams in triumph after maxing out his second dungeon. Exhaustion hits him, and he whimpers that those 4 horrible days traumatized him. Back home, he realizes the misery earned him 2310 skill points. Sitting at his computer, he opens the status screen and assigns his new points. A list of available skills and upgrades appears as selectable options. First, he picks his next dungeon target before spending any points, searching for a nearby C-rank dungeon with no enemies that inflict status effects. The search leads him to the Kanzaki dungeon, recommended for level 600. After clearing Kanzaki, he will work to increase his strength and speed. He realizes he forgot that he's still on cooldown for his current dungeon. Looking back, he spent a week in Unagi and earned money across a few levels. Having finished his preparations, he is determined to take on his first C-rank dungeon tomorrow. The next day he arrives at the vast crystalline Kanzaki dungeon. A large crowd of adventurers fills the area around the dungeon. Watching the other adventurers, he feels the tension in the air. Around him, the adventurers are all well equipped and traveling in parties. A fellow adventurer reacts to the size of the crowd. Amin figures the rumors are true that C-rank is the most populated. At the Kanzaki dungeon entrance, Amin Rin feels out of place among the well-equipped parties since he is the only solo adventurer. Hearing the crowd's excited chatter, he realizes a famous party has just arrived. Other adventurers whisper in awe about the party's unique skills and impressive accomplishments despite their brief career. With the legendary party approaching, Amani wonders why they would be at a C-rank dungeon. Seeing them makes his blood run cold and confirms a dreaded suspicion from his past. Confidently, the famous party moves through the crowd, parting the other adventurers. Their confident blonde leader stops abruptly and turns to face him directly. Kazami, the leader, greets him warmly by name with a brilliant, disarming smile. Kazami notes the surprising coincidence of running into him here. Amin answers with cold sarcasm, as if their reunion were a huge surprise. A flashback shows when Kazami first recruited Amin into his new guild for special people. The memory shifts to Amani secretly overhearing someone suggest she tell him to leave the party. Kazami calmly explains the need to manage their public image and weighs how Amani's departure will look. Back in the present, Kazami smiled and asked to meet Amani's current party. Aman bluntly tells his former leader that he has no party and now works alone. Kazami's friendly mask slips briefly, his face showing genuine shock. Recovering with a laugh, he asks in a condescending tone whether Amani is really strong enough to solo a level 600 dungeon. Amani holds his gaze and with a confident smirk confirms that's exactly what he is saying. Kazami falls silent, eyes wide in disbelief at a man's bold, unexpected claim. Kazami forces a laugh and pretends to be happy that Amin has been doing so well since leaving. Amin scoffs and returns Kazami's earlier disbelief with sharp sarcasm. Kazami brags about his party's strength, then bluntly asks Amani what his real purpose is here. Amani notices a new stern-looking woman in Kazami's party. Another party member introduces the newcomer as the group's newest recruit, a girl named Kurosaki Rei. The woman says she personally scouted Rei for a highly promising, unique skill. Amin questions it, then learns Rei has already broken level 500. Amani is stunned by how much she has improved so quickly. Getting ready to leave, Kazami gives Amani a friendly wave and wishes them good luck. Relief washes over Amani, glad to finally be free of his former leader's presence. An intense, unsettling gaze suddenly fixes on him from the side. Startled, he turns to see Rei staring at him with a steady, serious gaze. Approaching him, she confirms his identity and says her companions had mentioned him. Speaking with unnerving bluntness, she says they told her he was completely useless. Startled by the directness, Amani is not completely surprised by the harsh assessment. He doubts her social awareness and finds her inability to read the room troubling. Her expression softens as she takes back her words and says he's not useless at all. Aman is completely bewildered by this sudden, unexpected change of heart. When he asks why, she admits it's just a hunch about him. She says she senses a tough, confident streak in his demeanor. Flustered by her assessment, he concedes he at least believes in himself. When he asks if she's being hazed, she reassures him that the party is supportive and takes care of her needs. Her expression darkens as she admits there is one frustrating exception. Leaning in close with an intense stare, she insists he answer a single crucial question. She asks him a simple but loaded question about what he thinks of their party's official name. That question sends him spiraling back to a memory from a year before this encounter. Kazami's grand speech about their party being geniuses and practically royalty stays with him. Proudly and theatrically, Kazami unveiled their flashy new name, Kings of Unique. Amon replied with a deadpan, completely unenthusiastic agreement. Now he tells Rei frankly that the name is awful. In a flashback, the rest of the party loved the name and cheered enthusiastically. Delighted, Rei clasps his hand and asks him to call her by her first name from now on. They shake hands, officially forming a new comical alliance. The strange, unexpected turn of events leaves Amani completely bewildered. At last he steps into the dungeon as a massive ornate door grinds shut behind him. The atmosphere inside the C-rank dungeon feels different than he's used to. Peering around a corner into a long corridor, he spots a group of monsters ahead. He draws his sword and activates his appraisal skill to assess the threat as he prepares to face the monsters. The skill reveals one of the creatures to be a formidable level 400 orc. He looks confident and says the dungeon takedown is about to begin. The Kenzaki dungeon's massive crystal tower rises above the city skyline. He mentally reviews his mission to conquer 30 floors and earn a valuable takedown reward. He knows that if he defeats the boss with a bladed weapon, he'll get a legendary sword. With a steely look and his sword raised, he braces for the fight. His gaze locks on a monstrous red boar, and the battle begins. An orc lunges at him with a crude cleaver, but he easily ducks under the swing. Weaving through the chaotic melee, he becomes a blur as he dodges multiple attacks. Gripping his sword tightly, he tenses his muscles to block a powerful strike. With a fierce cry, he parries a massive club strike from a charging orc. The impact makes him stagger slightly as growling, aggressive monsters surround him. Outnumbered and needing an advantage, he reaches into his dimensional item box. Leaping through the pack of monsters, he prepares to use an item to turn the tide of the battle. He throws a small glowing object into their midst and shouts its name, Exploding Stone. The stone explodes in a massive blast, knocking the orcs back and filling the corridor with smoke. Using the blast as cover, he charges forward through the chaos. Like a phantom, he slips among the disoriented monsters, his blade flashing as he attacks. Swift, precise strikes took down the stunned monsters one after another with deadly efficiency. Standing over the fallen beast, he considers taking a magic stone as a war prize. Spotting a weapon dropped on the ground, he uses his appraisal skill to identify it. Stunned, he realizes the orc's dropped stone axe is far stronger than his short sword. He puts the powerful new weapon into his item box to use later. Reflecting on the tough fight, he admits with some alarm that he's not used to taking damage. Unfazed by the challenge, he sprints deeper into the dungeon with renewed determination. Reaching the dungeon's 5th level, he finds a small hopping creature in the corridor. A horned rabbit approaches him, its long floppy ears bouncing as it moves. Noticing how small it is, he prepares for the next battle. He expertly parries the rabbit's lightning-fast lunge and says the attack won't work this time. The level 400 monster crashes onto the stone floor after its powerful attack fails. Smirking confidently, he says he has figured out all its secrets. Dodging another rabbit attack, he moves so fast it leaves afterimages. Quickly dispatched, the rabbit slumps to the ground, defeated, its eyes spinning. Surprised, he levels up from the kill and notes the generous experience from the dungeon monsters. Suddenly a larger, more threatening danger appears, a massive red boar with tusks. The boar's fierce charge sends him staggering back across the stone floor. He tries to counter the beast's attack, but his blade slides off its thick hide. Gritting his teeth, he realizes his current sword cannot penetrate its tough defense. Quickly, he switches to the heavy stone axe he took from the orcs earlier. Gripping the new heavy weapon, he prepares to unleash its greater power on the boar. Leaping high, he drives the axe into the boar's head with crushing force. He levels up the moment the creature collapses, breathing a sigh of relief. He tries to store the massive carcass in his item box, but an error message says he is over capacity. Rin stands over the defeated red boar and refuses to take the carcass, certain more monsters lie ahead. A rapid stream of notifications shows his level climbing fast during the ongoing battles. Now standing before the massive wooden gate of the Kenzaki dungeon's final level, he prepares to face the high orc. Steeling himself with a final steadying breath, he says it is time to begin. The colossal doors creak open and Rince steps through with a grim, determined look. Cautiously, he steps into the vast cobblestone boss chamber with his weapon at the ready. A hulking dark silhouette staggers into view, radiating immense power. A level 600 high orc appears, and Rin nervously wonders whether he is really supposed to fight it. The battle starts immediately when the orc swings its massive club down in a powerful arc. A close-up focuses on the orc's tight grip on their weapon as they prepare to bring it down. Ren leaps back with a startled cry as the club shatters the stone floor where he just stood. Seeing the destruction, he realizes how huge and powerful the monster is. Ren figures a single hit would be fatal, but he believes he can break through its defense. Smacking his cheeks, he steels himself for the extremely dangerous fight ahead. A burst of speed sends him forward, a blur across the chamber floor. Claiming his turn, he conjures several afterimages to confuse the powerful high orc. A massive beast scans its surroundings, confused by the phantom figures darting around it. Seeing his chance, Rin orders an attack while the enemy is confused. Lunging from behind, he aims a powerful slash at the orc's briefly exposed back. The orc counters with a blind swing, and Rin clicks his tongue, annoyed his feint didn't work. Dodging another ground-shaking swing from the orc's club, he feels the blow shake the whole room. His feet squeak on the stone as he pushes off, narrowly avoiding the powerful blow. Shouting a sharp battle cry, he drives his attack and closes the gap between them again. He lands a clean slash on the monster's leg, making it roar in pain. The high orc bellows in agony, its maw gaping in a pained, furious scream. Rin leaps into the air, says the fight is far from over, and continues his attack. Wounded, the beast staggers and drops its club as it roars with pain and rage. A heavy club thuds to the ground as the orc staggers from the deep wound. Rin's eyes widen with alarm as he realizes the creature is about to let out a powerful roar. When the monster rears back, he scoffs, certain he will not let it succeed. His face breaks into a predatory grin when he spots the monster's fatal mistake. Using the orc's arm as a springboard, he runs up its body with impressive acrobatic grace. Raising his sword high, he prepares to bring it down with all his strength. Straddling its shoulders, he drives his sword deep into the base of its skull. The high orc gives one last agonized cry as the killing blow strikes its weak spot. A system notification appears, calmly confirming the dungeon boss has been defeated. Rin lands and notifications confirm he gained 24 levels from the victory. Breathing hard, he says in surprise that he won by a landslide with no injuries. He beams, a proud blush spreading as he realizes how much stronger he has become. Mindful of his duties, he knows he must now collect the spoils of his victory. Kneeling beside the dissolving corpse, he removes the magic stone from the massive club. Unable to lift the colossal club, he decides to sell it for now. Finding a valuable exploding stone among the drops pleases him too. With his loot gathered, he scans the empty chamber and makes a puzzled sound. Scanning the room, he scratches his head, trying to find the legendary sword of Kenzaki. Concluding he had done everything right, he decides to research the matter. A sudden disembodied voice from the system startles him and breaks the silence. Questioning the system, he asks whether it will transport him out now that the fight is over. He looks up and demands to know why the system is suddenly talking to him directly. Notifications confirm he met the conditions by executing a solo takedown with a bladed weapon skill. Meeting the great swordsman condition spawns an extra boss, the Nameless Knight. Staring in disbelief, he questions the sudden appearance of a condition and an extra boss. A deep shudder of fear shakes him as the terrifying reality sinks in. An armored figure in a horned helmet starts to rise from a pool of dark liquid on the floor. Night falls fully, its thin form radiating an overwhelming, deadly aura. Fear grips Rin as he whispers, convinced this is not happening while his own stats appear before him. Before him stands the Nameless Knight, an extra boss at level 1100, a stark contrast to his own level. Shocked, he says he knows there has never been a single report of such a creature in Kenzaki. He realizes he must be the first person ever to encounter this monster. Sword in hand, he knows his chance of surviving level 808 is almost zero. Realizing the boss room door is sealed, he is stuck until one of them is defeated. Grim and resolute, he accepts that he must fight. Steeling himself for battle, he tells himself to get it together while taking his stance. A massive knight's sword whistles through the air with terrifying, overwhelming speed. Rin parries the blow, taken aback by the knight's sheer, overwhelming power. With throne now on the defensive, he grits his teeth and realizes he can only dodge. His gloved hand strains to block another powerful strike from the knight. Weaving and dodging, the knight's blade slices through the empty air around him. Knight's relentless assault is not only powerful, but also alarmingly fast. Completely pinned down by the monster's relentless attacks, Rin is stuck on the defensive. The knight lifts its sword high for another crushing overhead blow that brings destruction. Under mounting fear and pressure, he knows he must find a way to push back against the onslaught. Spotting a tiny opening between the knight's swings, he shouts to seize the moment. Surging forward at full speed, he prepares to strike his foe at last. The sword clangs uselessly against the knight's armor, and he can tell it's impossibly strong. The knight's counterattack shatters his sword, leaving him defenseless. The knight's follow-up blow connects, and he cries out as his HP falls sharply. A brutal strike from a gauntlet sends him staggering back in pain. The knight stands impassive as Ren reels, unable to believe one hit did so much damage. Scrambling away, he admits this enemy is completely out of his leg. The knight is identified as a tank type with extremely high attack and defense. A glimmer of hope appears as he realizes he has one small, desperate advantage, which is superior speed. A new strategy forms in his mind, and he will look for an opening to strike its unarmored joints. Declaring it's no longer a simple fight, he launches a one-sided assault. Now a phantom, he uses his broken blade to chip away at the knight's elbow and knee joints. He maneuvers through the knight's clumsy swings, relentlessly targeting its few weak spots. Parrying another heavy blow, he keeps striking at the gaps in the armor. Feeling closer, he believes victory is just a bit ahead. He spots a brief opening in the knight's guard as it recovers from a heavy swing. A triumphant shout bursts out as he spots the opening he's been waiting for. Lunging forward, he sinks his broken sword deep into the knight's right arm joint. A rush of triumph runs through him as the slash lands cleanly. The knight's gauntlet at hand suddenly shoots out and clamps his wrist in an iron grip. Confusion floods Rin, leaving her unable to make sense of what just happened. His eyes drop to his captured arm, then to the knight's motionless, silent form. Beneath the helmet's shadow, he imagines a cruel, triumphant sneer. Horror hits him when he realizes the opening he saw was a deliberate trap. He knew the knight had baited him, sacrificing its right arm to create the perfect opening. The monster's sheer intelligence, cunning, and strategic skill terrifies him. A brutal kick from the knight sends Rin flying backward into the sealed door. A brutal kick from the nameless knight sends Rin flying. A sharp cry of pain rises as the blow's force overwhelms him. Hitting the sealed door knocks his health down to critical. Knight moves slowly, its blade clattering on the stone floor. Blood drips from Rin's mouth as he wonders if this is the end. He recognizes that his foe is immensely powerful and far stronger than he is. Leaning against the door, he admits that just dodging its attacks was exhausting. Hope flickers as he remembers his unique skill, dungeon teleportation. Realizing he's at the door, he could easily teleport to safety. Raising his sword for the final blow, the knight sees escape as his only option. He believes escaping is the smart, logical choice to survive. Because of that, he tightens his grip on a crystal, refusing the easy way out. Apologizing for the delay, he tosses the item to buy time. A massive explosion fills the nameless night with a brilliant flash of light. A blast sends a cloud of smoke and debris into the air. Knight turns, startled by the sudden, powerful explosion. The memory of being told he wasn't cut out for this life drives his defiance. Letting out a determined shout, he channels his power into dungeon teleportation. Despite everyone calling his skill useless, he never gave up. Had he been the sort to follow the crowd, he would have quit. A brilliant light fills the world as he commits to his path. Smiling confidently, he vanishes and reappears in a blur of motion. Startled, the nameless knight suddenly senses a man's presence right behind him. Now with it at his back, Rin says his opponent is too slow to react. Poised with a broken sword, he readies a strike against the turning knight. The knight's counter swing is faster than expected, a blur of armor. Rin is taken aback by how quickly his foe reacts. A flashback shows him carefully preparing for the teleport. First, he downed a recovery potion, restoring 1000 GP. Next, he opened the status screen and assigned his skill points. Boosting his Herculean strength, he knew it was his last chance. Back in the present, he lunges forward to launch one last counterattack. The dagger shatters on the knight's pauldron and his attack fails. Unfazed, he grabs the broken hilt and drives his knee into the knight's helmet. He yells for one more hit, his eyes wide with desperate resolve. Knight snaps back instantly, whirling a heavy war hammer. Rin challenges the move and stays ready for the next phase of the fight. Rin suddenly turns the tables and smashes the knight with its own hammer. Fixing a steady gaze, he says he will end the fight now. A pained roar breaks the knight as it reels from the powerful blow. Dashing past the injured knight, he snatches its fallen sword from midair. Gripping the hilt, he prepares to deliver the final decisive blow. The sword shudders with an immense hidden power that shocks him. With one final roar, the nameless knight cries out in pain and rage. Rin cries out and drives the glowing sword down in a devastating slash. The swing's momentum sends him sliding past his defeated opponent. Breathing hard, he stands over the fallen knight as the battle finally ends. The knight's heavy armor slams onto the ground with a final thud. Surveying the aftermath, he accepts the nameless knight as his greatest enemy. The declaration hangs in the dungeon's vast, silent chamber. A clear ding signals he has successfully defeated the extra boss. A flood of rewards fills his vision, and he unlocks massive level gains and a new title. Astonished, he calculates he has gained 82 levels in total. Noticing the dropped sword, he uses appraisal to determine its nature. The nameless knight's sword has massive attack power and grants a strong conditional buff. Its specs impress him, so he simply calls the weapon nameless. He notes sadly that his old Yumemi short is now destroyed. Kneeling among the fragments, he thanks his former partner for its loyal service. Next, he focuses on the new title he just acquired. A shocking condition attached to the title takes him by surprise. Dazed, he realizes the title boosts his weapon each time he levels up. Standing tall, he is eager to start using his powerful new sword. Remembering to gather his belongings, he still regrets destroying the magic stones. His long, grueling day at the Kenzaki dungeon finally ends. The day after his fight, he goes to a place in the city center. A cheerful employee greets him as he enters a modern building. The young blonde shopkeeper politely asked to see the adventurer's card. Nodding, he calmly hands his identification to the waiting attendant. Looking around, he realizes the place is a well-stocked armory. He came for the great sword, the nameless blade he acquired yesterday. A flashback shows him fighting a monster and explains why he came. He realizes that nameless gives him power, but also leaves him too vulnerable. The great sword raises the wielder's attack, but greatly hinders movement in combat. He also points out that its powerful effects only kick in against stronger opponents. Deciding the weapon handled too differently, he discarded it for good. He decides to buy a new short sword to switch weapons when needed. Seeing his D rank, the shopkeeper offers to show him the right products. His record is out of date, and he now qualifies for C rank. She says confirming his takedown will trigger a cooldown for him. Dismissing her concern, he says he needs to check the C rank section. Taken aback, the shopkeeper watches him, a little worried by the request. Nervous, she watches as he starts looking through the C rank adventurer area. Special abilities raise the cost, so he wants something simple. Noticing a particular weapon, he asked the nervous attendant if he could see it. The Kurikuchi short sword is a solo boss reward that grants a plus 500 attack bonus. Gripping the hilt, he's pleased it handles like his old, familiar sword. Confirming the 2 million yen price, he agrees to the purchase. Distressed, the shopkeeper urges him to reconsider the expensive weapon. Calmly, he sets the case on the counter and tells her he'll be fine. Acknowledging the cost, he prepares to show he can pay. Gasping, the shopkeeper flashes a huge stack of cash. Slamming the money on the counter, he says he can pay the full amount. Dazed, she struggles to process the staggering sum of money. Shock melts into a wide-eyed gasp of astonishment. Her expression softens into a bright, professional smile of delight. Leaving the building, he receives a warm thank you from her for his purchase. Back in Kenzaki, he immediately gets back to conquering the dungeon with renewed energy. Testing his new sword on a large boar, he slices deep into its neck. Clean cuts show the blade's superior quality and power. Standing over the defeated beast, he feels the fight was easy. Rin regrets leaving the valuable red boar carcasses behind. A notification suddenly appears announcing that his item box skill has leveled up. Having stored the boar, he now aims to earn back what he paid for his sword. Now at level 30, he stands before a massive door sealed with heavy bars. After leveling up twice, he decides it's time to face the boss. First, he reaches into his item box and pulls out a different weapon. Brandishing a massive greatsword, he confidently names it Nameless. He plans to activate the special effects tied to his newly acquired title. A system window displays his nameless swordsman title, which boosts his blade. He decides the best way to raise the sword stats is to fight the boss. Determined, he pushes open the creaking doors to the boss room. A low growl comes from inside the massive shadowy silhouette of a pig-headed monster. Rin challenges the beast and declares it will power his sword. The monster swings its massive club in a strong, whistling arc. Just yesterday, he could only dodge this attack. Now empowered by his newfound strength, he feels completely unrestrained. Facing the blow head-on, he says nothing can hold him back. His face hardens as he prepares a powerful counterattack. Landing a solid blow on the monster's arm, he tells it to try this. The battle turns into a flurry of motion as he drives his overwhelming advantage. The pig-headed monster roars in pain under his relentless assault. Rin smirks confidently, taunting the beast and asking how much it can take. A whirlwind of slashes erupts, his blade a blur of silver light. A relentless barrage presses on, utterly overwhelming the monster's defenses. Wounded, the creature staggers, its body covered in dark, bleeding gashes. Victorious Rin gets notifications confirming a huge 21-level boost. Relief washes over him as he notes with satisfaction that no extra boss has appeared. Eager to see the results, he checks the new stats of his powered-up sword, Nameless. Appraisal shows the sword of the Nameless Knight is now level 1120. Noticing the 20-point attack boost, he remembers to collect the magic stone. The boss's last traces dissolve as he stands in the return zone. Although it's past 4 a.m., he still feels energetic enough to go for another run. Suddenly he realizes he can speedrun the dungeon using dungeon teleportation. With no one nearby, he uses the skill on the glowing dungeon gate. A long torchlit corridor opens before him, his footsteps echoing softly. Aware that Kenzaki is popular, he quickly decides to teleport out of sight. A voice calls Rin, and he turns, stunned. A young woman in armor appears suddenly, jolting him. The woman wearing a butterfly clip in her hair studies him closely. Stunned, he whispers her name, Ray. When she draws near, he notices his nameless sword start to quiver oddly. Ray says he's surprised to see him and scolds him to stay focused. He remarks on seeing her so soon, and she says they met yesterday. Asked about her party, she says she can't always expect them to babysit her. Determined, she vows to reach level 10 on her own to level up. He remembers she's already over level 500, a formidable adventurer. He thinks she can handle weak monsters, but a high orc could be a problem. Her presence disrupts his plan to run the dungeon repeatedly for rewards. He's worried she'll notice something's wrong if she keeps seeing him. Ready to leave, he gives a quick wave and says he should get going. A sudden grip on his wrist stops him before he can leave. Staring at her hand, he is baffled by her sudden move. She grips his arm firmly and does not let go as he questions her. Declaring it's a good opportunity, she asks Ren to go with her. Rin is utterly bewildered by her unexpected indirect invitation. A massive crystal dungeon looms in the city, the source of their quest. Minutes after her proposal, the decision was reached. As a temporary party, they enter the 5th level of Kenzaki Dungeon. Awkward silence falls between them as they walk down the stone corridor. Rin stares ahead as the quiet tension builds with each step. Ray keeps her focus on the path ahead, her face unreadable. Risking it, he glances at her briefly, and they both stay silent. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by their footsteps. They move in silence down the torchlit hallway. The silence between them feels heavy and real. Rin, unable to bear it any longer, finally breaks the silence. To start a conversation, he asked Ray about her age and hobbies. A sharp gasp escapes him as he realizes his question was far too personal. Regret washes over him as he fears he has made a terrible mistake. Surprised, Ray playfully wags a finger and doesn't seem offended. She says she is 17 but keeps her hobbies secret. Then she redirects the question to him and asks about his interests. He says he's 19 and pauses to think about his hobbies. He pauses for a moment to find the right answer. He talks himself out of his usual routine, worried it will make him sound strange. He looks back to his school days for inspiration. His admission that he's into manga and games makes her jump in surprise. Flustered, she fidgets, and he worries he pushed her away. Deciding the conversation needs saving, he changes the subject. As she asks for details, he blurts a warning about monsters. He quickly apologizes for interrupting, but her expression is already sour. Brushing him off, she says it was nothing and strides past. Right then, a shadowy, bestial figure peeks around the corner. A swift ambush hits as several monsters spring from the shadows. 4 beastmen appear, 2 boars and 2 wolves. Dropping into a back-to-back stance, they quickly split the targets. Renek charges forward at his 2 opponents. He launches a quick 2-part slash at a boar man and a wolf man. Shocked, he finds the creatures tougher than usual and still standing. Roaring with renewed aggression, the monsters press their attack. Forced onto the defensive, he weaves skillfully between their relentless blows. As the fight intensifies, he braces to block a heavy blow. His sword clashes with a club, the impact sending a sharp shock up his arm. Stunned by the blow's sheer weight and force, the boarman's attack hits with crushing force. Its power is overwhelming. The swing's force throws him back across the stone floor. The blade shatters from the crushing force, leaving him stunned. A sudden jolt makes him realize this is no ordinary orc. Placing his hand on the staggering wolfman, he activates his appraisal skill. The result is staggering. The orc is level 600, a power level never seen here. Rin, a young adventurer, is stunned to see a level 600 monster. Recognizing the threat, he decides to strike the wolf-headed beast with all his strength. Leaping with determination, he soars toward a roaring creature. His body blurs as he delivers a powerful, precise sword thrust. The blade cuts through the monster's thick hide, sending a spray of dark blood. The beast roars in agony and slumps forward when its final attack misses. Rin easily sidesteps the clumsy swing, mentally noting his opponent's failed attempt. With a single fluid motion, he delivers a final decisive slash across the creature's back. When the monster falls, he catches his breath and credits his easy victory to a recent level boost. He turns to his companion, asks how Ray is doing, and offers his support. Surprise overtakes him as he watches her prepare for battle. Ray fixes an intense stare and starts casting a spell, calling on the sacred wind. Several swords appear around her as she directs the wind to slice through her enemies. Ray leaps toward the distant monsters, and Rin doubts the attack will reach. Her blade stretches impossibly and cuts down both foes in one graceful motion. Stunned, Rin struggles to understand how the sword could have stretched. With a soft whoosh, the blade slides back to its normal size as the attack ends. Calmly, Ray says her part of the fight is also finished. Still amazed, Rin wonders how she beat them so easily and asks about her sword. She displays her weapon, revealing her unique skill, Magic Sword. To demonstrate, she says the wind inspired this long-reaching blade. Rin is amazed she can create any sword, but says it is limited by her MP level. Praising her skill as incredible, he makes her blush slightly while she thanks him. Ray returns the compliment and tells Rin he is amazing too. She reveals Kazami called him weak, but his fluid movements proved that wrong. Flustered by her praise, Rin scratches the back of his head and stammers while he thinks. Tension rises as Rin turns back to the dungeon's strange anomaly. Standing over a fallen orc, he asked Ray if she had noticed the monsters seemed stronger. The appraisal read 1 at level 600, a power level equal to a boss. Turning to his companion, he asks if she has any idea what caused this. She admits the problem could be caused by many different factors. While walking down a long corridor, Rin dismisses a dangerous oscillation in the dungeon as the cause. Despite his offer to return to the surface, she steadfastly chooses to stay with him. Firm in his decision, the adventurer says it's time for them to go. A search of the dungeon's 5th level quickly reveals the horrifying cause. They face a grotesque sight, a large pack of monsters feeding on each other. Brutish, boar-like creatures are in the middle of a gruesome feast. Ray covers her mouth in disgust as Rin grimly identifies it as monster cannibalism. He explains monsters grow stronger when they feed on the uneaten corpses of the slain. Ray asks if defeating these orcs will solve the problem, and Rin says it will. Rin steps up to handle it, and Ray joins him, ready to fight the horde. After the battle, Ray smugly asked Rin to evaluate her impressive performance. Only a few monsters remain, whispering among themselves as they prepare for one final stand. Swift and precise, Rin engages the last enemy. Ray is ready, her blade flashing as she prepares to fight beside him. After the battle, Ren holds the magic stones, while Ray burns the bodies. He thanks Ray for her knowledge, and she modestly calls it a team effort. After catching her attention, he says he has something important to ask. He asked Ray what made her decide to become an adventurer. He is slightly taken aback when she asks for his reason. Rin admits he's only ever told his sister, Hannah, his motivation. He recalls that an adventurer saved his life when he was younger. His hero's image was etched into his memory and inspired him. Ray murmurs that she now understands why she's so drawn to him. She brushes off his question with a soft, enigmatic smile. She asks him if he knows his savior's name, but he does not. Smiling serenely, she thanks Rin for sharing his personal story with her. Rin, comically flustered by her sincerity, mumbles that he's glad she's glad. Asked about her future plans, she says she'll keep dungeon diving. They share a quiet moment of connection in the dungeon corridor. Rin realizes he's always fought his battles on his own. He admits it's nice to fight beside another adventurer just this once. The next day, Rin heads back to the Kenzaki dungeon alone. He unleashes a whirlwind of strikes, his blade a blur against multiple monsters. His efforts produced huge gains, a 301 level increase and more than 3 million yen. The next day, he keeps grinding by teleporting to hunt red boars. Rin's inventory is full after reaching level 400 and earning 4 million yen. The next day, he teleports directly back to the dungeon. Calm and focused, he faces his 23rd armored monster, ready to strike it down. A powerful smack lets him easily block the creature's massive club swing. Dismissing the attack as too weak, he leaves the monster stunned. Rin closes in with his ornate sword to deliver the final blow. Having defeated the monster, Rin earns 20 extra levels. A new notification stuns him, telling him he has reached the dungeon's victory limit. After 60 runs, he celebrates earning the final 50-level bonus and a new title. He's amazed by the 11,510 skill points he's accumulated. The skill menu lets him upgrade existing abilities or learn powerful new ones. Rin plans carefully, focusing on strength and speed to improve his combat effectiveness. After choosing, he confirms the skill point allocation with a decisive flick. The status screen shows his newly maxed strength and speed enhancements. He can hardly believe how much stronger he is after only a few minutes. Planning his next move, he considers which dungeon to conquer. He is deciding between the Unagi dungeon and revisiting the E-rank Arakawa dungeon. 3 days later, he appears in the middle of another intense battle. Standing over the fallen beast, he confirms he has now maxed out Unagi. That night, he reviews the 4 dungeons he cleared and gets ready to spend his SB. A new email chimes on his phone, taking him completely by surprise. The next day, a familiar voice calls out to Rin Senpai on a city street. Yui arrives at the shopping center and apologizes to Rin for keeping him waiting. He bluntly admits she was late, and she scolds him for his poor manners. Rin looks genuinely confused and asks if that was what he was supposed to say. He admits he was only joking and suggests they find a cafe to talk. Inside, he orders milk tea while she picks a sweet drink and remembers an old regret. Yui correctly infers that the meeting must be about dungeons. She says she was recently invited to join an exciting guild. Rin is surprised to hear she received an unexpected guild invitation. Guilds are large organizations that actively seek out top talent. She then asks him how much his level has improved since they last met. Yui proudly says she reached level 100 yesterday, and Rin is genuinely impressed. A sudden insight makes the obvious clear, and larger guilds provide better resources for growth. Ask about the guild that offered to recruit her. Holding out a business card, she shows the name Yuzuki Guild. Rin recognizes the name and remembers how quickly they rose through the ranks. He correctly figures they're after her since healers are so rare. Yui then asks him directly for his honest opinion about joining. Filled with enthusiasm, Rin blurts out his support, surprising her. Gathering his thoughts, he outlines the pros and cons. He says large guilds provide excellent gear and ideal party formations. Being stuck with untrustworthy party members makes Yui look downcast. Rin then highlights the downsides, especially the limits on personal freedom. When Yui asks about the restrictions, he says dungeon dives must be scheduled. The bigger problem is the dungeon association's demands, he says. He explains that guilds must meet specific obligations to keep their special privileges. The association can require members to deal with dangerous or unusual dungeon situations. He concludes guilds are a good option for rapid growth, but not for independence. Switching topics, Rin asks Yui why she became an adventurer. The deeply personal question about her motivations leaves Yui slightly taken aback. She admits she never planned on it because she was terrified of monsters. Her friends had invited her, and she planned to quit after getting the basic stats. Rin recognizes that many people gain stats just to survive everyday accidents. He acknowledges that only a few people commit to that kind of work. Discovering her healing abilities gave her a new sense of purpose. A vision of her in adventure gear reveals her determination and makes the work feel worthwhile. Now she feels called to use the unique ability she was given. Her deepest desire, she says, is to develop the ability to save people's lives. A quiet, unshakable resolve settles into her expression. Her decision is now clear. Rin watches her with a knowing look, sensing her choice. Correctly noting that she has made up her mind, he receives her enthusiastic agreement to try. Smiling supportively, he tells her to always put herself and her safety first. Confidently, Yui reassures him, highlighting the guild's flexible schedule and higher pay. Playfully, she boasts she might earn more, but Rin privately doubts it. Their conversation ends in a quiet, shared understanding. Before they leave, Rin insists on paying the bill because he invited her. Smoothly, he suggests she can treat him next time she gets paid. Flustered and flattered, Yui is touched by his thoughtful gesture. She quietly admires how reliable he is and how he recognizes her abilities. On their way out, she bluntly asks if he's ever had a girlfriend, leaving him stunned. He accuses her of stalking, but she says his sister Hannah mentioned it. Rin steels himself for a stern talk with his sister when he gets home. A passing figure catches Rin's eye as she walks through the shopping arcade. Recognizing the woman with headphones as Rei, he hears Yui call her name. Rei hears her name, startles, and looks up from her browsing. Now the three stand together in a CDI-DVD store surrounded by shelves. Rei glances at them, a bead of sweat on her cheek, a little surprised. Ren offers a casual greeting and says it has been about a week since they met. Yui erupts, angry that Rei replied to Ren even though Yui had called out first. Yui says she's a classmate, but Rei doesn't seem to recognize her. Rei only vaguely remembers seeing her after a moment, and Rin is surprised they're classmates. Yui asks how Rin knows Rei, and Rin says they are fellow adventurers. The revelation shocks Yui, while Rei steals a glance at Yui's purchase. This item is an anime soundtrack for Little Witch Poppy. Rin realizes with a touch of embarrassment that they are kindred spirits. Assuming Yui is embarrassed by her hobby, Rei pretends she didn't notice. Completely oblivious, Yui is excited to finally talk to Rei. Innocently, she asks if the cute girl on the cover means the CD is from an anime. Her question makes Rei and Rin quiver together with intense embarrassment. Irritation tightens Rei's face as she calls to Rin for help. Ren asks Rei about her plans, and Rei says she's heading to Kinzaki for a dungeon dive. As they talk, Yui becomes absorbed in browsing the anime soundtracks. Rei turns his attention back to Rin, whose gaze is intent and focused on him. For a moment she stares at him, a silent question hanging between them. Rei asks Ren if he's going to a dungeon today too, but Ren says nothing. He quickly denies it, saying he's taking the day off after recently clearing a dungeon. Rei quietly notices his near slip about the new title, her expression unreadable. She looks back and forth between him and Yui, becoming more suspicious. She asks directly if them being together implies a romantic relationship. Rin quickly denies it, saying it's just an advice session between adventurers. Rei accepts the explanation with a thoughtful ooh. She asks him if he likes younger girls, leaving him speechless. He openly admits he's interested in younger girls. That answer leaves Rei slightly flustered and fidgeting. Yui comes back just as Rin realizes he gave the worst possible answer. Before they can get past the awkward moment, the ground starts to rumble. The whole store shakes violently, and the group wonders whether an earthquake is happening. Huey and Rei shudder at the violent tremors, alarm on their faces. An automated voice repeatedly broadcasts an urgent emergency message. A broadcast announces a dungeon collapse in Kenzaki and orders civilians to evacuate. Ren reacts with horror to the news, stunned and unable to believe the collapse. Yui and Rei both turn to him and ask for an explanation of the dire situation. He explains that when a collapse happens, the gates that normally keep monsters out fail. This failure carries a terrifying implication that lingers, summed up in 2 words. A sweat-soaked Ren confirms their worst fear that the monster escaped. A terrifying vision reveals monstrous creatures ready to swarm the city streets. This repeats the explanation of the rare event when the dungeon gate opens for monsters. As panic rises, Rin says he'll fight, and he immediately agrees. Yui, her face shadowed, announces firmly that she is going to. Ren doubts her decision and worries about her safety in such a dangerous place. He points out that she does not meet Kinzaki's high-level requirement. Huey says she does not intend to fight, but to help anyone who is injured. Rin pauses, aware that healing magic works on everyone, unlike recovery potions. Remembering her deep desire to save lives, he recognizes the value of her presence. He agrees to let her join, but makes her promise never to leave his side. Yui's face lights up with a bright, joyful smile as she agrees eagerly. Pointing down the street, she urges them to hurry to the scene of the collapse. Rin suggests they get properly equipped first, and Rei readily agrees. A faint glow of energy signals the start of their transformation into combat gear. Rin and Rei snap into sleek, formidable adventurer outfits. Pouting, Yui feels left out because she doesn't yet have an item box skill. Rin apologizes for teasing and vows to keep her safe from any fighting. Flustered by his apology, she giggles and forgives him completely. Rei interrupts her conversation with Rin and apologizes because she has to take a phone call. A serious, concerned look settles on her face as she listens to the person on the other end. A moment later, she ends the call, still grave and focused. To Rin's surprise, she says Kazami wants the whole party to gather for a mission. Apologizing for leaving so abruptly, she tells Ren and Yui she has to go right away. After Rin warns her not to overexert herself, she promises not to and urges them to be careful. Rin watches her run into the city, feeling a strange thump in his chest. Yui asks if he's all right, but he brushes off the strange feeling as his imagination. A sudden sensation makes him flustered and confused, his heart pounding unexpectedly. He brushes it off, tells Yui it's nothing, and says they need to hurry. Both start running through the city streets, continuing their own mission. A desperate cry for help from a nearby street stops them. They come upon a small group of adventurers, cornered by a pack of vicious werewolf-like monsters. Yui points out the immediate danger, and Rin says at once that he's on it. Leaping over the terrified adventurers, he lands squarely in the midst of the snarling beast. Darting through the pack, he draws his sword for a quick strike. Rescued adventurers stare in confusion at the sudden, powerful intervention. With one smooth motion, he cuts down the entire pack of monsters. Other adventurers stand wide-eyed, unable to process his blinding speed. Rin calmly asked if they were all right while they confirmed the monsters were dead. Spotting an adventurer clutching an injured arm, Yui steps forward to help. A warm glow flows from her hand, completely healing the man's wound. Impressed, Rin watches her healing take effect quickly, while the man thanks her profusely. Seeing her natural talent, he recognizes it, and she says she's ready to continue. Yui asks if they still plan to head to the Kenzaki dungeon. Rin reconsiders and realizes that since monsters are appearing so far out, they need a new plan. At their current level, he admits they wouldn't make much difference at Kenzaki. When a dungeon collapses, he says the monsters inside grow unnaturally strong. Their strength increases by at least 50% and can sometimes double. Now empowered, the dungeon's ultimate guardian becomes the final boss. If the dungeon collapses before the boss is defeated, its horrors will spill out onto the surface. To beat the final boss, you need an elite party ranked above the dungeon. He admits grimly that he has not yet reached that level of power. He also told Rei he had already beaten Kenzaki, which caused a cooldown problem for him. After a short, silent pause, he decides. He proposes they focus on hunting escaped monsters and healing the injured, which Yui agrees to. Inside Kenzaki Dungeon, Shin unleashes a powerful lightning strike attack. A blast destroys a group of monsters, clearing the way ahead. Her party reaches the boss room sooner than expected. A party member says Kazami's commotion over tracking their progress pushed them to try harder. One member explains their mission was just to clear the way for the arriving B-rank party. Worried, Rei watches Kazami ignore monsters and rush ahead. Smirking confidently, Shin proposes a reckless idea and says they will challenge the final boss themselves. Shocked, Rei and another party member tell Shin they must wait for backup. Shin brushes aside their concerns, saying the monsters were weaker than expected and they can win. Playing to their ambition, she says this is their chance to earn prestige and recognition. Horrified, Rei sees Shin putting the party's glory ahead of stopping the collapse. Her charismatic speech sways the other party members, who are eager to make their mark. Shin brushes off Rei's worries, saying the dungeon supervisor said the boss would be easy. She tells Rei to just relax and enjoy the glory they're about to achieve. Rei knows with chilling certainty that this disaster is simply an opportunity for them. Shin turns back to Rei, who stays quiet and torn. As leader, Shin gives Rei an ultimatum: stay behind and fight the monsters alone. Trapped and outvoted, Rei quietly gives in and agrees to go with them. Shin smiles triumphantly and praises Rei for coming around. Massive doors of the boss chamber creak open as the party steps through. Heavy doors swing closed, their echo filling the stone chamber. Rei looks back with a grim expression, aware their fate is sealed. A deafening slam locks the doors, cutting them off from any hope of reinforcement. Rei knows the door will open again only when they die. A colossal, shadowy figure staggers into view as their eyes adjust to the gloom. A massive armored hierarch, the final boss, towers over them and growls with menace. Even arrogant Shin is briefly intimidated and asks Sakura to give an appraisal. Sakura goes pale as she reveals the high orc is level 3000. Terror washes over the party and their bravado disappears. Shaken, Kazami rallies his companions, his eyes bright with the thought of glory. The rest of the party rallies and agrees to the challenge. Rei remains deeply worried, the burden of their reckless decision bearing down on her. 10 minutes later, their triumphant mood has collapsed into a desperate cry of no way. The high orc wobbles, defeated, and Rei sees they have overpowered it. The warrior commands Yulia to seal the creature's position with a fortress seal. She surrounds the creature with jagged stone spikes, pinning it in place. Kazami, wearing a smug smile, says it's time to wrap things up. With victory nearly won, the captured high orc unleashes a deafening roar. Yulia shudders, sensing something is seriously wrong. Kazami brushes off the roar as a pathetic final attempt and readies the killing blow. His smirk fades as he stares past the orc in disbelief. A viscous pool on the floor reveals the source of his shock. 5 identical, menacing, nameless knights appear out of thin air. Sakura recognizes them as level 2000 nameless knights, leaving the party horrified. Fed up with the minions, Kazami launches a crackling lightning strike. The attack lands, but the knights' strong defense keeps them standing. Kazami orders his party to hold the knights back, but the command comes too late. Knights surge forward at unnatural speed, blurring past the frontline fighters. Alarm spikes in Kazami as they realize those forces are intelligently targeting the sorcerer Yulia. A nameless knight breaks away from the group and lunges at Kazami. Dodging the attack with a quick motion, he wears a contemptuous smirk. He strikes back with another powerful bolt of lightning, shaking the knight with a concussive boom. Relieved, Yulia watches, grateful she arrived in time to help him. Victorious, Kazami gloats and rallies the party to defeat the remaining 4 knights. Defeated, the knight's armored form clatters to the ground. Refocusing on the original target, he urges the party to finish off the high orc. A deep rumble rises from the ground, alarming the party. Sakura feels something is wrong and insists they must hurry to defeat the high orc. She hopes that once the orc is down, they can finally escape. Her hope is shattered a moment later. A massive armored boot slams down, shattering the stone seal with a deafening crash. The party stares in disbelief, unable to grasp how the creature escaped. As the dust clears, a terrifying transformation is revealed, and the high orc has evolved. Horrified, Yulia realizes the dungeon empowered the boss by absorbing the fallen knight's energy. An adventurer urgently asked her comrade Sakura for the high orc's current level. With dread in her eyes, Sakura reveals the monster has evolved into a superior species, the orc general. Fear twists her face as she announces its new terror level is 4000. Lightning lashes the chamber in a furious barrage as cries of frustration echo. Kazami, their leader, desperately unleashes a powerful lightning attack at the newly evolved creature. The massive orc general staggers from the blow, trying to make sense of what just happened. Kazami cries out in complete disbelief, realizing his powerful lightning attack has no effect. His companions watch in horror, realizing their unique skills are now useless. Rei realizes with rising terror how fragile their once invincible party truly is. A party member tells her bluntly that their skills only worked because their earlier opponents were weak. Confidence shattered, Rei realizes this orc general is their first real boss fight. With a powerful roar, the colossal orc general signals the start of the true battle. The monster pins the terrified adventurers with a menacing glare, a single eye burning with malice. On the fractured ground, the whole party froze as Kazami watched the monster approach. The orc general swings its massive axe in a wide arc, and Kazami screams in pure terror. Screaming, Rei urgently warns her comrades to watch for the incoming attack. To protect their leader, she and an armored warrior leap forward to block the devastating blow. The impact is catastrophic, and the axe's force shatters the ground beneath them. The attack hurls Rei violently backward, and she lands hard on the stone floor. A hard hit leaves her screaming in pain, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The blow's force sends her tumbling and sliding across the broken cobblestone floor. At last she collapses against the dungeon wall, her body battered and defeated. A wave of panic hits her as she realizes her body is paralyzed and she cannot move. A status bar shows she is in critical condition with her health at just 10%. The orc general roars and moves in to finish her while she lies helpless on the ground. Raising its massive axe high for the final killing blow, it sends the weapon whistling through the air. Rei knows with chilling certainty that she and her companions are in real, inescapable danger. The rest of her party can only watch, frozen in fear and disbelief. One of them mutters defiantly, refusing to let their story end this way. Kazami's fear finally turns into raw, desperate rage as he asks if they'll die here. A final, desperate bolt of lightning strikes as the orc general answers with a menacing roar. The attack strikes in a massive, blinding explosion of light and raw electrical energy. On the ground, Rei feels the sting of the immense power her leader just unleashed. Smoke and dust from the massive blast fill the air, obscuring the battlefield. After the last desperate gambit, the aftermath hangs heavy and the outcome is uncertain. When the smoke clears, a soft swish comes from the now silent chamber. Rei pushes herself up from the rubble, looks around the empty room, and wonders where everyone has gone. Her eyes widen as the devastating truth of her situation hits her. Staggering to its feet, the orc general stands over the unconscious bodies of her fallen comrades. Her companions still breathe, but she knows their life force is draining fast and cannot be stopped. The monster fixes a menacing glare on Rei, the only conscious survivor in the chamber. A sharp metallic clang fills the room, signaling the arrival of a new threat. A slender, imposing nameless knight emerges from a corridor and radiates a cold, deadly intent. A fresh wave of terror hits Rei as she sees one of them still standing. Her hand tightens on the sword hilt, but her body remains frozen by fear and exhaustion. Terror widens her eyes, a soft sound of fear slipping from her lips as the night deepens. Paralyzed and exhausted, she collapses to the floor, wondering whether this is the end. She looks at the massive, heavily barred wooden door at the far end of the chamber. She wonders if the door is still shut, trapping her inside these stone walls. She desperately imagines the door opening and a hero rushing in to save them. Dismissing the idea as an impossible miracle, she believes heroes exist only in fiction. Despair hits her as she spirals into regret, dwelling on where it went wrong. The nameless knight stops right in front of her, its sword pointed down in challenge. Grim acceptance settles over her. If she and her companions die, the door will finally open. That lets the B-rank party waiting outside enter and finally defeat the orc general. A single tear runs down her cheek as she closes her eyes, accepting that, at least, only their foolish party will perish. Preparing to deliver the final killing blow, she steadies herself as the nameless knight raises its sword high. A sharp clatter replaces searing pain as she braces for the inevitable impact. Noticing the lack of pain, she tries to figure out what could have happened. Cautiously, her eyes open, the world around her a disorienting blur. Her vision clears and she looks up, completely confused by what she sees. The nameless knight's horned helmet clatters onto the cobblestones at her feet. The knight's whole body collapses backward, a fatal wound gushing from its chest as it falls. Utterly bewildered, she stares and tries to process how this could have happened. A figure in a sleek black uniform steps over the fallen knight's body with his back to her. Looking down, he gives a quiet, almost gentle apology for being late. Rei can only stare back, her face a whirl of shock, confusion, and dawning relief. Amin Rin turns to her with a confident smile and finishes his apology. Earlier that day, Rin and a young woman named Yui were in the city exchanging information after clearing some surface monsters. Ren told Yui he was heading to the Kanzaki dungeon and asked how she was doing. Yui smiled confidently and said she was fine and an adventurer too. Rin admired her resilience and strength, thinking to himself that she was extraordinary. Scene transitions use a series of lines to show a brief passage of time. He remembered how she healed nearly 20 injured people in an hour. Satisfied with her work and ready for the next challenge, Yui said it was time to go. At the entrance to the Kanzaki dungeon, they found a large, anxious crowd of adventurers. The adventurers murmured among themselves, their faces showing worry and uncertainty. Ren and Yui arrived amid the commotion, trying to figure out what was causing the stir. An adventurer pointed out a Yuzuki guild member from the B-rank party assigned to fight the boss. Rin stepped up to the armored man and politely asked what was happening. Sensing the mood was off, he asked whether something had gone wrong. Confirming a suspicion, the adventurer began explaining the grim details of what had happened. Rin was stunned to hear Kazami's party had rushed into the boss room recklessly. The adventurer said the door sealed behind them and hadn't opened for 10 minutes. He suspected the glory-hungry party tried to steal the final boss kill for themselves. Rin gasped when he heard they were all powerful, unique skill holders above level 2000. Frantically, he asked where Rei was, knowing she was the lowest level and most vulnerable member. One more adventurer confirmed 5 people went in, but did not recognize the name Rei. Speed lines blur the scene to show Rin's growing panic. Horrified, he realized that Kazami must have tricked Rei into entering the boss room with them. The ground shook violently as the massive dungeon entrance rumbled ominously. The crowd panicked when they realized the collapse was in its final stage and time was running out. The adventurer added that there was more bad news they had to face. He explained that the longer the collapse lasts, the stronger the final boss grows. The news hit Rin hard when he realized the party trapped inside was certainly doomed. Terror widened his eyes as thoughts of Rei and mortal danger overwhelmed him. Facing a surprised Yui, he looked grim and determined and told her he would be back. He bolted toward the crumbling dungeon entrance before she could reply. Whispering the name of his skill, dungeon teleportation, he braced to jump into the collapsing labyrinth. Ignoring the desperate shouts to stop, he charged headfirst through the shimmering gate. Amani Rin activates the dungeon teleportation and hopes his intuition is wrong. He wants Kazami's party to have already beaten the final boss. Anxiety masks his face as he quietly hopes for an uneventful resolution. A thud marks his arrival in the dark cobblestone dungeon. He is met by a scene of complete devastation and imminent danger. He quickly scans the chaos and feels relieved that no one is dead yet. Resolve surges through him as he shouts the name Nameless. Urged on, the nameless armored warrior blocks the smaller knight's attack. The defense collapses, and Nameless is brutally impaled by his foe. His greatsword clatters uselessly onto the stone floor, his guards broken. Rei watches in horror as their best defender is taken down. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she tries to understand how it happened. Ren arrives and apologizes calmly and confidently for being a little late. Rei looks up at her rescuer, battered, exhausted, and utterly speechless. Seeing the situation is bad, he quickly opens his item box. Kneeling beside Rei, he gently offers her a potent healing potion. With a gentle smile, he reassures her that she is safe now. Coughing weakly, Rei asks how he managed to get into the sealed room. Rin presses a finger to his lips, promising to explain everything later. He gives her more potions and tells her to help their other comrades. After tending to his allies, he draws his sword to confront the true threat. A hard expression settles as he turns to face the dungeon's final boss. Being near the level 4000 orc general makes him want to flee. Mocking him, the orc refers to his earlier fight with Nameless. The colossal monster lets out a deafening, guttural roar to challenge. Strapping on a shield, Rin vows to show the beast how weaklings fight. He stamps his foot, sending dust into the air as Rei watches in astonishment. Rin lunges forward as the battle erupts to meet the ogre's charge. Dodging the ogre's massive axe, he watches the ground shatter beneath him. The ogre roar's rune lands a series of shallow, swift cuts. Rin moves at impossible speed, his sword a blur. Continuing his relentless attack, he weaves through the monster's defenses. Each parry delivers a jolt that numbs his arms. Grimly, he admits that this opponent is especially nasty. One hit would be fatal, and his attacks do little damage. Facing the pain and futility, he accepts he has no other option. He keeps attacking, then evading, his only way to fight. Rei marvels at what he did, remembering how he saved them all. She watches him take on the colossal boar-headed monster in an impossible duel. Her heart races as she tries to make sense of his power. She wonders how he managed to get into the boss room and become so strong. She recalls a discussion about how he gained an incredible power boost in just 1 week. She recalls her old party, the Kings of Unique. A former teammate sneers and calls Ammon Rin a worthless adventurer. The teammate remembers his only notable skill was dungeon teleportation. Rei repeats the skill's name, and the pieces begin to connect. She realizes this skill could have allowed him to bypass the main door. Suddenly, she feels a deep, clear understanding. She recalls Rin's flustered excuse that he was fulfilling his dungeon trauma. The puzzle pieces fall into place with sudden clarity. It seems impossible to her, but if her guess is right. Her eyes widen as she realizes Rin's true nature. She realizes he's hiding an ability that could make him the strongest. She wonders whether that is really possible. Only if he survives this fight will she get the answer. She clutched her hands to her chest in a desperate prayer. Quietly, she whispers his name, urging him to win the impossible battle. On the battlefield, Rin accepts how weak he truly is. Countless battles taught him a harsh but valuable lesson. He realizes unnecessary emotions only hold him back. He decides to set aside pride, rashness, and fear. All his attention will be on the monstrous enemy in front of him. Reaching for a fragile opportunity, he focuses all his willpower. His eyes gleam as he decides to seize the slim chance of victory. Believing this, he thinks even the weak can inspire fear. Dashing forward, he pushes ahead as the ogre roars that he won't get away. The beast charges, its face a mask of pure, brutish aggression. Its fist crashes into the ground, shattering the stone floor. Rin darts through the falling rock fragments with quick, graceful movements. He knows avoiding every piece will only slow him down. Activating his enemy detection skill gives him an advantage. All the fragments are part of the dungeon, so each contains mana. This lets him map the 3D position of each fragment. He darts past the briefly stunned ogre at impossible speed. Ray shouts a warning as the ogre discards its heavy axe. Its speed surges and it lunges forward. Rin digs his heels in because he's seen this exact tactic before. Activates Gale Wind to boost his speed by 30%. Outpacing the monster's charge, he uses its momentum against it. Declaring it's time for payback, he charges in for a powerful attack. He unleashes superhuman strength and delivers a barrage of powerful blows. Roaring that this ends here, he readies his final move. Raising his sword high, he prepares for the decisive strike. He knows using both skills is rapidly draining his MP. His focus narrows because the whole fight comes down to this moment. Transforming into a whirlwind of slashes, he overwhelms the ogre. A roar tears from the beast, mixing pain with furious rage. As a last resort, it emits a deafening concussive roar. The shockwave hurls Rin's backward, skidding across the stone floor. Wounded, the ogre remains standing and clutches its weapon. It gives one last, guttural cry of agony. Rin watches it falter and prepares his next move. The beast falters, its strength finally giving out. It lets out one last pained grunt of disbelief. Ray's eyes widen as the shocking suspicion she had is confirmed. The ogre's eyes widen in shock at its own defeat. Ray accepts the truth, realizing her guess was right. Now she sees the true nature of Rin's power. Rin seizes the opening and leaps high into the air. Diving from above, he brings his sword down for the final blow. One quick motion slices through the air with a deep swooping sound. Rin strikes from above, catching a massive armored boar-headed monster off guard. The hulking beast roars and lifts its weapon to fend off the attack. Rin shouts defiantly that his opponent will not succeed today. A whirlwind of motion, his sword a blur of spinning slashes. A confident grin crosses his face as he declares his foe finished. His blade cuts a devastating path, breaking the monster's shield with a heavy slash. Rin lands gracefully and stands ready as the colossal monster looms over him. A final decisive cut severs the creature's head from its body. The monster's head slams onto the stone floor with a heavy, final thud. Calmly, he flicks blood from his ornate sword, the battle not won. A wounded Ray on the ground looks up in shock at a rescuer. At last, the headless body of the final boss slumps to the floor, defeated. Ray's eyes are wide, showing a mix of awe and deep relief. Rin turns with a gentle smile and tells Ray the fight is over. Overwhelmed, Ray's eyes fill with tears as she covers her mouth. System notifications confirm his victory and give him massive level gains. The title in Bringer, Error unlocks as he absorbs his new power. Watching with a confident smile, he rests his sword casually on his shoulder. Tears still on her face, she softly says his name, Ray, in gratitude. She formally thanks him for saving all their lives, and he accepts it humbly. Relief shows on his face as he looks at their unconscious comrades and says everyone is okay. Noticing his hands glowing faintly, he thinks about his new power. A sudden thought clicks into place, and she realizes what happened. Ray starts to assess the situation, blaming Kazami's one-sided decision for the danger. She thinks he needs to reflect on his actions, and it's good that no one died. Accepting responsibility, she admits she and the others were also at fault. Rin listens, his expression growing serious as he absorbs her words. He gently reaches out and pats her on the head. Startled by the touch, Ray looks up at him with a puzzled expression. Her eyes soften as she takes in his comforting touch in a quiet moment. He tells her not to blame herself and reminds her she survived. A warm blush and a gentle smile cross her face as she accepts his words. A sudden thought hits her, and her expression turns curious. Leaning in close, she asked how he got into the seal boss's room. Panicked, he realizes she knows something and struggles to find the right words. She asks bluntly whether his dungeon teleport skill can bypass the cooldown. Both stand locked in a tense, silent standoff. His weak denial is obvious, and she instantly sees through his lie. He shouts in protest, while she calmly tells him not to worry. She warns him he would be in trouble if his rapid growth became known. Defeated, he thanked her for caring and asked her to keep his secret. Smiling genuinely, she vows never to betray the man who saved her. Rin trusts her word and accepts her promise with a simple nod. Now they must come up with a believable explanation for their victory. At first, Rin suggests acting like he was never there because everyone will be teleported out. This would make everyone think Ray beat the boss alone, he notes. Ray comes up with a cover story, remembering Kazami's desperate lightning strike. She suggests they claim the explosion defeated the orc general. Rin reads his expression as a thoughtful response to her proposal. He agrees the story is far-fetched but still believable. Ray worries how the staged victory will fuel Kazami's already inflated ego. She says the incident showed everyone how scary dungeons really are. Her face hardens at the thought of it happening again. She vows to take responsibility and prevent this reckless incident from happening again. Ren sees her determination and agrees to follow her plan. He checks the nameless knight's body, hoping for another drop. Ray says it disappeared while he fought the orc general. She adds that even the way it formed was unusual. Ren opts to at least claim his spoils and moves to retrieve the magic stone. The stone he pulls out is a large, pure crystal worth an immense amount. Deciding there's no harm in taking it, he wears a pleading look. Task complete, he casts the teleport spell to leave. Yui's voice asks how he will explain his initial entry, a detail he forgot. Flustered, Rin mutters that his erratic behavior is due to puberty. Ray and Rents fall into a short, awkward silence, both confused. After defeating the final boss, the Kenzaki dungeon collapses and they return. Their ordeal was far from over, and the consequences were just beginning. Dungeon supervisors reprimanded both for acting recklessly. Crucially, the authorities accepted Ray's account of the final battle. They were allowed to go home, but warned they could face further questioning. Walking down the street, Yui is shocked by Rin's daring charge. Admitting it's embarrassing, Rin is reassured by Yui, who calls his actions desperate. She playfully pinches his shirt and tells him not to be embarrassed. Ray then sincerely tells Rin that she was glad he came to save her. Surprised by her directness, Rin lets out a small gasp. Seeing how close they've become, Yui grows jealous and suspicious. Letting out a possessive cry, she lunges forward to grab Ren's arm. She squeezes his arm hard, catching him off guard. Glaring at her rival, Yui says Ray will not beat her. Rin struggles to walk as the two girls pull him along. He accepts his fate with a resigned sigh. As the group moves away, another adventurer watches them from a distance. That night, Rin goes back to the Amani residence after a long day. Studying his new Endbringer title, he finds the name deeply unsettling. He figures out the mistakes because he didn't cause all the damage alone. Determined to fix the issue, he will fight another final boss someday. He turns his attention to the Dungeon Traveler title, wondering what will happen. He is also curious about how his dungeon teleportation will evolve. By focusing on these skills, he realizes he could become the strongest. Now he knows he has the power to achieve this goal that once seemed impossible. Each setback since his first rescue has brought him to this moment. He vows to become the best in the world and to reach that goal faster. 1 hour after the collapse, the scene moves to a modern building. In an office, a long-haired man lounges at his desk. The knock at the door startles him, and he quickly pulls himself together. The door opens as someone enters and says, "Pardon me." Claire, a beautiful young blonde woman, enters the office. The guildmaster greets her with a surprised but pleased expression. Claire's eyes glint sharply as she addresses him formally as master. Inside a well-appointed office, the guildmaster teasingly asks his daughter why she won't call him Papa. She refuses outright, insisting on keeping her private and public lives separate, and he slumps in defeat. Getting down to business, she delivers her report on the recent collapse of the Kenzaki dungeon. Relieved that the situation was resolved, he notes the first party involved had a difficult time. On hearing the party were the kings of Unique, the guildmaster is visibly surprised. Claire confirms it and says she heard about them more than a year ago, which surprises him. He remembers hearing it was a narrow victory, with only one member left conscious to report the details. The guildmaster believes the last people standing must have been Ammon and Rin. Claire corrects him, saying the person who stayed conscious was a new member, Kurosaki Rei, not the leader Kazami. Claire becomes curious about a man named Rin and asks her father about him. He explains that another adventurer, Amano Rin, who is not a guild member, also returned from the dungeon. He is shocked to learn that another unaffiliated adventurer was at the scene. When Claire asks if Rin helped in the final battle, her father explains it would have been impossible. He says the boss room door must have been sealed, keeping Rin out. His conclusion is that Rin did not take part in the decisive battle. Puzzled by the mystery, Claire quietly asks her father if he knows Ammon Rin. He confirms inviting Rin to join the guild a year ago, but Rin immediately turned him down. Claire assumes Rin is incredibly skilled, but her father says everyone called Rin useless. She sounded confused and asked why he would recruit someone like that. He said Rin has a rare, promising skill. What truly captured the guildmaster's interest, he reveals, was the look in Ren's eyes. Claire repeats his words, doubting the importance of the young adventurer's eyes. He notes Rin's eyes are narrow and focused, showing an unshakable determination to reach his goal. The guildmaster makes a startling comparison, telling Claire that Rin's eyes were much like her own. The comparison stuns Claire, her face showing utter shock. Quietly taking in the unsettling information, she keeps her face in shadow as she considers what it means. The guildmaster finishes the report, grateful that there were no casualties in the incident. After finishing her work, Claire announces she is leaving the office. The door clicks shut behind her, and she stands still in the empty sunlit corridor. She looks troubled as she thinks about the strange, unsettling conversation. Through a large window she watches the city, her gaze distant and contemplative. She murmurs his words to herself, unsure about comparing her eyes to Rin's. The scene cuts to a young woman's hazy dream of happier times with her family. She remembers their peaceful life being shattered when despair set in. Her older brother Anishin was her steady support, and she was forever grateful. Lying awake in bed, she admits one thing still weighs heavily on her mind. We see the exterior of their modern, well-maintained house. Hannah wakes up feeling like she just had a nostalgic dream. She can't remember the dream's details, but a single tear still rests on her cheek. She glances at her digital clock, sees it's 8:12, and gasps. Bursting out of her room in her school uniform, she yells that she'll be late. Rin, her brother, greets her calmly in the kitchen and offers the toast he prepared. Gratefully, she accepts and takes a big, eager bite of the toast. Rin stands behind her as she eats and expertly styles her long, dark hair. Telling her to focus on eating, he tends to her hair in a familiar routine. Hannah feels comforted, noting it has been a long time since they shared this moment. A news report plays on a screen in the background, showing recent dungeon updates. A report highlights a new dungeon and the suspicious death of a B-rank tamer. It also notes that 2 new S-ranked ventures have emerged in Japan, a rare achievement. With practice, Rin expertly twists and ties her hair. Finally, there's a critical change to adventurer regulations. Adventurers can now be as young as 16, which shocks Hannah. Determination hardens her expression as she feels her time has finally come. Rin finishes her hair and thinks to himself that his own time to act has also arrived. Hannah studies her reflection, her hair now neatly styled with a large decorative bow. Grateful for his help, she thanks her brother, and he replies with a simple yes. Noticing the time again, she rushes out the door in a panic. Rin watches her leave with a warm smile and wishes her a good day. Another ordinary day begins for Hannah, filled with routines and school. Rin spends the day on his 150th run through the Orang Arakawa dungeon. System notifications confirm he has reached the dungeon's allotted maximum number of victories. Now that he has maxed out 5 of the 10 dungeons needed for his Dungeon Traveler title, he celebrates. Progress on his Dungeon Traveler title is now officially halfway complete. He clenches his fist in triumph, proud of his major accomplishment. A black and white transition panel of speed lines shows time passing quickly. Standing before a holographic screen, he prepares to spend his accumulated 7,010 skill points. He spends his points to upgrade his dungeon teleportation skill. Calculations show 6,000 SB will boost the skill by 3 full levels. A set of notifications outlines the upgrades from level 13 to 15 and shows the improvements. Reviewing the new stats, he notes the changes match his expectations and plans for the next milestone. Now that 5 dungeons are maxed out, he feels he's making excellent progress toward his goal. Fueled by a surge of energy, he vows to keep the momentum going into the next day. A calm night shot of their house creates a peaceful mood. His excitement fades when he realizes he's already maxed out every dungeon he visited. He drops onto his bed, annoyed at his mistake and resigned to a forced break. The status screen reveals his immense power. 3 days later, Ray contacts him. In a cafe, a voice calls Rin over and leads him to a table where Ray is waiting. Ren approaches Ray and apologizes for being late, but she says she just arrived. Ray teases him for being blunt, yet wishes he had lied to spare her feelings. Rin apologized for contacting her so suddenly and asked if she was free. He admits he wanted to meet her to find out what happened at Kazami's party. His blunt manner and accidental closeness left Ray flustered and blushing with panic. Not noticing her reaction, he asks if she's sick because her face is so red. A teacup on the table anchors the scene after the awkward moment passes. He is stunned to learn that the adventuring party called the Kings of Unique has disbanded. Ray says their leader Kazami is overwhelmed by guilt and no longer fit to lead. Rin is surprised because she expected Kazami's ego to swell after Kazami defeated the final boss. Ray remembers how the power of their unique skills made them feel invincible for a year. Kazami now even doubts their victory over the powerful orc general, she adds. Now he sees their narrow win as pure luck rather than proof of skill. Rin registers this and notes how profoundly shocking the experience must have been. It's rare these days for adventurers to face real, life-threatening danger, he reflects. Rin then asks Ray what her plans are now that she's independent and living on her own. Ray confirms she will continue her journey. She says she will continue adventuring and is now pursuing a new personal goal. Asked about her new goal, she turns away, blushes mysteriously, and says it's a secret. He tells her not to overdo it, showing he cares about her well-being. She accepts his advice and promises not to overdo it. Thoughtful silence settles between them at the cafe table. Rin briefly thinks about inviting her to join his party. He rejects the idea right away, saying his unique skill would make it hard for them to work together. While they talk in the cafe, Ray suddenly remembers something important. Rummaging through her bag, she pulls out a thick stack of white envelopes. She sets them on the table and tells Rin they contain for 5 million yen. Rin jerks back in his chair and demands to know why she is giving him so much money. Ray calmly raises her hand and asks him to listen to her explanation. A flashback reveals Rin handing her party several valuable health potions in the boss room. She explains that she collected money from her party members as repayment for the potions. Giving a slightly apologetic look, she admits this is only half of her own share for now. Rin takes the money, not wanting to refuse her sincere gesture. Ray thanks him and he says it feels strange but is welcome. They share a quiet, reflective moment over their teacups. Later, while walking down a city street, Ray catches Rin's attention. Turning to her, he looks curious and waits for her to speak. Nervous, she fidgets and hesitates, a faint blush on her cheeks. Looking into Ernest's eyes, she shyly asks if he'd go to another dungeon with her sometime. He smiles gently and warmly accepts her proposal. Rin says goodbye for now, calls her Ray, and hopes to see her again. Ray returns the sentiment with a soft smile and calls him by his first name. On the sidewalk, he watches her walk away from the cafe. Ren realizes they may not meet again for a while. His eyes show a calm, forward-looking determination for the future. He says he's looking forward to the day they can meet. Looking at the sky, he waits for the day their paths cross again. Cut to Rin in the Maru dungeon, defeating a massive rainbow king wolf. He says he spent 2 days clearing a backlog of 10 new dungeons. He took on a special boss that appeared after collecting 9 magic stones. Victory gave him a powerful bonus, the Ring of Maru True. The status screen shows his steady level increase and his maxed out skills. Proud of his progress, he decides to keep his momentum going. The next morning starts with a quiet breakfast as his sister Hannah calls to him. Excited, she asks if her Oni-chan is free over the weekend. He says he has time, and she asks him to wear clothes that are easy to move in. He groans inwardly, expecting to be dragged on another shopping trip. The weekend arrives, and he carries bags while she browses. The narration confirms that the long-awaited weekend has finally arrived. Hana beams and says they have arrived at their destination. It turns out their destination is the E-rank Sumafuku dungeon. Shocked, Rin shouts, demanding to know why they're in a dungeon. Hana admits, a bit embarrassed, that she may have left that detail out of her plan. She explains the recent changes to Japan's adventuring laws. The minimum age for adventurers is now 16. High school students can now take qualification classes as part of their curriculum. The application confirms HANA's decision to join this program. Students receive provisional qualifications through a simplified course, she explains. The Dungeon Association also lets them bring a familiar adventure as a guide. Rin says he's frustrated that she didn't warn him about the time. Hana looks confused when he points out a span that shows her inexperience. Urging him to hurry, she runs toward the dungeon's gathering point. At the base of the dungeon, a large crowd of hopeful adventurers murmurs nervously. Tension and nervous energy fill the air. Upon arrival, Rin notes the impressive turnout from multiple schools. Katajiri, an official, tells them to show their stats when their name is called. Rin goes into a silent, wide-eyed panic at the instruction. Dismissing Hana's concern, he focuses on finding a solution. Realizing his high level might reveal his secret teleportation ability. Telling Haunted to wait, he pulls up his status display to check something. Frantically swiping through menus, he looks for a skill he hasn't unlocked. He finds what he needs and gets Conceal LV1 for a steep 5,000 speed. This skill only overwrites a user's status information. This can be abused when someone fakes their level to mislead others. Due to this danger, adventurers strictly forbid using it. He says he uses it to protect himself, not to harm others. When Hana asks if he's finished, he starts overwriting his level. Finishing the process just in time, he feels a wave of relief. Katajiri, an official, approaches them and asks whether they are participants. After they introduce themselves, Katajiri checks their names on his clipboard. Katajiri asks to see Rin's stats, which now show level 1034. The official is satisfied and declares his level fully adequate for the dungeon. Katajiri reassures him that his level is above 7,000, so they are safe. Spotting another promising member of the association, he calls him over to the group. Yanagi, a young man with reddish-brown hair, turns at the call. Katajiri introduces Yanagi, a highly skilled adventurer with a level over 5,000. Yanagi introduces himself cheerfully and says he is glad to be working with them. Rin returns the sentiment, saying they look forward to it. Their hands meet in a firm handshake, and a brief, odd moment passes between them. Yanagi's expression goes pensive for a moment, as if he senses something. Quickly waving it off, he insists everything is fine. Everyone is then told to change into their adventuring gear for the trial. Now armored, Hana poses for her brother to show off her new look. Proudly, she says the association supplied the equipment. Ren notes the gear was probably chosen to suit each person in advance. The official orders the group to line up and enter the dungeon. Rin's thoughts show he used dungeon teleportation to get in, making it look like a normal entry. The group is led into a large open chamber inside the dungeon. Katajiri says this is where they'll see who successfully gets the stats. Only 10% succeed in defeating their first monster, he explains. A participant says she is scared and nervous about the long odds. Someone else steals his determination and vows to succeed at any cost. A third participant is desperate to awaken a powerful, unique skill. Rin watches Hana tremble, aware this moment will shape both their lives. Reaching out, he gently takes her trembling hand. He reassures her that getting stats is purely a matter of luck. He instantly regrets his blunt words, realizing they weren't comforting. Hana teases him about his half-hearted attempt to reassure. She thanks him and admits his gesture made her feel a little better. Ren exhales in relief as a new thought comes to him. An official explains how small teams should face their first monster. A special provision lets people whose companions have been deranged go alone instead. Rin is pleasantly surprised by the unexpected but welcome choice. Not wanting an audience, he asked Hana if she would prefer them to go alone. Two glowing torches descend steadily into a dark cavern. In the cavern, Rin and Hana watch a small jelly-like creature on the ground. A strange, star-shaped monster gurgles as the adventurers watch. Nervously, Hana asks her brother to identify the creature he describes as a bit different. He confirms the small, oozing monster is actually a slime. Rin's appraisal shows the level 1 lesser slime is weak enough for Hana. Pointing to a red orb inside the creature's body, he explains it is the creature's core. Swallowing her nerves, Hana accepts the challenge. She tightens her grip on the dagger's hilt with new determination. She declares she'll try, draws her weapon, and prepares to attack. Driving the dagger forward, she sinks it into the slime's core with a sharp crack. A dynamic, sweeping motion shows the force of her attack. Landing in a crouch as the slime bursts, she plants her dagger in the ground. Out of breath, she wonders if her first battle was a success. A sudden jolt of energy runs through her, and she flinches. Bathed in sparkling light, she wonders about the new feeling of gaining stats from XP. When she tells her brother she heard a strange voice, he congratulates her on her success. Whispering in awe, she realizes she has finally gained her new abilities. Hana, overjoyed, celebrates her win as Rin points out how clumsy she was with the knife. He reminds her that finding out what skills she gained is the most important part. Pointing forward, she eagerly summons her status screen. A holographic interface appears, and she is amazed by her new stats and skills. Rin smiles warmly, curious about what kind of abilities his sister has gained. Leaning over her shoulder, he studies the screen and considers her new power. Suddenly, his face registers pure shock and disbelief. The status screen shows Hana's impressive list of high-level starting skills. Ren is stunned to discover she has enhanced strength, mono manipulation, and a mana boost. A fourth unfamiliar skill, stock LV1, has his full attention. A sudden jolt of realization hits him, and he's never seen this skill before. Seeing Hana's puzzled look, he finally understands what the skill really is. Frowning, he confirms it's a unique skill. At last, she looks at her screen and gasps, confused by the new ability. The description says stock lets her copy a level 1 skill by touch. Stunned, Ren realizes the skill is far too powerful and borders on cheating. He quickly realizes that its potential will only grow as she levels up. He shudders at the idea that she could one day copy high-level skills. He pictures her as incredibly versatile, effortlessly switching between combat roles. He realizes she might be able to copy his dungeon teleportation skill. Hana realizes that although her skill is limited now, it has great potential for the future. Back in the open cavern, she asks whether the skill is any good, and Rin says it is extremely valuable. Hana's eyes widen at the thought of how great her skills are. Rin shifts uneasily, unwilling to draw that kind of public attention. His sister asks why he became an adventurer and whether it was for safety. Flustered, Hana says her reasons are a secret that cannot be forced out. Rin warns her to keep her stock skill hidden when she reports to Katajiri-san. She's worried the official could still force her to reveal her stats. Rin suddenly thinks of a clever solution to their problem. He suggests they test her new skill right away to put his plan into action. He wants her to use a concealment skill he recently learned. Hana asks if he wants her to copy it, and he tells her to go ahead. Pressing her hand firmly on his arm, she activates her basic ability. Successful skill transfer appears as a flash of intense horizontal lines. A surge of new power floods Hana, and she gasps as it flows into her instantly. Triumphantly, she gives a thumbs up and confirms she copied Conceal Level 1. Rin praises her and starts to explain how to hide her true power. He tells her to scale back her other high-level skills to a normal level. Now that their secret is safe, he suggests they return from the fiery cave. He gets her to promise not to tell anyone about the conceal skill he also has. She asks why he has it, but he dodges and promises to explain later. Hana smiles and gives a thumbs up, urging them to get going. Though outwardly cheerful, Rin feels a sudden, unexplained unease. Walking back, a faint sound makes him spin around, fully alert. Silencing Hana, he scans the dark, empty corridor behind them. Hana asks what happened, but he brushes it off, saying no one is there. They tell her it was nothing and step into a bustling cavern crowded with others. Other new adventurers celebrate getting their stats. A young man cries with joy as his friend tells him to compose himself. An official tells those who gained stats to line up for verification. The supervisor reviews a new adventurer's stats and congratulates them on their success. Leaving the stone tower, the group notes how quickly it all happened. The instructor announces they will join dungeon practice in 2 weeks. After warning them not to enter dungeons alone, he gives them provisional qualifications. After a final task, he sends the successful candidates home for the day. Outside the tower, Rin congratulates Hana while the crowd begins to disperse. A friend celebrates with Hana, and she playfully asks for a celebratory gift. Rin invites his sister to the city center and offers to buy her dinner. Worried about their finances, Hana is reassured when he tells her she doesn't need to worry. Winking, he says he's been saving and can buy her anything she wants. Moved by his generosity, Hana's eyes light up as she accepts his offer with humility. He suggests they do a practice dungeon run the next day, and she eagerly agrees. Hana gets an idea and starts typing something on her phone. Rin notices she's being secretive, but lets her have some privacy. He stays back as she walks away with her friends, respecting her boundaries. The scene fades to white, and the story moves to the next day. System notification announces that clearing the dungeon grants 4 levels. Rin narrates he spent the afternoon running the Minajishi dungeon on repeat. Reward notifications keep flashing, showing his relentless, efficient grinding. He's celebrating completing 100 runs and gaining 410 levels. With his time for the day up, he decides to head out. Arriving at the busy entrance of the E-rank Cheyenne dungeon, he goes to meet Hana. After apologizing for being late, he approaches his sister but hesitates. Frozen in place, he looks utterly confused. 2 other young women in full adventure gear stand with Hana. Rin stammers the names Yui and Rei, asking why they are there. Yui strikes a pose, saying it's her time to shine, while Rei just tagged along. Hana playfully scolds her brother for barely making it on time to their meeting. Rin asks why the other 2 showed up, and Hana apologizes for the surprise. Hana says Yui often asks about him, so Hana decided to invite her. Extremely flustered, Yui frantically denies Hana's story. Calmly, Rei suggests it could be true, leaving Rin confused. Rin was surprised to learn that Rei and his sister Hana were acquainted. Rei says Yui told her the day's plan and that Yui would be there. Flustered by why she came, Rin thinks he might be getting popular. Rei hands him a pouch of money and says she worked all week to save it. Right away, Hana and Yui accused Rin of taking money from younger girls. Rin, panicked, pleads with Rei to explain the misunderstanding to the others. Radiating a sparkling aura, Rei says Rin is special and is willingly giving him money. Rin complains her vague, dramatic explanation is only making the situation worse. Outside Shin Park, they finally cleared up their misunderstanding. Hana smiles brightly and gently scolds her brother for not explaining the situation earlier. Cheerfully, Yui says she believed Rin from the start, much to his exasperation. Rin, annoyed by Yui's quick backpedal, squishes her cheeks. Apologizing to Rei for her bad timing, Rin says she is amazed at how much money she earned. Rei says she hunted profitable monsters and used the time to reassess herself. He listens to her plan, understanding her practical approach to building strength. Yui watches closely, curious about the bond between Rin and Rei. Panicking, Yui asks whether they are already a couple. Rin explains calmly that not using honorifics does not mean they are dating. Playfully, he teases Yui, amused by her flustered, awkward reaction. The group chooses a spot inside a rocky cabin to use as their base. Quietly, Rin tells Hana he doesn't mind telling the others about her skill. Hana doubts his confidence because he has never met Rei before today. Rei points out that Yui trusting her also shows a deeper trust in Rin. Hana smiles warmly, sensing the depth of their unspoken bond. Rin feels guilty for hiding the full truth about his skill. He must keep his teleportation ability secret to avoid becoming a target. He's most afraid that showing his power would put his sister Hana at risk. Going public could give him the support he believes he needs to protect her. Hana's voice pulls him out of his dark thoughts and back to the present. He announces he will test Hana's stock skill in the cavern. Confused, Yui and Rei look on, unsure what stock means. Impressed by the explanation, Rei calls Hana's unique skill amazing. Yu starts speaking, her face showing excitement and understanding. Impressed by Hana's skill, she is amazed that 2 people with unique abilities are here. Yui then laments that she and Rin are being overshadowed because they lack unique skills. Hana and Rei look at her with the same deadpan, confused expression. Yoya is completely baffled after missing a crucial piece of information. Inside the Shan dungeon, her confusion soon turns into comic outrage. Yui shakes Rin and calls him a traitor for hiding his unique skill. Continuing her tirade, she wailed that she had trusted him completely. While squishing Yui's cheeks, Rei confirms that Yui also has a unique skill. Inside a vast cavern, Rei prepares to demonstrate her magic sword ability. Others watch as she gathers her power in a dramatic flourish. Uttering the word quartet, she summons 4 distinct elemental energies. 4 magnificent swords form from the energies, floating and wreathed in magic. Her audience stands in awe, praising the breathtaking display. Rei puts the swords away and calmly asks Ren what they should do next. Ren outlines a plan to test Hana's stock by copying a level 1 attack skill. His only level 1 skill is Conceal, so he needs their help. He beams with brotherly pride, convinced his sister is a genius for setting this up. He formally asked Yui and Rei to allow Hana to copy one of their skills. The 2 girls exchange a silent look, weighing the unusual request. A quick glance passes between them, as if they have reached a silent agreement. They nod together and turn back to Rin with their final answer. Unfortunately, neither of them has a suitable skill for the test. Rin hesitates about what to do next, and Yui comes up with a bright idea. She opens a screen and immediately gains Novice Magic Level 1. Rin took it back and told her she didn't have to do that just for him. Yui says her guildmates urged her to learn a self-defense skill anyway. She winks and holds up a peace sign to show she just passed level 150. Amazed by her rapid growth, Ren proudly credits the Yuzuki Guild. Yui lights up, ready to tell Rin more about her time at the guild. She can't stop talking about a cool, talented senior guildmate who is teaching her everything. Rin pretends not to care, looking slightly annoyed by her story about another man. Forcing a smile, he says he's happy for her, but it sounds unconvincing. Yui fumes at his dismissive attitude and clearly does not believe his words for a second. He quickly changes the subject and sincerely thanks her for learning the magic skill. His sincere gratitude leaves Yui utterly flustered and blushing deeply. Both accept each other's thanks with matching smirks. The group gets ready to test the newly learned and copied skills in the cavern. Yui and Hana touch hands while Hana activates the stock, copying the magic skill. 2 snarling lesser wolves emerge, giving them ideal test subjects. Ren offers Yui the first turn, and Yui agrees eagerly. Determined, Yu Yan launches a fireball at the wolf. A massive explosion detonates, instantly destroying the wolf with a single powerful strike. Visibly impressed, Rin takes in the overwhelming power of her magical attack. Turning to a hesitant Hana, he tells her she is next. Her companions encourage Hana as she nervously gets ready to cast the same spell. Focusing intently, she shouts the incantation fireball. A tiny, harmless puff of flame sputters out from her hand, leaving her startled. Confused, the wolf takes advantage of her mistake and lunges to attack. Hana shouts a warning as she stumbles back to dodge the beast. Acting instantly, Rin pulls Hana to safety and knocks the wolf unconscious. As the wolf slumps to the ground, Hana thanks her brother for saving her. Rin concludes that the stock does not duplicate the original caster's raw magical power. Yui says a spell's power is determined by the caster's stats and level. Hana doubts her unique skill is strong because it depends on her own stats. Rin quickly assures her it's not weak at all, sounding a little flustered. He says she can boost a skill's power based on her level. After his explanation, Hana's face shows understanding. Determined, she vows to do her best to grow stronger. Pleased with her determination to stick to her goal, Rin smiles. He suggests they put her newfound resolve into practice, and Hana cheers. More wolves close in, and Rei says she'll take the vanguard. Hana joins the fight, and Rin notes the 3 of them make a great team. Analyzing their formation, he notes Rei's skill in close to mid-range combat. He continues his assessment, noting Yui specializes in ranged support. His analysis concludes that Hana can fill either role. With a tank, they'd form a powerful, well-balanced party, he muses. He accepts with a wistful sigh that this party will only ever exist in his imagination. After a fierce hour-long battle, we finally headed home. A week later, while grinding through dungeons, the long-awaited event finally happened. On the final level of the C-rank Nemi dungeon, Rin stood over a fallen monster, victorious. The system confirmed he reached the dungeon's victory limit and received a final 25-level bonus. The adventurer stammered, shock registering on his face as the news sank in. Shock turned into pure elation as he celebrated maxing out his Dungeon Traveler title. Adventurers earn the title by clearing a dungeon a set number of times. His heart pounded as he waited to see what exciting new skill or effect would appear. This impossible feat was possible only because of his unique dungeon teleportation skill. His eyes lit up as the system confirmed his 10 completed dungeons. He learned his reward was the right to challenge an extra dungeon, the remote magic tower. An unexpected reward left him completely bewildered. A startling new condition appeared, freezing his ability to level up. An error message appeared saying the remote magic tower did not actually exist. Contradicting itself, the system announced it was now spawning the mysterious tower. The whole dungeon shook violently, catching the young adventurer off guard. Grunting with effort, he fought to keep his footing as the tremors grew stronger. Bracing himself against the violent shaking, he wondered aloud whether it was an earthquake. The shaking sent a nearby candle, wobbling dangerously in its sconce. Deep, resonant rumbling kept echoing through the stone chamber. The dungeon's very foundations seemed to be buckling under the immense strain. The shaking stopped as abruptly as it had begun, and a final message announced the tower's arrival. A high, otherworldly screech cut through the now silent chamber. A single sheet of paper fluttered down from the ceiling and caught his eye. He reached up and grabbed the mysterious paper as it drifted down. Curious what it was, he immediately used his appraisal skill to identify it. The item turned out to be a challenger's ticket to the remote magic tower. Scratching his head, he feels the heavy burden of this unexpected, daunting quest. Unable to level up any other way, he knew he had to accept. Having made his decision, he headed to the return zone. Outside, he faced a new problem, finding the tower. Never having heard of a place like that, he had no idea where to start looking. In the stone corridor, he felt completely lost and had no leads to follow. A puzzled look revealed how deep the strange new mystery before him was. A colossal tower burst up from the city, leaving him completely stunned. People around him murmured in confusion about the giant tower's appearance. Onlookers gasped that just a moment ago there had been nothing there. People craned their necks, unable to see the top, and wonder if it was a dungeon. Amid the chaos, Rin walked away with a calm look as understanding dawned. Convinced he was the only one who knew the tower's true identity. Looking up at the impossible structure, he knew it was the distant magic tower. From his jacket, he pulled a simple paper ticket that served as his key. Plainly printed on the mysterious invitation was the word ticket. His expression hardened with resolve as he held the ticket and vowed to challenge it. The status screen showed his immense power, a level 6604 adventurer with max skills. News reports described a strange new tower that had appeared, rising into the clouds. At home, he and Hannah watched the report that said there were no gates. Hannah found the situation odd, and Ren agreed, but he understood it much more deeply. Knowing its name, he still did not know why it spawned, and believed the answers lay within. Looking at the ticket again, he realized that no matter the reason, he had to go. Sipping from his mug, he decided to go tomorrow for his first blind dungeon challenge. Determined, he packed as many supplies as he could, grateful for his roomy item box. With his preparations complete, he turned his attention to his sister Hannah. He told her he had to travel far and might be gone for a few days. She immediately suspected he had a girlfriend, and he dismissed the idea bluntly. His directness made her feel she had to apologize for assuming. Staring at the snack tray, she quietly wondered how long a few days really was. A sudden worry hit her, and she asked whether he would come back for her training. The memory reminded Hannah she needed to attend practice to earn her official qualifications. Admitting he had forgotten, he promised to do his best to return. Smiling confidently, she said she'd be fine thanks to his earlier lessons. He told her to keep her guard up, and they laughed. The next day, he began his final preparations for the mysterious journey. The young blonde shopkeeper felt completely overwhelmed by the size of his purchase. Most of his 50 million yen went on potions, stones, and a new sword. With his preparations finished, he headed toward the tower, his boots crunching on the grass. Crowds packed the base of the tower, murmurs filling the air. Seeing the dungeon association, he slipped past them through the nearby woods. Using his evasion skill, he slipped through the crowd of investigators unseen. Moving like a phantom, he was a blur the guards didn't even notice. After finding a secluded spot, he crouched down, sure he was finally within range. Opening his item box, the challenger's ticket appeared in his hand. Looking at the ticket, his expression sharpened as he remembered his only attempt. Focused and determined, his gaze did not waver. He had only one shot at this. With a single sharp motion, he tore the ticket cleanly in two. Challenging the dungeon, he forced it to reveal its true face as light erupted around him. Piercing, screeching energy wrapped around him, warping the world as it dragged him away. His body trembled and faded out of existence inside the dimensional warp. His face showed intense concentration as he raced toward the unknown. A soft sound marked his arrival as his boots landed in a field of grass. Surprise widened his eyes at the vast, unexpected new environment. Scanning the endless field, he asked aloud what this strange place was. With no walls or ceiling in sight, he wondered whether he was even inside. Testing his theory, he tried to activate his dungeon teleportation skill. Ethereal thorny energy vines snaked around him and immediately canceled the spell. Magical interference confirmed his suspicion that this strange place was a dungeon. Stuck, he noted that towers were meant to be climbed, but had no stairs. A system alert chimed, confirming that title holder Amanirin had entered the tower. The 10-level tower required him to complete a quest to advance. Level 1 quest has been announced. He must eliminate all the magic wolves. Silent for a moment, he took in the daunting task ahead. Sighing wearily, he likened the quest to a video game and resigned himself to his fate. Repeating the objective to himself, he accepted the mission to exterminate all the monsters. Activating his enemy detection skill, he sent concentric rings of energy to scan. The skill quickly detected 5 fast-moving monsters just ahead of him. A rush of alarm hit him when he realized he was their target. Pounding paws grew louder, showing they were coming straight for him. Wolves crested the nearby hill and charged at him with fierce intent. He immediately recognized the approaching pack as dangerous firewalls from past experience. He remembered fighting countless creatures to spawn the Rainbow King Wolf in Maru Dungeon. With a confident smirk, he accepts the quest to exterminate the magic wolves. With his ornate sword drawn, he prepares to size up the approaching monsters. His appraisal skill reveals a pack of 5 agile, fire-breathing firewolves. Rin's confident expression crumbles when he sees their level is 4,000. He realizes this is a massive power-up compared to the level 1,000 foes he's used to. Gripping his sword tightly, he refuses to lower his guard. He shouts a challenge and charges straight into the middle of the snarling wolf pack. He must finish them quickly because their magic attacks are still dangerous. The wolves lunge and snap at him, their raw ferocity plain to see. A brief look of surprise crosses his face as one lunges at him. Dashing through the pack, he leaves shimmering energy slashes with his blade. Lifting his sword high, he says he will take down the next opponent. A swift, low slash fells another wolf, his movements practiced and graceful. Counting in his head, he cuts down the third and then the fourth wolf. Breathing hard, he stands over the defeated beast after the swift battle. After defeating 5, he skips the loot and moves on. He considers how many more monsters might be on this level, given the threats to come. He argues a massive horde of the weak poses a much greater threat. Facing the vast field, he knows there is no time to complain about the task. With renewed resolve, he vows to finish the quest, gripping his sword tightly. Rhythmic thumping starts to echo across the plains, drawing his attention. He looks around the empty field, puzzled by the growing, insistent noise. His confusion turns to alarm when he realizes how terrifying the sound is. Staring into the distance, he wonders what impossible sight is coming toward him. A relentless horde of wolves surges toward him, a tidal wave of monsters. The quest tracker confirms his horrifying new reality. 5 out of 5,000 are defeated. Overwhelmed, he jokes that he can go home now, then immediately takes it back. Trapped by the snarling horde, he realizes his hell has just begun. Each kill triggers a system notification telling him he gained another level. Level up messages keep flashing as he cuts through the endless pack. A desperate scream escapes him as he swings his newly acquired speed sword. The sword the blacksmith forged gives him the agility to survive the onslaught. He dodges elemental attacks from both an earth wolf and a water wolf. A small wound stings his side as the damage starts to add up. With his HP down 20%, he decides to use a skill. Gale Wind activates, increasing his speed by 60%. Moving in a blur, he keeps up his desperate fight against the horde. Knowing he must defeat them quickly, he launches a furious, screaming assault. 2 larger, more menacing wolves suddenly stop his attack. Dread spreads across his face as he realizes what their arrival could mean. A colossal level 7,000 Rainbow King Wolf steps out of the pack. For a moment, silence overwhelms him in the presence of the powerful new adversary. His terror gives way to manic excitement, as he calls it a welcome break. Laughing wildly, he prepares to take his frustration out on the boss. Charging forward, he turns his sword into a whirlwind of slashes aimed at the king wolf. Breathing hard over the fallen beast, he has gained 10 levels. A beep from the quest tracker confirms he is now 1/5 of the way through. He drinks health and mana potions while thinking about the mental toll the battle took. After a short rest, he decides to spend his 3,610 saved skill points. Upgrading his mana boost to level 5 extends his Galewind. Against a horde, he knows giving up even the slightest edge means defeat. He finishes his potion and hears the ominous thumping of the next wave. He spots a dust cloud in the distance, signaling the second wave's approach. Grimly accepting it, he gets to his feet, ready for the next attack. He slaps his cheeks sharply to jolt himself awake and focus for the fight. He brandishes his curved sword, says he's ready, and charges forward again. Time blurs as he keeps battling endless waves. Only a rough estimate of his kill count is possible as the waves keep coming. Hours of blindly swinging his sword leave his hands numb. Despite the exhaustion and pain, he stays calm and clear-headed. He reviews his usual method for following standard takedown intel. Some adventurers, he knows, ignore common sense practices. These gifted A-rank adventurers are now in the even more powerful S-ranks. Every day they enter unexplored dungeons to fight enemies stronger than them. He understands what it really means to conquer a dungeon. When a single mistake can cost you your life, those who prevail earn rewards. He now understands this sensation of pure exaltation. Now the thrill of battle finally makes sense. He is truly conquering this dungeon, just like the legends before him. Determined, he vows not only to catch up with them, but to surpass them completely. His face twists into a desperate scream as he keeps attacking. Notifications confirm his level is shooting up at an impossible rate. After 5 relentless hours, he keeps cutting through the monstrous horde. A soft tap behind him makes him turn, startled by the unexpected presence. Out of breath, he asks defiantly who's next, adrenaline still pumping. The field is empty, the hordes of magic wolves are gone. He pants, bewildered that all the monsters have disappeared. Stumbling from exhaustion, he hears a system notification in his mind. A clear ding signals the completion of the level 1 quest. The system confirms he defeated all 5,000 monsters and awards him 50 levels. Staring at the notification, he quietly wonders whether his ordeal is really over. The final status update shows his level has jumped to 6,900, a gain of 296 levels. Crying that it's over here, he collapses completely. Lying on the grass, he is amazed by how much endurance he has. A ding announces he can now challenge level 2 of the tower. Given 24 hours, he must decide whether to advance or retire permanently. Flat on his back, he thinks about teleporting out to recover and get stronger. Something about this place feels different, and the quest could disappear forever. The takedown rewards are too good to pass up, despite the risk. Faced with so many unknowns, he concludes there is only one way forward. Sitting up, he knows he must regain his strength before moving on. A sports drink and a high-calorie biscuit will have to do as a meal. Unrolling a sleeping bag, he crawls in for a much-needed nap. Lying on his back, the sky looks blindingly bright. Jolted by frustration, he's certain he won't be able to fall asleep like this. Frustrated, he asks the system to fix the bright sky. He is stunned as the world responds, and day becomes night. Genuinely touched, he finds the system surprisingly nice. Paranoia washes over him as he tells himself to stay calm. He scolds himself, realizing the manipulative system is cruel. Beneath a starry sky, Rin lies in his sleeping bag and vows never to forget that the system is complete garbage. The sun instantly reappears in a blinding flash, making Ren shout an apology and take back what he said. The sky immediately settles into a calm night with a crescent moon, as if soothed by his words. A deeply unnerved Rind shudders, realizing with dread that the system appears to have feelings. Brushing off the whole event as annoying, he rolls over in his sleeping bag and decides it's finally time to sleep. About 10 hours later, Ryan wakes refreshed and pleased with his recovery. Standing in the grassy field, he confirms he has restored most of his health and mana and feels ready for level 2. A sudden realization hits him, and he gasps, unsure how he'll reach the next level. Scanning the empty field, he notes there are no stairs as the system asks him to choose. Knowing he only has to state his intent, he loudly declares he will challenge level 2. The system confirms his choice and announces it is starting his transport. Light wraps around him as his form warps, and he is teleported away from the grassy field. His boots land softly on a new surface, marking his arrival at the next level of the tower. He looks around, surprised by the sterile, artificial surroundings, and wonders what the tower really is. He asks what the next quest is, and the system announces the Reflect Knight. Still confused, he processes the objective and knows he must defeat the target knight. A figure forms from particles of light at the far end of the chamber. The form solidifies into an imposing knight wearing ornate black and white armor. Seeing the design, he recognizes it as similar to the nameless knight and activates his appraisal skill. Shock widens his eyes as the appraisal results begin to appear. A system window shows the knight was created using Ammoniron's exact stats. Stunned, Ren shouts as he realizes the knight is a copy of him and his sword. Now he knows the system must have scanned his data the first time he entered the tower. With no other option, he readies his sword to face the tough challenge. Preparing, he wonders how his new opponent will begin its attack. The reflected knight closes the distance in an instant. Its speed is absolute and human. Barely parrying the lightning-fast strike, Ren curses its incredible speed. Leaping back, he creates distance and knows the fight has begun. Blades lock as the knight notices Rin's sword gives a stat boost against stronger foes. Rin gives a grim smile as he sizes up the level gap, putting the knight at a clear advantage. With the nightstand ready, Rin knows this will be a tough fight from the start. Realizing the knight's power is about level 10,000, he knows it is a worthy opponent. Leveling his sword, he thanks the Reflect Knight for the challenging battle that awaits them. Rin counters the knight's attack, saying its assumption of victory is wrong. Blades collide in a high-speed duel, sparks flying as they trade blows. The close-up shows the raw power as their swords collide with a ringing twang. A little winded, Rin has to admit his opponent is incredibly strong. Even with his skills at full power, he admits he was still at a disadvantage. A chilling realization hits him that the Reflect Knight is using those exact same skills. Cursing, he knows that if the fight speeds up, it will turn ugly. For the first time, his biggest advantage, superior speed, has been completely neutralized. Deciding to try a new strategy, he first has to stop the knight's attack. Planting his foot, he decides to stop the relentless attack with an odd but necessary move. Shouting, he thrusts his hand forward and summons a new weapon, the speed sword. Striking a ready pose with the new blade, he sees its stats appear in an info window. He expects the sword's passive speed boost to narrow the stat gap between them. When the duel resumes, he smoothly dodges the knight's heavy swing. More evenly matched now, their blades clash and screech in a deadly high-speed dance. Desperately searching for a way in, he knows he must find a weakness. The knight is still a formidable opponent, and Rain searches for a single opening to gain the upper hand. A sudden flash of insight hits him, and he says he's found it. Sidestepping another powerful swing, he prepares a new strategy. Reaching into his inventory, his hand moves with purpose. Swiftly, he pulls out a glowing crystal orb and an exploding stone. He throws the stone and it explodes into the knight, stunning it. Leaping back, he feels triumphant that the knight cannot copy his magic items. Smirking confidently, he gets ready to press his new advantage. He gives a single command, evasion, and vanishes from sight. Recovering from the blast, the knight looks around the empty chamber in confusion. It looks left and right, but its opponent is nowhere to be found. From the shadows, a confident grin returns as he finds his opening. Leaping high into the air, he raises his sword to strike from above. He plans to create space for a powerful follow-up attack. A sudden, unnatural shiver races down his spine and freezes him in midair. A chill lets him know when someone else's mana touches him. Smirking, he realizes the knight must also be able to detect enemies. The knight's hand gestures confirm he is using the skill. The knight's form glows and then freezes when his position is pinpointed. It launches itself at his newly revealed position, and he raises the alarm. Defiantly, he parries the lightning-fast assault, refusing to be caught. The high-speed chase resumes, a blur of black and silver moving across the checkered floor. Still undeterred, he grabs another item and tosses a second exploding stone. Another massive explosion tears through the knight, throwing it off balance. Activating his evasion skill again, he vanishes into thin air. Visibly enraged, the knight releases a long, furious screech. Close-up of the knight's helmet, the single eye glowing with rage. Rin watches his enraged foes charge, shouting his battle cry. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as the knight falls for his new strategy and is blinded by rage. The battle of attrition continues as Rin easily dodges the knight's clumsy attacks. A panel shows roughly an hour has passed in their grueling duel. Rin keeps weaving and dodging, his movements smooth and controlled. The knight swings its sword with a loud whoosh, but its movements are now slower and heavier. His long-awaited moment has arrived. The Reflect Knight's legs give out as it stumbles, leaving it unsteady. A weak, unsure grunt escapes it, clearly drained of energy. Rin seizes the opening and charges forward with a cry of triumph. Calling his primary weapon nameless, he declares that it is time for it to fight. In an instant, he closes the gap, and their swords meet with a final deafening clang. The blow sends the weakened knight staggering back, armor groaning under the strain. Ren watches his opponent and is pleased to see it has low MP. He knows his MP is his only advantage over the knight now. After the knight's stats were copied, he reflects on the huge boost to his level and skills. Determined, he uses this hidden advantage to secure his victory. Shouting that he won't give up this chance, he smashes his sword against the knight's helmet. Taken completely by surprise, the knight cannot defend against the overwhelming force. Rin roars, channeling all his new strength into the decisive strike. He remembers leveling up his superhuman strength skill, which further increased his attack power. Grinning fiercely, he dares the now powerless knight to stop him. A helmeted face in the night flickers with alarm as the final assault begins. Rin launches a fierce flurry of strikes, his battle cry ringing as he finishes the fight. A single devastating blow brings the battle to its climax. Ammon lands smoothly after a decisive arcing slash. The Reflect Knight's armor clatters to the floor, the knight finally vanquished. The system confirms he gained 26 levels from the battle. After catching his breath, he sees the quest is complete and gains 100 more levels. Overjoyed, he realizes he has actually succeeded, and his level is now a staggering 7,026. The word clear appears, marking the end of the second level's trial. After his success, he moves on to the next challenge. Entering a vast stone maze, he begins the third-level quest called Battle Trenches. A holographic image shows that his objective is to locate a specific goal point. He realizes the task will not be easy. Monsters are lurking nearby. His intuition proves correct as a skeleton knight and a magician appear in front of him. Amani notes the narrow corridor makes it hard to dodge the magician's spells. Skeletons call for reinforcements and quickly encircle him in the tight corridor. Confidently winking, he says such dangers are easy thanks to his unique skill. Triggering the dungeon teleport, he vanishes as the skeletons strike. The diagram shows his plan to use enemy detection to teleport past foes. He knows he can't keep wandering aimlessly through the endless maze. He activates his enemy detection skill and scans the vast complex. The scan results catch him off guard and leave him confused for a moment. The mental map reveals every monster gathered in one area guarding something. He concludes the dense cluster of monsters is guarding the goal. Doubting that teleportation will work, he decides to rely on evasion. He gets ready to face the monsters, guarding the path to his objective. Leaping into the fray, he vows to take them out before they can call for backup. The blade flashes as he cuts down the undead warriors with precise strikes. After fighting through the first wave, he finally sees his goal. Excitement lights his eyes as he spots the objective ahead. A long corridor filled with skeletons blocks his path to the glowing gold. An overwhelming number of enemies makes the final obstacle daunting. The sound of more skeletons stomping toward him puts him on high alert. His evasion skill is active, but he's alarmed at how close they are. Tension rises as he senses the horde closing in. He steels himself and charges forward into the horde. A desperate full-speed sprint sends him down the monster-filled corridor. Dodging, he becomes a blur and weaves through the undead army. He's fully focused on breaking through their defensive line. Charging forward, he dodges a chaotic barrage of attacks from all sides. By charging recklessly, he draws the entire skeletal legion's attention. Sharp and focused, his gaze settles as he readies himself for the next phase. He must time his next move perfectly before the mages can cast. A brilliant flash briefly disorients the undead horde. Regaining strength, a magician releases a massive swirling vortex of dark energy. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he can't dodge the Wideria attack. Left with no choice, he braces to take the blast head-on. A confident smirk makes it clear he has a trick up his sleeve. Firmly planting his feet on the stone floor, he holds his ground. A cataclysmic energy wave rushes toward where he stands. Moments before impact, he triggers his dungeon teleportation skill. In a flash, he disappears and reappears behind the enemy line. The surprised skeleton magician can only stare as its spell strikes an empty wall. Ammon calls his perfectly executed maneuver a success, his sword at the ready. By surprising them, he finishes off the remaining skeletons in one go. He lands gracefully on the stone floor just as the last monster falls. A notification confirms the quest is complete and awards him another 150 levels. Moving into the next chamber, he is ready for whatever lies ahead. A sudden, unexplained wave of dread washes over him. Entering a torchlit chamber, he notes that the three pedestals seem to be missing something. A bead of sweat forms as he looks at the path ahead. A roiling, chaotic storm of rumbling energy fills the doorway. Vicious ice spears and towering waves of fire churn inside the portal. Slicing winds and crackling lightning heighten the elemental fury. An intimidating portal labeled Chaos stands before him. He senses this challenge is about more than the chaotic doorway. Stepping back reveals the chamber has 4 identical ornate doors. He senses an overwhelming aura of unnaturally dense mana coming from the other doors. A chill runs down his spine. This place feels much more dangerous. Breach the magical barrier and reach the designated location. He finds that every other door hides a monstrous death beast. The beasts embody the 4 elements, including fire and wind. Each of these powerful guardians protects a jewel linked to its element. He must steal the jewels and put them on the pedestals to break the spell. We learn one final crucial detail about the beast. A stunned look spreads across his face when he learns each beast is level 50,000. He's been given the option to retire, but he will be barred from returning. Reeling from the shock, he questions how the monsters could be so powerful. Trying to stay calm, he tells himself he only has to steal the jewels, not fight. Even thinking about facing a level 50,000 monster sends him into denial. He knows his goal is simply to get through the barrier, not to take the jewels. The diagram shows his alternative plan, forcing its way through the magic wall. A vivid vision of a massive explosion instantly shows this plan is pointless. He makes it clear he will not just charge through. Feeling trapped, he wonders if the quest is meant to force him into retirement. Retiring seems the sensible choice, but a memory holds him back. A past vow symbolized by a powerful horned figure steals his resolve. Rejecting the right answer, he chooses his own path. His fist clenches, and his legs refuse to step back from the challenge. Letting out a powerful shout, he vows to finish the quest faster than anyone. Only 4 minutes later, a system notification says the quest is complete. Standing triumphant on the other side, he has gained another 200 levels. The diagram shows his clever solution. Using dungeon teleportation, he bypassed everything. While he reflects on his victory, he receives a bonus reward. A small ornate vial appears in his hand, filled with a shimmering liquid. His appraisal confirms it's a complete recovery potion. Stunned, he realizes this rare, powerful item is priceless. He carefully places the invaluable potion into his item box for safekeeping. Thrilled by the reward, he feels a strong sense of accomplishment. Stressed and grimy, he uses purification magic to refresh himself. After a short break, he steps forward, ready to start level 5. Entering the 5th level chamber, he prepares for the Wise Man's War. Entering the 5th level, Rin wonders if the Wise Man's War quest depends on intelligence. Confident in his intellect, he believes now is the time to reveal his genius. A shadowy figure appears on a raised dais before him, catching him off guard. A massive, hulking gorilla emerges as the shadow solidifies with a heavy thud. Activating his appraisal skill, he reacts with utter disbelief at the sight of a gorilla. The appraisal confirms the creature is a powerful level 10,000 gorilla with glowing eyes. A system box clearly shows the creature's name and its powerful level of 10,000. Sweating, he sarcastically compares the gorilla to the jungle's wise man. A gorilla lunges and Rin curses, realizing the quest is only a brutal fistfight. A powerful blow sends him flying, and he wonders why he's in this situation. The system prompt shows a bonus for defeating the target without using any weapons. Trading blows, he senses a strange, deep understanding forming between them. Panting over the defeated beast, he casually says he finally killed it. System notifications confirm his victory and give him a huge 250 level boost. Officials announce a bonus reward that awards him the title Wise, or Wise Man. His status screen shows the new title and gives a 50% stat boost while unarmed. He remembers the level 6 quest Ultra Evasion when he dodged magic for 3 hours. Panting heavily, he remembers how the attack has intensified, pushing him to his limits. Having survived, he was surprised to find an extra reward. The reward was a magic rebound medicine that cut magic damage by 99% for 10 seconds. Studying the glowing pill, he realizes it's an extremely valuable big-ticket item. Feeling renewed, he pumps his fist, determined to keep his momentum going. He remembers level 7, a stamina test where he cut down endless monsters. Notifications show his level steadily rising during the grueling battle. He steadily gained experience as he fought through relentless waves of enemies. He cleared it and received a takedown reward of 350 extra levels. Level 8 tested his intelligence, and he considered it carefully. Finishing the intelligence test with time to spare, he earned another 400 levels. Level 9 proved the hardest yet and forced him to dodge attacks from multiple monsters. The experience rewards were huge, boosting his level by 66 and then 73 points. He kept leveling up quickly as he fought the high-level creatures. He admits he leveled up faster than ever because of the difficulty. Clearing level 9 gave him 450 levels and a new skill, Revitalize. The skill description says it boosts his stats when his HP falls to 30% or below. Surprised, he says he has never received a skill as a reward before. Zipped in his sleeping bag, he decides the skill is too risky to ever use. Refreshed from his nap, he prepares to enter the final level and allocate his SB. He is deciding how to spend his 12,510 skill points. He is considering upgrading his dungeon teleportation skill, which is at level 18. He briefly thinks about raising it to level 20, but decides against it. Since the utility skill isn't useful right now, he focuses on combat power. A firm beep confirms his decision to focus on his battle skills. He boosts superhuman strength and Gale Wind, using the rest for a mana boost. Drawing on his resolve, he tells himself to stay composed for the final level. A surge of energy surrounds him as he moves to the next stage. He reaches a desolate, windswept slope and is startled by a deep rumble. His eyes widen with alarm as the strange, powerful rumbling grows louder. Sweat beads on his brow as he stares into the distance, uneasy. A colossal horned demonic beast with crystalline spikes stands at the crest of the hill before him. The creature's eye glares menacingly as it emits a low, guttural growl. It throws its head back, its mouth open in a terrifying, world-shaking roar. Lightning crackles around it as it releases its full, overwhelming power. A quest notification appears, declaring his challenge the King of Lightning. System confirms his goal is to defeat the level 20,000 Lightning Beast. A bead of sweat forms on his brow as he takes in the overwhelming power level. Scanning the empty battlefield, he knows the only way out is to fight. Determined, he grips the hilt of his ornate sword tightly. Brandishing his blade, he says he is ready to begin the final battle. Calling to his nameless sword, he announces that this is the last fight. Before the tower's final enemy, he prepares to fight the lightning beast. Seeing the beast's massive size, he knows he cannot hit its vital organs. He chooses a strategy, using his speed to attack its legs and unbalance it. The beast's eye glares down at him as he closes in to attack. Swinging his sword in a powerful arc, he aims for the creature's massive leg. A deafening clang meets his attack as the beast's speed stops it cold. Cursing in frustration, he is thrown back by Perry's sudden attack. Leaping back, he is stunned by how fast the massive creature moves. The beast follows up, leaving its abdomen exposed to a counter. Stunned, he did not expect a creature that size to launch a follow-up attack. Seizing the opening, he yells and lunges to hit the weak spot. He moves in a blur, thrusting his sword at the creature's exposed abdomen. Pure focus shows on his face as he swings his blade with precision. His sword stopped in midair with a loud clang against something unseen. Utterly baffled, he wonders what just happened to his attack. Wreathed in lightning, the beast stands, aware that a level 20,000 monster is not easily defeated. He jumps back, trying to figure out what stopped his blade. He replays the moment and realizes his blade hit an invisible barrier. Shock widens his eyes as he doubts the invisible barrier is real. A new theory takes shape in his mind, and he gets ready to test it. Swinging his sword at the air before the beast, he listens closely. A sudden realization hits him when he hears a faint cracking from the impact. Dodging another stomp from the beast, he feels his mind race with the new information. He tells himself he heard the faintest crack during the test. He realizes the beast is surrounded by some kind of invisible defensive barrier. He realizes that if he keeps hitting it, he can break it. Now confident, he says his plan hasn't changed and he will slice it up. About to re-engage, he freezes, confused by the beast's odd behavior. The beast staggers and emits a low, pained growl as its posture shifts. The growl builds into a full-throated, agonized roar that seems to shake the air. Stepping back, he shudders as he watches, completely bewildered. The beast stomps, and the ground between them crackles with energy. Energy erupts violently from the ground, sending a massive shockwave outward. Debris flies as a vortex of wind and dust swirls around the beast. Smoke rises from the scorched crater, and the air still crackles with energy. Pale and sweating, he reels at the impossible power he just witnessed. Seeing the blasted landscape, he knows he would have been on the brink of death if he hadn't dodged. He admits his survival came down to pure instinct. Luck alone will not be enough. Realizing this, he knows he must overhaul his strategy. He focuses all his senses on tracking the flow of humanity itself. Enemy detection active, he pinpoints the beast's location and prepares to re-engage. A colossal armored beast with crystalline horns emits a deafening guttural roar. Amani Rin moves with impossible speed across the desolate wasteland, evading the beast's earth-shaking attacks. He knows that using his enemy detection skills so widely will quickly drain his MP. Having accepted the cost, he declares it's his turn and launches a fierce counterattack. The monstrous lightning beast bellows in frustration as its nimble opponent keeps dodging. Rin blurs, slipping between the monster's massive crashing limbs with practiced ease. Anticipating the beast's whip-like tail, he slips aside with fluid grace. Holding his ground, he deflects a massive claw attack with his sword. The beast's deflected claw slams into the ground, cracking the stone beneath it. Rin braces himself, his face tight with strain against the monster's overwhelming power. An immense impact shatters the ground as the beast's attack is deflected. Sensing a brief opening in the defense, he says they need one more hit. His blade sinks deep into the beast's leg, shattering its crystalline armor. A triumphant yes slips from his lips as his powerful attack lands. A confident smirk shows he thinks the battle is over and victory is his. The beast's eye glares with raw, unfiltered rage rather than defeat. A powerful new aura radiates from its body as it releases a world-shaking roar. Rin feels another lightning strike coming and braces for the next attack. The enemy detection skill shows nothing, leaving him unsure of the mana's source. He looks up, alarm spreading across his face as he spots the new threat. Directly above them in the sky, a massive swirling ring of pure energy appears. Seeing the beast's suicidal gambit, he bolts away to escape the blast zone. Baring its fangs, the beast carries out its final act of destruction. Rin believes putting distance between them will stop the attack and let him deliver a killing blow. A blinding flash bursts from the beast's position, filling the area. Only able to watch, he stares in stunned horror as the overwhelming power is unleashed. A towering column of fire and lightning shoots up from the ground, shaking the world. Taking in the aftermath, he notes the flashy way his opponent died. Convinced the beast is dead after his assault and its own attack. A flicker of movement in the smoke leaves him completely bewildered. Standing in the crater, he senses a chilling presence and doubts what he sees. The beast comes out of the smoke, surrounded by brighter, more intense lightning than before. He notes it is undamaged, and its defensive barrier is fully restored. He realizes the biggest problem with Dread is that the beast has fully recovered. Sensing the immense power it now radiates, he activates his appraisal skill. This is horrifying. The beast has become the level 25,000 King of Lightning. He reels in terror, unable to grasp the impossibly large number. He remembers struggling with it when it was only level 20,000. Dark thoughts of death, defeat, and total despair fill his mind. Terror fades into a single quiet moment of understanding. A grim smile crosses his face as he realizes what's really going on. He knows the dungeon's final level is meant to be an unbeatable opponent. Doubting the system wants him dead, he defiantly rejects that idea. Fueled by renewed conviction, he points his sword forward, ready to fight again. Roaring, he issues a challenge and vows to surpass his limits here and now. What followed was a desperate, one-sided fight to stay alive. He admits to himself he was utterly overwhelmed. A grazing swipe from the beast's claws sends a sharp pain through his arm. He realizes even a graze is extremely painful, costing him almost 1000 HP. Moving so fast, the beast leaves no chance for a counterattack. He skips dungeon teleportation because it takes too long to activate. Needing to turn the tables, he searches frantically for a new strategy. He shouts to get his attention and unleashes a whip-like electrical attack. The attack surges through the ground straight for the King of Lightning. The electricity connects, but the beast acts as a living conduit for the power. The attack backfires, surging through his body with searing pain. He gasps as he realizes he has lost another 3000 GP. Towering over him, the beast's massive paw comes down as he screams. The immense blow hurls him across the broken ground. Groaning in pain, his HP bar shows he is now in a critical condition. A jolt makes him realize he just lost over half his total HP. Throbbing pain in his hand shows he has suffered another, even worse loss. Maru's powerful ring was indeed shattered to pieces inside his glove. He grits his teeth against the pain, knowing he has several broken bones. The beast lunges again, and he knows he cannot escape the attack. Defiance flares, and he screams he will not let it end here. The beast's paw slams down, shattering the ground around him into a cloud of dust. Amid the settling dust, he stands stunned that he survived. The beast pauses, its massive form crumbling slightly at the edges. It's hard to believe he's still alive after that direct hit. He realizes the answer as his revived skill activates on its own. Realizing his stats just got a 50% boost, he survives the blow. Still clinging to life, he faces a new problem as the beast roars. He has to come up with a new plan while the beast watches him. He's thinking of relying on his boosted stats to attack. Quickly rejecting the idea, he knows it won't work. The beast's defensive barrier cannot be broken by brute force. He also remembers it can redirect lightning, which would be a fatal trap. Reluctantly, he uses the item because he has no other choice. He takes a full recovery potion, his only chance to heal completely. Without hesitation, he opens the vial and drinks the glowing liquid. A bright, warm light surrounds him as the potion's magic takes hold. A gasp escapes him as his HP, MP, and injuries are healed instantly. Now at full strength, he says the real challenge starts. He compares their dynamic to a predator toying with cornered prey. He realizes that none of his weapons can penetrate the beast's defenses. A sudden epiphany hits him as a new idea takes shape. He sees only one way to defeat this impossible monster. Even though the plan is completely crazy, he still wonders if it's really impossible. Rin grits his teeth and wears a fierce, determined grin as the beast charges. He's not running away. Instead, he's fully committed to a reckless plan. Vowing to surpass his limits, he charges straight at the beast. Launching into the air, he soars high. Holding his sword aloft, he prepares a powerful strike. He remembers that an attack's power equals strength times speed. He and the beast are now charging toward each other at full speed. He will turn the beast's own power against it, all his energy, and will go into this one final decisive strike. Letting out one last desperate battle cry, he unleashes his full power attack. Landing from the powerful swing, he is surrounded by swirling dust and wind. Confusion crosses his face as he realizes his opponent has vanished. Rin's eyes go wide with shock as a sudden attack forces him to dodge. Surprised by its agility, he wondered if the beast had really jumped. The colossal monster unleashes a ferocious roar as it prepares to strike. Alarmed, Rin braces for the beast's powerful assault. The creature's paw slams into the ground with earth-shattering force. Electricity crackles as Rin screams in pain, and his health bar drains rapidly. The beast forces its paw down, holding him as electricity surges through his body. He knows the beast's lightning attack is designed to drain him of all life. A confident grin crosses his face as he challenges the beast's assumption. The armored beast crackles with power, its eyes glowing with evil intent. Pinned to the ground, he confirms the lightning is not causing much actual damage. He reveals his secret. A magic rebound medicine protects him. Roaring, the beast is surprised. He managed to dodge its full-force attack. Ren calmly reveals that being pinned down was part of his daring plan. He knows the beast will stay still, waiting for him to die. This buys him several precious seconds for his gambit. The beast roars in frustration, demanding an answer to why he will not die. Rin realizes it's too late. His skills have already activated. A surge of power triggers his dungeon teleportation skill. Although he hasn't tried this before, it should work in theory. In a dark, pulsing space, he gets his sword ready and smiles confidently. A cunning grin makes it clear this place is still in the dungeon. A single decisive thought confirms his successful teleportation. Rin declares he is now inside the beast's body as it roars. Earlier that day, Hannah shouts angrily and demands that her brother come home. An annoyed screech escapes her as she complains about her ruined dungeon practice day. She looks at her phone and grumbles that he's a real piece of work. Needing to go, she quickly texts him. Bag in hand, she confirms she's leaving the apartment. Quickly, she slips on her shoes and is ready to head out on her own. Opening the door, she says her destination is Sumafuku Dungeon. As she walks away, she promises he will hear about it when she returns. A colossal tower looms on the horizon, quietly witnessing her resolve. Now the beast convulses as a light bursts from inside. Rin remembers his plan to teleport inside and strike from within. He confirms the beast's defensive barrier does not shield its internal organs. Letting out a battle cry, he launches a rapid series of slashes to finish it. His blade slices through the monster's vital organs. He makes an opening and for a moment, excitedly sees the outside world. Shock registers when he sees an unexpected but familiar face. An electric jolt hits him. The medicine that prevented a magic rebound has worn off. The beast's internal pressure forces him out, flinging him through the air. Thrown back, the beast roars and lunges to finish him. Using his sword, he blocks the creature's massive jaws and wobbles from the impact. Shouting defiantly, he calls the beast's attack a nice try. Kicking off the beast's snout, he launches himself onto its armored back. Roaring in agony, the beast thrashes as Rin runs along its spine and slashes relentlessly. A battle cry erupts as he pushes himself to his absolute limit. Enraged, the monster growls and thrashes wildly to shake him off. At last it moves more slowly because of the accumulated damage. Rin feels his revived skill kick in, greatly increasing his speed. The beast's eye glares with hatred as it readies a final strike. Gathering its last strength, it makes one final desperate lunge. Ren braces for the final charge, knowing it will leave the beast exposed. Planting his foot, he braces for the monster's last desperate attack. A blur of motion and raw rage, the beast barrels past him. Seeing the opening, Rin launches high above the beast. Raising his sword, he prepares for the final decisive blow. He screams and brings the glowing sword down. He drives his blade deep into the back of the beast's neck. A low groan escapes the monster as its massive body wobbles and its life fades. Its eyes widen in shock from the fatal blow as it stumbles. The colossal beast collapses onto the ravaged ground with a final thud. Panting heavily from the monumental battle, Rin drops to one knee. A system notification confirms he has gained an astonishing 1232 levels. Additional rewards appear, confirming the quest is complete and awarding extra levels. Panting, his face flushed with exhaustion from the thrill of victory. Standing over his foe, he quietly tells himself he did it. The full status screen shows his incredible power and final level gains. The screen shows his new standing at level 13,212. He notes he has finally passed the 10,000 level. He recognizes his power, but knows he is not top-ranked yet. He thinks time is the biggest obstacle to gaining true power. With the distant peak in view, he feels sure he's getting closer to his goal. Hands on his hips, he considers his next move. Scanning the area, he checks for any final level-up rewards. He would find it disappointing if there were no other prizes. A notification appears announcing 3 conquest rewards, which excites him. The first reward is a skill called Battle Barrier, which puzzles him. A screen shows the skill, and a mount creates a barrier with a 60-second cooldown. A jolt makes him realize this is the Lightning Beast skill. A wide, excited grin spreads across his face at this great find. Remembering the beast's barrier, he realizes he can take bigger risks. Pumping his fists, he celebrates the new strategies now available to him. Bright-eyed, he eagerly looks forward to the 2 remaining rewards. The system announces the second reward is an item determined by his stats. Energy surges through Rin as the system analyzes him. Analysis is complete and authorizes the rare classification of Bloodlust Eater. The title Bloodlust Eater strikes him as brutal and disturbing. A bright light bursts in front of him as the new item appears. Shielding his eyes, he thinks this might be the second reward. A strange buzzing fills the air as he gets ready to use appraisal. Startled, he recoils from the unexpected sound and sensation. The system reports an error saying he has not met all the conditions. He looks stunned as the system says the reward can't be given. He shouts in outrage, protesting that he worked so hard for this. Playfully, he pleads with the system to find out if it bent the rules for him. Instead, they receive a consolation prize of information about the dungeon. Based on his data, this information is the most valuable to him. Seeing it as a strange turn of events, he is puzzled by the unusual prize. Rin thinks about the many secrets of the dungeon world that only he knows. He wonders about basic mysteries, like where dungeons come from. Reaching for the glowing orb, he hopes at last to get answers. The system reports the analysis is complete and will give a consolation prize. Ryan stares at a screen that has just appeared, unsure if it is a hologram. Knowing it can show him pictures, he eagerly challenges it to reveal its secrets. The holographic screen comes to life with a low, steady hum. Complete shock covers Rin's face. A shadowy woman looks at a similar screen, unsure what she is seeing. The scene shifts to the E-rank Sumafuku dungeon beside the mysterious tower. Adventurers talk, aware the tower is nearby, but knowing little about it. Hannah, a young woman, steels herself for her second dungeon dive. A man greets her, and she notices how few people are left. Hana recognizes Yanagi-san and greets him warmly. She confirms her brother is away after he asks if she is traveling alone. Yanagi's face darkens as he murmurs that her situation is a shame. Hana is clearly confused and shaken by his ominous comment. The instructor reassures the trainees about the dangers of the deeper levels. The leader orders the party to line up and march into the dungeon. Standing alone, Yanagi tells himself it's really a shame. Inside, the instructor teaches the first exercises to defeat skeletons. Determined to do her best, Hana joins a group of 3. The sword feels light as she swings it, thanks to her new stats. She remembers picking the weapon to hide her secret stock skill. At her group's call, she charges forward with a determined cry. Trainees clash with the skeletons in a chaotic mock battle. Hana delivers a clean, powerful slash that shatters a skeleton's skull. Confident in their battle readiness, the instructor praises their performance. A piercing, terrified scream suddenly cuts his lecture short. A sudden, horrifying sound from the shadows makes Hana flinch. Startled, she turns and tries to make sense of what is happening around her. Terror widens her eyes as she faces the unseen threat. A gnarled shape steps out of the darkness, rustling ominously. A monstrous trant with a malicious expression looms over the trainees. Horrified, the instructor wonders why a monster of this level is here. Panic rises among the trainees as they realize this is not part of the exercise. An instructor casts a fire spear spell while an adventurer dodges the trend. A massive fiery explosion erupts as the spell connects with the train. A roaring inferno consumed the monstrous tree. Trainees watch, their hope briefly stirred. Smoke clears to reveal the trance swaying, but completely unharmed. Convinced it should be weak to fire, the instructor stares in disbelief. Trainees panic, fearing for their lives. Katajiri, another instructor, orders an immediate evacuation while he holds the monster off. Refusing to leave Yanagi to fight alone, he argues with him. Yanagi in the CIS category join the others to protect them from additional threats. Vanishing, he reappears before the Trant to buy the group some time. Hana reels from his sudden, impossible disappearance. With incredible agility, Yanagi dodges the Trant's powerful attacks. He says that since the adventure is focused on speed, he can put it off. Katajiri's face hardens as he considers the dangerous plan. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly accepts the proposal. He agrees to give Yanagi 10 minutes to escape to the surface. Katajiri leads the panicked trainees and promises to protect them during the emergency. Terrified, the group rushes into a dark, narrow tunnel. Hana pauses and looks back at Yanagi, fighting the monster alone. She decides to go back and help him fight. Suddenly, a hand grabs her ankle and trips her mid-stride. A cry of pain and surprise escapes her at the unexpected attack. She was sent tumbling and hit the dusty cavern floor hard. Turning, she stares at her attacker in complete confusion. She sees that another trainee, Ivy, tripped her. She tells the others to wait as they run down the tunnel. A hand clamps down over her mouth, muting her frantic cries. For a moment she struggles, realizing she's being silenced. Watching in horror, she sees the others leave her behind. A hand lets her go, and another girl quietly shushes her. The girl with bunny ears gasps and pushes herself back. The girl says the Treant switched targets, and she reacted quickly. She urgently warns Hana to get away from the danger. A shadowy tendril slashes through the spot where Hana had just been. A shudder runs through Hana as she realizes she was only moments from death. The rescuer tells her the group is gone and they are now alone. Yanagi, the red-haired adventurer, turns to a girl named Amin. Wearing a serious expression, he says he needs a favor. He asks to use Amin's unique skill to help them escape. Completely stunned, Amin is taken aback by the sudden, strange request. The girl with bunny ears harbors doubts about the plan's effectiveness. Yanagi apologizes and explains how he found out about Amani's hidden power. His intuition skill warned him about eavesdroppers during an earlier practice run. He overheard Amani masking her true power with a secret skill. Shocked, Amin realizes he knows her most valuable secret. Yanagi understands the limits of copying a level 1 skill. He says confidently it won't be a problem for his plan. He will explain his strategy in detail later. He asks to copy her bullet skill and offers his hand. Yanagi activates his stock skill as Amani nods nervously. The system window defines the powerful 1-inch bullet LV skill. Yanagi explains that the skill's power does not depend on the user's stats. He figures Amin can unleash a much more powerful blast than he can. Amani knows that if this desperate plan fails, they will all be dead. Grimly determined, she commits to give it her all. Yanagi thanks her while towering as a monstrous tree and prepares to strike again. Ordering her to wait for his signal, he rushes forward to join the fight. He attacks the Tran with a furious flurry of slashes. He pushes himself to the limit to force an opening. He barely avoids a crushing blow from the monster. Grabbing a Tran's tendril, he pulls with all his strength. He manages to pull the massive creature off balance. Seeing the monster vulnerable, he yells for Amani to attack now. Hana shouts with determination and unleashes a devastating torrent of dark energy. The massive treant is fully engulfed and starts to crumble. The severed limb drops limply onto the cavern floor. Hana stands victorious over the fading remains of her powerful foe. A system notification shows her level rose by a staggering 452. She voices doubt that she really defeated it and feels the victory was anticlimactic. A triumphant voice calls to her companion Yanagi, celebrating their success. Hana turns to Yanagi, who stands calmly amid the smoking ruins. Yanagi breaks into a sharp, predatory smile as she watches. Hana beams with excitement as they celebrate their teamwork with Yanagi. Yanagi reveals coldly that staging the entire situation was worth it. Despite her victory, Hana feels a sudden jolt of confusion and unease. Yanagi quickly acts innocent, smiles, and says it was nothing. She credits the victory entirely to Hana's power. Hana is bewildered, unsure whether she imagined the sinister comment. Yanagi walks away smiling serenely, steps steady and deliberate. A placid, almost unnaturally calm expression stays on her face as she moves. A powerful shiver runs through Hana as she feels something is deeply wrong. Adventurer Katajiri arrives, footsteps echoing as he lets out a relieved sigh. Hana gasps at the sound of his footsteps coming closer. Katajiri rushes in and asks if they're both all right. Yanagi's expression tightened, showing annoyance at the sudden interruption. A deep feeling that the situation is wrong grips Hana. Yanagi smiles and smoothly lies to Katajiri about the other's safety. Katajiri then asks how they were able to beat the monsters. Yanagi says her magic was useless and credits Hana entirely. Smiling bluntly, she reveals that Hana has an excellent, unique skill. Hana reels in shock and horror when her secret is suddenly revealed. Yanagi laughs and says Hana must have hidden her skill on purpose. This new, unreported information completely baffles Katajiri. Flustered, Hana urgently asks Yanagi why she would say that. Yanagi shrugs off the concern, saying she figured it would be fine. Her calm, chilling expression confirms her thought. Narrowing her eyes, she speaks her thought aloud in a menacing tone. She tells her companions that Katajiri is about to die. From her sleeve, a small, ornate dagger slips into her gloved hand. Moving in a blur, she lunges forward and drives the blade into Katajiri's chest. Blood spurts from the fatal wound as the sharp blade makes contact. Stunned, Katajiri coughs, unable to believe the sudden, brutal betrayal. Frozen, Hana can only stare at the attack in stunned, uncomprehending horror. With a cruel smile, Yanagi says she thought it was fine. She tells Katajiri she's going to take his advanced magic skill. His eyes widen as he realizes the full horror of her plan. He gasped when he realized she was singling him out to steal from. In his final moment, he is seized by pure dawning terror. Falling to the ground, his lifeblood pools around him. Hana freezes as she realizes someone has just been murdered in front of her. Yanagi casually plans to get rid of the body and pin the blame on a monster. She pauses briefly, then remembers her true goal. Her face grows serious as she remembers her main goal. Hana recoils in terror when Yanagi turns to look at her. Yanagi calmly tells Hana that she must die too. Trembling, Hana asks whether Yanagi means to kill her. Yanagi says she is grateful that Hana can copy skills perfectly. Terrified, Hana asks what she could possibly mean by this. Yanagi reveals a unique skill called Plunderer that steals skills from the dead. Hana realizes with horror that her skill will be stolen. One tear of pure dread slides down her cheek. Hana accuses Yanagi of deliberately creating the whole situation. She uncovers a plot to isolate and kill her for her skill. Yanagi calmly confirms that Hana's accusations are completely true. Using her Tamer skill, she asserts control over the dungeon. She admits she gained the Tamer skill by killing its previous owner. Hana remembers a news report about Tamara's suspicious death in a dungeon. Yanagi looks pleased and honored that Hana has made the connection. Grinning maniacally, she admits to being the killer who claimed the skill. The admission leaves Hana completely speechless. Yanagi thanks Hana, saying her research was worth the effort. Pointing, she says it's time for the final touches. The system chime startles Hana, who is terrified. She learns she has been chosen as the plunderer's target. Yanagi announces that her preparations are now complete. She says she can only target people she's had direct contact with. Having set her trap, she asks if they should end this. Hana's survival instinct screams that she must run to avoid being killed. Launching into a desperate, all-out sprint, she runs for her life. She feels faster all at once and realizes she just leveled up. Yanagi sees the fleeing girl and orders her Tran to catch her. Dark tendrils of shadow burst from the ground and close in on Hana. The strike slams into her chest, sending her reeling. She fires a bullet spell in a desperate counterattack. Shocked, Yanagi thinks Hana should have been out of MP. It dawns on her that Hana must have used the MP Hana gained from leveling up. Spotting an opening, Yanagi lunges at the unguarded Hana. She appears instantly before Hana and asks where Hana thinks she's going. Moving at blinding speed, she closes the distance. A brutal blow sends Hana crashing onto the cavern floor. Her HP bar shows she lost half her health from a single hit. She knows one more hit like that will finish her. Yanagi notices Hana has leveled up more than she expected. She decides to try out a new skill she learned. Black fire swirls into an orb in her palm. This advanced magic, she explains, comes from Katajiri's stolen skill. Watching quietly, Hana's expression shows apprehension. Yanagi prepares to unleash the final lethal spell. On the ground, Hana isn't ready to die yet. She realizes she has some sense of what death is like. A memory takes her back to her family home years earlier. She remembers her brother telling her that their parents' plane crashed. A collapsed dungeon on a deserted island caused the crash. I remember a tragic plane crash caused by flying monsters that came from a dungeon. She remembers a family photograph from when her parents were declared missing, not dead. Grieving, she remembers how her older brother, her Oni-chan, always supported her. She remembers with gratitude how he held her hand and was always there for her. I still feel deep guilt because I fear her constant crying robbed me of the chance to grieve. Her long-held wish to apologize to him stays on her mind. Unable to bear any more sorrow, she whispers an apology into the void. On the cavern floor, she lies, tearfully apologizing to her brother for everything. A large ribbon that held her ponytail comes loose and flutters to the rocky ground. A single tear falls when a sudden, powerful memory hits her. Her gloved hand reaches for the ribbon she hadn't noticed had fallen. A brilliant flash marks a return to a pivotal moment in the past. Rin, her brother, is surprised to see her call out her name, Hana. Somber young Hana quietly says good morning to her brother. Rin greets her with a warm, affectionate smile. It was the first time she had left her room since the tragedy. Gently, her brother invites her to sit at the dining table. Behind her, he ties the ribbon into her long dark hair with practiced ease. Once he finishes, she looks in the mirror and asks what he is doing. Ren says the ribbon is a present and comments on how much her hair has grown. Admitting his styling is messy, he asks whether she wants to fix it herself. Blushing slightly, she refuses firmly, wanting to keep it as it is. Admiring her reflection, she smiles softly, showing she likes it. Hannah tries one more time to finally offer the apology she's been holding back. Gently placing a comforting hand on her head, he tells her she doesn't have to. Feeling guilty, she admits she put herself first while he supported her. Calmly, he reassures her that it's fine, his expression warm and understanding. Rin says a big brother must protect his little sister. He wants her to know he would never resent her for relying on him. He now wants her to lean on him when she's sad. He vows to protect her without fail if she calls for his help. He vows to become stronger and stronger whenever he is not strong enough. His devotion leaves Hannah deeply moved, her eyes wide with unshed tears. She whispers thanks, and he replies warmly that it's only natural. A gentle pat on her shoulder closes their tender moment in the sunlit kitchen. Back in the present, she closes her hand around the ribbon as the memory comes back. She suddenly realizes her brother would never ask for an apology from her. She realizes her desire to apologize was selfish and meant only to ease her guilt. Facing her, Yanagi charges a dark energy blast poised to end the fight. A torrent of energy surges from him, directed straight at her. Terror seizes Hannah as she looks up, knowing she cannot possibly survive the powerful attack. She decides to trust her brother's promise until the very end. A memory of her brother promising to protect her if she calls for help flashes through her mind. She clutches her scarf and lets out a desperate, heartbreaking scream for her brother. She squeezes her eyes shut and waits for the end as a bright light bursts. A calm voice cuts through the chaos and tells her to leave it to him. Kneeling in the cavern, she sees her brother's silhouette standing before her. Rin stands between her and Yanagi, his sword drawn and ready. Stunned and relieved, she cries out her brother's name in disbelief. Rin remembers the system's vision, the information he valued most. He wondered if Hana's vision of fighting, a Traiant, was happening now. Panic and denial flooded his mind, and he could not accept that the horrifying scene was real. After analyzing the situation, he found a level 10,000 variant was highly abnormal. The terrifying truth was clear, and if he didn't leave right away, Hana would be in danger. The vision showed Yanagi attacking Hana, and that pushed him forward. The scene felt wrong, but he pushed the feeling aside. Screaming at the system, he demanded to be sent to her side immediately. Once the system confirmed his intentions, it teleported him out of the tower. A bright flash of light marks his exit from the isolated space. Reappearing in a forest, he stands before a massive remote magic tower. He looks up serious as he takes in the strange, urgent events. At the base of the tower, he stands among trees with a few other people. Rin doubted the strange dungeon and the vision he was given as a consolation prize. The experience offered no answers, but he focused on the current crisis. Using his evasion skill, he raced to Hana, ignoring the usual rules. Shouting with determination, he sprinted away from the tower at incredible speed. A voice he couldn't see encouraged him, saying he could do it. Grim determination hardens his face as he speeds through the dense forest. Leaping through the trees, he becomes a black blur against the sky. Entering the cavern with his sword drawn, he stands between Yanagi and the fallen Hana. Hana looks up at him, her face frozen in total shock. Arriving at the perfect moment, Rin watches with a gentle, reassuring smile. Calmly, he sheathes his sword while Yanagi and Hana watch his every move. He kneels before his sister, who can barely say his name. He holds her tightly as she sobs and tells him he really came. Rin holds her and says warmly that he came because he's her brother. Gently pulling back, he offers her a recovery potion and asks her to drink. Hana takes the vial, gratitude and relief showing on her face. Gently, he pats her head in a familiar, comforting gesture. He praises her for being brave and reassures her that she is safe now. Hana sniffles and accepts his comfort as Yanagi watches them from a distance. Yanagi breaks the silence and demands to know how Rin arrived. Quickly changing his question, he demands to know why his spell failed. Yanagi shouts Rin's full name, demanding he answer his questions. Rin staggers briefly, then slowly turns to face his opponent. Gone is the gentle expression, replaced by a cold, hard glare. He asked in a chilling tone whether Yanagi was trying to kill Hana. Smirking, Yanagi proudly admits he was trying to kill her. Explaining his motive, he says he had to kill her to steal her skill. A shadow falls over Rin's face as he confirms he understands completely. A heavy, suffocating silence fills the cavern as the three remain locked in a standoff. Yanagi taunts Rin for not answering and readies another attack. Raising a hand, he orders the wounded Trent to stand again. A stunned Hannah stares, her eyes wide with disbelief at the monster's return. A monstrous, shadowy trance stirs, regenerating its form and preparing to fight. Hannah realizes the attack failed because it wasn't at full strength. Yanagi points at Rin and orders the creature to attack him directly. A dark, whip-like tendril lashes out from the treant at incredible speed. The shadowy appendage surges toward Rin, who holds his ground calmly. Fearing for his life, Hannah screams a warning to her brother, convinced he's about to be killed. Hannah stands frozen with fear, convinced the powerful treant will crush her brother Rin. Racked with guilt, she is convinced he will die because she needed his help. Rin stays unnaturally calm as he locks his gaze on the approaching threat. He raises his hand and calmly orders the monster to leave. A sudden, overwhelming force appears as a blur of chaotic motion lines. Massive explosion of raw power erupts and completely destroys the formidable trend. Yanagi and Hana stare in disbelief, trying to understand what just happened. As the smoke and debris settle, Rin stands unharmed by the blast. He locks his gaze on his adversary and says his name in a low, threatening voice. An empty transition panel highlights the sudden, dramatic shift in the confrontation's power dynamic. Yanagi watches, his face a mix of shock and grim determination. With cold certainty, Rin declares he will take Yanagi down here and now. Perched above, Hannah is stunned by the immense power her brother just displayed. She doubts the person who fought was truly her Oni-chan and wonders how that could be. Suddenly, she realizes a hidden truth as the pieces start to fall into place. She remembers he never explained why he had the conceal skill he lent her. The truth settles in her mind. He had deliberately hidden his true power. Yanagi shatters the tense silence with a manic, mocking laugh. The screen tone panel intensifies his deranged, unsettling amusement. He is completely amazed by Rin's incredible feat of strength. Yanagi scoffs at the idea that a level 5,000 adventurer could defeat a trance so easily. Rin's eye twitches with annoyance as he retorts that he never claimed that was his level. Yanagi reveals his unique skill plunderer, which lets him see anyone's level by touch. Recalling their first meeting, he reveals a crucial detail he learned then. He says he always knew Rin was hiding his true power, just like he was. Rin's silence confirms it, so he takes it as a yes. From across the cavern, he admits he was disappointed to see only Hana at first. With deep concern, Hana watches as Yanagi laughs, seeing Rin's arrival as a lucky break. Pointing his sword, he says he'll deal with Rin first to keep him from interfering. Terror widens Hana's eye as Yanagi announces that his skill wishes to change its target. He says his skill can target only one person and insists she agree to the change. Hana screams that she refuses, but Rin calmly tells her to do it. She protests and he calmly reassures her that he will be fine. Meeting her gaze with steady confidence, he asks her to trust him. After a brief, intense pause, she decides to trust her brother. Blushing, she lowers her head and quietly agrees. System notification confirms Hana is no longer the plunderer's target. Another message tells Rin he is now the target and the decision is final. Rin processes this and concludes the fight is now much easier for him. He is sure Yanagi won't attack Hana while she's in the designated target. Now his objective is simple. He only needs to defeat Yanagi. Yanagi sneers at their family bond, mocking Rin for not abandoning his sister. Completely confident, he rejects the idea that Rin could beat him. He summons his opponent forward with a single arrogant command to come. Rin freezes, a jolt of alarm running through him as he senses an unseen threat. Yanagi summons a powerful army of high-level monsters that appear around him. Ariane uses appraisal and is shocked to confirm they are all above level 10,000. Realizing that if Yanagi can tame these monsters, his level must be even higher. Rin remembers hearing that Yanagi was level 5,000, which now seems impossible. He correctly deduces that Yanagi must have a conceal skill to hide his true power. Yanagi's face breaks into a sinister grin as he confirms Rin's deduction. He claims his true level is over 10,000 and that he has stolen powerful skills. Surrounded by his beast, he says Rin stands no chance of defeating him. Yanagi stomps the ground, raises his sword, and vows to kill Rin for real. One of his monstrous summons, a steed wrapped in lightning, unleashes a powerful electrical blast. Yanagi points his sword and shouts at Rin to die as his beasts charge forward. A lion-like creature covered in flames joins the attack, its eyes glowing with magical energy. Calm, Ren summons his own nameless, greedy powers to prepare. He raises two ornate blades that screech as they are charged with the power of men. Moving in a blur, he sends out a devastating whirlwind of slashes. Yanagi watches the explosion, convinced that even a level 10,000 adventure couldn't survive. Confidence drains from him as he stares into the clearing smoke in shock. Rin stands at the center of the blast, completely unharmed by the magical attack. With dawning horror, Yanagi realizes that Rin somehow erased every single spell. Staggering back, he notices that even Rin's clothes are undamaged. Ren lunges forward in a blur before he can recover. The sudden aggressive move catches Yanagi completely off guard. Noticing Rin has a defense against magic, he orders his beast to stop him. Rin narrows his eyes and considers switching to a physical attack instead. Yanagi orders his snarling orc king to engage Ren in close-quarters combat. The hulking beast brings its massive polearm down in a strike Yanagi believes is impossible to defend against. Unfazed, Rin feels time slow as he dismisses the attack. A flicker of movement sends his blade cleanly through the orc king's weapon and torso. Yanagi stared at the display, wide-eyed and slack-jawed with astonishment. Rin launches into the air, a whirlwind of deadly grace cutting down the last beast. Monstrous summons cried out in guttural pain and shock as they were dispatched. In its final moments, a dragon-like creature roars one last time as it dissolves into nothingness. Rin lands gently among the fading remains of the monstrous army. Frozen in place, Yanagi screams with a mix of rage and terror. Rin rushes forward again, his face showing a cold, steady focus. Yanagi barely parries the strike, grunting from the force of the blow. He braces for a follow-up attack, his body tenses, ready to defend. His eyes widen in shock as Rin's free hand starts to glow. Rin pulls his sword back, and it suddenly bursts into a strange, multicolored aura. Yanagi notes 4 distinct colors: crimson, peach, sky blue, and yellow. Rin, cold and determined, issues a single command: release. A burst of magic hurls Yanagi back, his arms sizzling from the burn. Raw energy bursts from Rin's sword and engulfs his opponent. Stunned, Yanagi sees Rin, who seemed immune to magic, using it against him. As the energy fades, Yanagi sees that one of the 4 colors is missing from Rin's blade. He links the erased spells to the powerful magic just unleashed. Pure terror fills his face when he realizes the truth. A horrified cry escapes him, his voice breaking at the impossible truth. Both he and Rin recognize the weapon's true nature as a plunderer sword. From afar, Hana confirms the discovery and identifies Rin as a user who plunders. Rin levels greed, his glowing blade at Yanagi, ready to strike again. He says he'll take it all as a panel explains his sword's ability to steal magic. Both fighters clash again, their blades a blur. Yanagi crosses his 2 swords into a defensive stance, ready for Rin's next move. Rin says the single command, switch, as he prepares to change his weapon and tactics. Rin switches weapons mid-battle, equipping a sleek speed sword with impressive stats. Yanagi, his opponent, remembers a past clash and estimates Rin's levels at 10,000 to 13,000. Yanagi shrugs off Ren's former weapon, confident his speed will decide the outcome. Convinced agility is the key to victory, Yanagi engages Rin in a high-speed duel. Rin's counterattacks hit him immediately with sheer speed and force. Each sharp clang of their blades makes him realize a terrifying truth. Yanagi reels back in disbelief as he realizes Rin's physical abilities far surpass his. He wonders how Rin's level could have more than doubled so quickly. Despair washes over him as he fears his imminent doom. Seeing his advantage, Rin decides he must use a different approach to finish the fight. Yanagi curses Rin's short, irritating sword that completely neutralizes his abilities. A frustrating memory comes back of him, complaining that half the skills he stole are magical. He knows Rin's magic-stealing blade won't just cancel his spells, it will turn them back on him. Accepting the physical confrontation, he decides to rely solely on his swordsmanship. His new strategy is to hold a patient defense and strike at the first opening. Rin has a different plan, lifting his glowing dagger to release its stored energy. A massive magical blast erupts from the blade, catching Yanagi off guard. Yanagi's face twists in shock as the sudden attack overwhelms him. The impact rips a deep gash across his torso, making him grunt in pain. With growing horror, he realizes his counterattack won't be fast enough. Rin keeps the pressure, leaping through the air to follow up his successful attack. Wounded, Yanagi defiantly says he is not done yet. His injured body is giving out, and he cannot make the counter in time. Rin clenches his fist and calls on his wise man skill to make an unarmed strike. Yanagi is completely puzzled by this sudden, strange change in tactics. Rin drives her glowing fist into Yanagi's midsection, delivering a devastating blow. The punch's force slams Yanagi into the cavern wall. Collapsing into the rubble, his health bar takes a massive hit from the impact. He can't grasp the unnatural power of Rin's bare-handed punch. Confusion floods his mind as Rin closes in, leaving him unsure of what is happening. Drawing his blade again, Rin prepares to deliver the final blow. Closing the distance in an instant, he moves swiftly and decisively. Pinned under rubble, Yanagi feels his ribs crushed and can barely move. The fear of being robbed again drives his growing desperation. Knowing his survival depends on it, he must risk everything. A fire of resolve lights his eyes as he decides to risk everything. A powerful aura surrounds him when he activates his trump card, One-Wing Flight. Aware of the skill's danger, he knows he has no choice. Anger twists his face as he vows to kill Rin at any cost. Driven by desperate power, he lunges forward at blinding speed. Confident he believes this single, impossibly fast strike will win. An unseen force halts his blade in midair with a sharp ting. Equally shocked, Rin expresses confusion at the unexpected deflection. An invisible, solid barrier has protected him, he realizes. Yanagi's surprise hardens into resolve. He won't hesitate to push through. He challenges Rin to see how long the barrier will hold. He launches a furious, non-stop barrage of slashes at the invisible shield. Rin holds his ground, but the relentless assault clearly wears him down. A thin crack forms in the barrier, indicating it is about to give way. Yanagi grins, sure the barrier has a limit, and prepares the final blow. Sword raised high, he is ready to shatter the failing defense. As Rin lunges, he again points his magic-stealing dagger forward. A concentrated burst of energy hits Yanagi and knocks him off balance. The strike sears Yanagi's flesh, but his determination remains unshaken. Ren realizes it was a close call now that he's used his last stolen spell. Yanagi sees only the finishing blow left and readies a charge. Rushing forward one last time, he shouts that this is the end for Amanda Rin. Closing in, Yanagi sees Rin standing perfectly still. Rin is completely focused, won't lower his guard, and will use all his power. Yanagi freezes at the cold, resolute look in Ren's eyes. Ren's intense gaze makes him hesitate. Quickly dismissing the feeling, he is certain his final strike will secure victory. Rin knows Yanagi's fatal mistake was acting without knowing his own unique skill. At level 20, Rin activates his true trump card, ×0. The world warps and Yanagi is surrounded by afterimages of Rin striking all at once. A cold, detached mask of focus settles on Rin's face as he unleashes his ultimate skill. Yanagi screams in agony as the inescapable attack relentlessly pounds him. He names the power Instant Chain Teleportation, a godlike form of swordsmanship. The attack's speed and force leave him reeling and stunned. He sees that this phenomenal power is Ammoniron's hidden ability. Badly wounded and bleeding, Yanagi resorts to a desperate survival tactic relying on enemy detection. Rin knows he must turn the tables, aiming to force Yanagi to use his last spell. With a firm step, he braces for his next move. Stumbling back, Yanagi curses as he barely dodges another lightning-fast lunge. Rin closes the distance instantly, a blur of motion. Grabbing Yanagi's arm, he catches him completely off guard. Rin utters the word release, and the hilt of his sword glows with buzzing energy. Yanagi's eyes widen in shock at the sudden burst of power. We need to act now. A brilliant flash of light sent Yanagi flying backward. Confidently, Ren says his opponent fell for the trap. Yanagi skids across the broken ground, carried far by his momentum. He realizes the previous attack was a feint to draw out his final spell. Activating ×0 himself, he taunts Rin for relying on a single trick. Spinning, he swings his sword to stop Rin's teleport. His confident expression shifts to confusion when Rin is not where he expected. Rin holds his ground, clutching a glowing, card-like object, and says release. With calm, focused eyes, he releases the stored magic. A brilliant flash of light erupts from the object toward his charging opponent. A massive electrical surge engulfs Yanagi, rapidly draining his HP. He collapses, smoking and defeated, stunned that Rin still has magic. A terrifying realization starts to sink in for him. He realizes Ren didn't just attack, he reabsorbed the spell he was tricked into casting. Facing his opponent, Yanagi can only think of one word: monster. He admits Rin is better than him in every possible way. Runes are absolutely superior in physical abilities, weapons, skills, and thought processes. After losing, Yanagi forces himself to his feet and admits Rin is stronger. A final spark of defiance lights his eyes as he shouts he will not yield. In a final desperate move, he throws one of his swords at Rin. This unexpected move catches Rin off guard. Surprise turns to horror when he sees the sword aimed not at him, but at Hana. Amano Rin stares at his opponent's desperate gambit, stunned. A piercing scream of terror rings through the cavern. Hana looks up, visibly terrified. Rin's face tightens in disbelief as the trap unfolds. Yanagi says the victor is the one who survives. Opting to kill Rin, he abandons his plan to use Hana's skill. Yanagi throws a sword, expecting Rin to teleport into the path of his killing blow. Using calm resolve, Ren activates his time-0 skill. Yanagi shouts, stunned by Rin's sudden move. Rin materializes right in front of Yanagi, blocking his charge. Yanagi asks why Rin blocked him as the sword flew toward Hana. An invisible barrier around her deflects the thrown blade. Yanagi's eye widens as the truth sinks in. He discovers Rin had used the barrier to protect his sister all along. Yanagi realizes Rin's earlier shock was only an act to trick him. Rin stares down his outmaneuvered foe with a cold expression. Cold, steady resolve fills his eyes. Furious, Yanagi yells Rin's name and charges forward. Rin tells him calmly that he made the wrong choice. Rin's swift slash severs Yanagi's hand at the wrist. Yanagi stares in stunned disbelief at his own severed limb. Rin rebukes him for touching someone he should never have touched. He raises his ornate sword to deliver a powerful two-handed strike. Fury twists his face as he calls Yanagi's actions unforgivable. Terrified, Yanagi watches as the massive blade descends on him. A brutal tearing sound follows the blow as blood sprays. A fatal gash opens across Yanagi's chest as he cries out in pain. He slumps forward and falls near Hana's feet. With a final heavy thud, he strikes the barren earth. Yanagi lies motionless in a spreading pool of his own blood. Rin tightens his grip on the sword hilt as the battle's tension eases. Rin stands over his defeated enemy and quietly declares his victory. On the ground, Yanagi looks up with a tired, accepting expression. His heartbeat slows as he accepts complete defeat. With grim irony, he realizes he has been in Rin's palm the whole time. He remembers Rin's superior skills in his merciless final blow. As he draws his last breath, he asks Rin if he has ever killed anyone. Rin says coldly that Yanagi will be his first. Smiling darkly, Yanagi calls him a true monster. Ren remembers the first time he killed, his hands trembling. He still carries the crushing weight of taking a life, even in self-defense. He admits he lacked that cold resolve back then. Yanagi vows to watch how Rin uses his extraordinary power. Rin instantly gains 121 levels when his opponent dies. He gains the Plunderer skill, which is now reset to level 1. He knows the skill can only be removed with the target's consent. Rin realizes that Yanagi, as he was dying, must have chosen to pass the skill to him. He turns away from the corpse and bows silently. He vows not to become like Yanagi, even if he has the same power. He says that although it seemed like an easy win, it went down to the wire. The two new powers that sealed his victory were greed and time-0. Using both powerful weapons at once drained a huge amount of his MP. He admits just how dangerously intelligent his opponent was. He knows one wrong move could have killed him. Putting the dark thoughts aside, he goes to Hana to check on her. Overwhelmed, Hana calls his name and throws herself into his arms. Pressing her face to his chest, she admits how scared she was. He apologizes for being late, but she explains what is causing her fear. Tearful, she admits she was terrified he almost died for her. Fear for his life had overwhelmed her. Rin strokes her head gently and murmurs her name to soothe her. He says it's over now and that he's glad she's safe. He asks if the thrown sword hit her. Cheerfully, she explains that the battle barrier he cast protected her. The skill description confirms it can be cast on targets other than the owner. Rin remembers casting the barrier around her as soon as he arrived. Hana says she cast it on herself again after the cooldown ended. Admiring him, she says he is very strong. Rin apologizes for keeping his true power hidden from her. Now Hannah understands why he had to, because she had been targeted herself. He says he'll explain everything when they get home, and she agrees. He decides to tell her the whole story of how he gained his strength. Right now, Hannah is simply grateful to be safe. Rin gazes at her as emotion wells up inside him. He starts to show deep relief. Kneeling before her, he tells her he is relieved she is safe. Adventurers are gathered outside the Sumafuku dungeon tower. The crowd murmurs, anxious about those still inside. An adventurer is worried that Yanagi and Hana still haven't returned. A figure emerges from the dungeon's dark entrance. Hannah walks out alone, tired but determined. Relieved, the other adventurers rush to her, still wondering why she had been left behind. Flustered, she starts to tell the cover story. She says a monster attack separated her from the others. Hana's name is called as the others ask about Yanagi. Rin runs up to the group, timing his entrance perfectly. Out of breath, he apologizes for being late to her practice. His inner thoughts show he teleported in to avoid suspicion. He lays out his full plan to sneak out and build a perfect alibi. A member of the Dungeon Association announces backup is on the way. 20 minutes later, grim news that Yanagi and Katajiri had died spread. An adventurer brings a magical stone slab found beside the bodies. Ren and Hannah watch the discovery unfold. The slab's text shows Yanagi killed Katajiri. One adventurer doubts it and wants to verify the information. Someone else links Yanagi's plunderer skill to another mysterious death. The association leader decides they need to reopen the previous case. As the others agree to the investigation, Ren listens. He admits he prepared the slab and hid that he and Hannah were there. He couldn't let Yanagi get away with his crimes, but he had to keep his own secret. A young Dungeon Association member examines a magic slab left anonymously, puzzled. Her boss insists on investigating, despite the person's wish to remain anonymous. He orders her to question the other adventurers about anyone suspicious. Addressing the group, she apologizes for the incident and asks for their cooperation. Ren and Hannah remember being asked about the monsters and how the victims acted. In the end, their involvement stayed secret, and they were allowed to leave. That evening, the residents of Amon were calm beneath a starry sky. A sudden knock at the door startles Ren as he rests in his room. He opens the door and finds his sister Hannah peeking inside. Clutching a pillow, she asks shyly if she can sleep next to him tonight. He smiles warmly and nods, knowing she must be scared. Lying together in bed, Hannah can't remember the last time they did this. Turning to her brother, she thanks him sincerely for coming to save her. Gently, he pats her head and reassures her that, of course, he will. Moonlight fills the room, and she admits she feels a little sad. A serious look crosses her face as she explains her feelings. Her goal in becoming an adventurer was to protect herself. Disappointed, she admits he had to protect her anyway. Rin is surprised she shared her reasons so soon because she hadn't expected to. He's worried the trauma may have weakened her resolve. Hannah's expression hardens into fierce determination. Clenching her fist, she vows to grow strong enough to protect others. Deeply moved, Rin is sure his strong-willed sister can do anything. He tells her he understands how she feels. He reassures her she doesn't have to pursue her goals alone. Playfully winking, he teases her for leaving him so soon. Hannah gets flustered by his teasing, a blush spreading across her face. A small, exasperated sigh escapes her. His caring nature overwhelms her, and she pulls the covers over her head. A comforting silence settles over the room as the night deepens. They tell each other good night and settle under the covers. The narrator says they slept soundly until morning. A nostalgic image shows them sleeping peacefully, as they did when they were children. A few days later, a foot crunches on the grass. A colossal, futuristic, remote tower of magic rises in the distance. Ren says it feels like it's been a long time since he was last there. Hannah stands by the tower wall, preparing to teleport to the dungeon. Her hand on the wall meets only silence. Not surprised, Rin realizes this dungeon works differently. Displayed is his dungeon teleportation LV 20 inches skill, showing its powerful parameters. He wonders why the skill won't activate through the 400-meter wall. This dungeon has always had strange anomalies, he remembers. Every level had its own sky, making each feel like a separate world. That memory leads him to a startling new theory. He concludes the tower's interior exists in a completely separate space. That massive structure is a dungeon outside their world. Realizing this frustrates him, because it means he cannot get his third reward. He also wants to know how the system decided to show him information about Hannah. The system read his heart and showed him that Hannah was in danger. The system's voice comes to mind, encouraging him and calling him by name. The voice sounded oddly nostalgic and genuinely emotional. Looking up at the sky, he asks what the system is thinking. With his fist clenched, he demands an explanation for why dungeons and levels were created. He sighs in disappointment when he gets no response. Realizing it's a dead end for now, he turns to leave. He decides to press the system for more answers later. Suddenly his senses scream a warning, and his eyes widen in alarm. A swish alerts him to an unexpected presence. Landing gracefully, a beautiful blonde woman confirms his identity as a modern Rin. Turning, his face freezes in shock at the sudden appearance. Calmly, she says her name is Claire. In the field, she says she came specifically to meet him. The scene cuts back to the Azuki Guildmaster's office the day before. With a warm smile, the Guildmaster greets Claire as she enters. Claire is surprised to find a photo on his desk. A young man with dark hair is in the photo. The image clearly shows Amon Ren. The Guildmaster teases her, asking whether the young man appeals to her. He slides the photo across the desk and offers it to her as a gift. Claire exhales in frustration while holding a photo of a man. She wants to know who the young man in the photo is. The Guildmaster says Rin's name was mentioned and he wants to recruit him. He instructed Claire to bring Rin to him directly. Claire doubts it, remembering reports that Rin wasn't very strong. The Guildmaster explains that it was only on the surface. He says Rin is hiding his true abilities. Claire demands to know what his assumption is based on. He hands her a confidential document and she accepts it with a soft sound. She recognizes it as the report about the murder that took place during a dungeon practice. The Guildmaster warns her his next words are confidential. Taking it in, Claire processes the information with her gaze on the guild's modern exterior. She thinks Rin is here because his sister is involved. Remembering Rin and Hana explains why he rushed to the scene. The Guildmaster reveals a new mystery, a magical stone slab found at the scene. Claire identifies the object and reads the words carved on it. The slab records the events of the murder, left as a clue. The text implicates Yanagi and notes he had a skill called Plunderer. It appears someone killed Yanagi after he murdered Katajiri. Claire can't understand why the killer left that evidence. The Guildmaster agrees this is strange, since leaving nothing would be safer. He says Yanagi was a suspect in other similar crimes. The association concluded that an unknown killer had slipped out of the dungeon. The Guildmaster notes Amani Rin appeared before the investigation began. He says Ren could have entered and exited using a special skill. Giving a triumphant wink, he says his theory is solid. Claire admits Rin needs immense power for his theory to hold. She doubts he could actually defeat foes above level 10,000 on his own. Although Rin's career was short, the Guildmaster was sure he was capable. He reveals that Rin's unique skill is a form of teleportation unlike anything they've seen. Claire is stunned to realize how much power this ability would give her. A sharp-featured man suggests that a skill once useless has since evolved. Emerging from the shadows, he confidently says this person also beat the Kenzaki dungeon boss. Claire realizes he could have used his skill to get into the sealed boss room, and he confirms she's right. Looking at the man's photo, she understands why he must hide that ability. Somber, she admits she knows firsthand how much damage too much power can cause. Standing in the Guildmaster's office, she asked why she had been picked for the recruitment mission. The Guildmaster gushes, saying his daughter is the cutest and more convincing than an old man. Sighing, Claire realizes he has no intention of giving her a serious answer. Curious about the target, she accepts the assignment, much to her father's delight. He slides a document to her that contains the Amani family's address. Holding the paper, she thinks about how easily he can get private information through his connections. Studying the photo, she tries to imagine what a Monterance is like. Startled, Amon sees a figure appear before him near the colossal tower. A striking blonde woman appears on the grassy hill, catching him completely off guard. Her sudden appearance leaves him utterly dazed and speechless. Claire looks at him with a questioning look that confirms who he is. Startled, Amon stammers, asking who she is while she wonders if something is wrong. Because they're the same age, she says they can be informal and asks him to call her Claire. Awkwardly, he agrees, and she calls him Amani-san in response. Ammon feels inwardly flustered by the odd pace of their conversation and by her continued formality. He asks directly what she wants, pointing out she must have investigated him to find him here. Claire is startled by his keen insight, her hand going to her mouth. She apologizes for making him uncomfortable and promises to be quick while he asks what she wants. With a serious, determined look, she announces her intention to recruit him into her guild. Surprised by the offer, he hears her confirm it's a formal negotiation from her guildmaster. His mind races, trying to understand why a top guild would suddenly scout him now. She says she is with the Yazuki Guild, which is headquartered right here in the city. Amani remembers the name, and that his acquaintance Yui joined the top guild in Japan. Claire formally invites him to the guild headquarters to speak with the guildmaster. Weighing the pros and cons, he decides if the guild's support is worth the trade-off. Instead of joining a guild, he chooses to level up on his own. Suddenly, an intense sense that something is wrong flashes through his mind. Knowing he has hidden his true power, he is deeply suspicious of the top guild's offer. Determined to learn their true motives, he agrees to hear her out. Beyond his logical reasoning, a deeper intuition tells him something is at work. A strange, unexplained feeling convinces him this is something he must not let go of. Firm in his decision, he gives a simple yes. He agrees to go and talk, and Claire thanks him gratefully. A sleek white car arrives, and she motions for him to get in. When he gets in, he sits next to Claire, and the car feels tense. He feels an instant, invisible hostility from the driver in the front seat. Yagami gives him a cold, dismissive look in the rearview mirror. The snub is deliberate and unmistakable, and Amani must figure out where the hostility comes from. Claire calmly tells Yagami to drive, while Amani takes in the hostile atmosphere. He shrugs off the feeling, telling himself it's all in his head while the car stays silent. Amani asked Claire if she had investigated him, only for this recruitment. She says she originally planned to go to his house, but spotted him by the tower. She calls their meeting a lucky accident, and he accepts it quietly. Her knowing his home address sends a chill down his spine. Unease flickers across his face when he learns about her thorough investigation. A massive energy shockwave tears through the city streets. Amani identifies the high-density mana burst, something that should only happen inside a dungeon. Claire's grim expression confirms his fear, and the dungeon is collapsing. Yagami adds that as long as the final boss is alive, monsters will keep coming. Claire points out the direction, and they realize which dungeon is collapsing. It comes from the B-rank Shiranui dungeon, with a staggering recommended level of 15,000. Stunned, the man realizes this dungeon is at a higher level than any he has ever challenged. Claire apologizes and says their meeting is postponed because they are heading to the scene. Surprised, he learns she intends to fight, and she confirms she is going. Ammon sees a collapse as dangerous because it often doubles a monster's strength. Knowing that a fight would reveal his true power, he chooses to leave. A determined glint appears in his eyes as he clenches his fist despite the risks. With new resolve, he looks at Claire and says firmly he will go too. His sudden and unexpected decision leaves her taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. A flashback shows Amon's plans from a few hours earlier that day. Preparing for an experiment at home, he packed his bag for a dungeon dive. He planned to use dungeon teleportation to re-enter the isolated magic tower. A fierce battle was expected, so careful preparation was needed for the multi-day ordeal. A news report covered an adventurer who became the youngest person to reach level 100,000. Tired of seeing the same news story about the record-shattering S-rank adventurer, he had enough. A decisive click of the remote turned off the television. There was no time to worry about anyone else's achievements. He urgently needed to become as strong as possible, as quickly as he could. Wearing full adventurer gear, he said he was ready to go. Walking to the tower, news about the S-rank adventurer kept replaying in his mind. He couldn't explain it, but it felt like a premonition of meeting her. A car races down the road, its sudden jolt reflecting the urgency of the situation. Claire challenges a man's decision to go to the collapse, but he says he knows the risk. He thinks he can at least help evacuate the citizens. The driver steps in for Ammon as she tries to protest further. Yagami says they have no authority to order him around because he is acting on his own. They arrive at their destination, grim-faced as they take in the scene. Adventurers have surrounded the Shiranui dungeon tower and are battling a horde of monsters. Amon is relieved that a fragile defensive balance is holding. They approach the defenders to help and ask for a status update. A female adventurer says monsters keep appearing one after another without stopping. She says everyone is doing everything they can just to hold them off. Claire asks whether any parties went after the final boss, but none have returned yet. Ammon knows the protocol. A B-rank collapse requires at least an A-rank adventurer. Requiring a level of 20,000 means the situation is far more serious than it seems. A dreadful realization hits him, and his hand tightens into a fist. A violent tremor shakes the ground, knocking the adventurers off balance. Amani feels the tremors from the earlier collapse and knows exactly what they mean. Part of the dungeon wall bursts outward, sending a spray of stone and dust. A massive, muscular figure appears, a horned monster with a single eye. Its sudden emergence throws adventurers into a panicked rout. Amid the chaos, Ammon calmly uses his appraisal skill. These results are terrifying. Cyclops level is 40,000. Amani is stunned by the number, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other adventurers stand frozen in despair, unsure how they can possibly fight it. Amid the chaos, a monorail decides he can't just stand by and let people die. Determined, he decides to fight, ready to reveal his true strength to stop the monster from killing anyone. A wave of doubt washes over him, leaving him unsure he can truly face such a powerful foe. He figures his skills, and his nameless sword could rival a level 40,000 beast. The grim reality hits him. One strike from the Cyclops would kill him instantly. The main problem is he's outside the dungeon, surrounded by other adventurers. This area severely limits his abilities, stopping him from using his main skills, dungeon teleportation, and time zero. With his usual tactics gone, he accepts there is no choice but to fight. Preparing to charge the massive Cyclops, he shows clear determination in his eyes. With a firm grip on his sword, he lunges at the overwhelming foe. A calm voice cuts through the chaos and asks Amani to please stay back. Amon skids to a stop, his face frozen in shock and confusion. S-rank adventurer Claire steps in front of him, her face calm but resolute. Focusing her power, a glowing snowflake crest forms in the air before her. Positioning herself directly between Amani and the roaring Cyclops, she prepares to engage. Ammon urges her to stop and warns that her actions are reckless. Flustered and amazed, he watches her prepare to face the monster alone. Calmly, Claire reaches out toward a glowing crest. With a single chilling command, she activates her ability by saying the word cursed. A magnificent block of pure crystalline ice appears from the light in front of her. Amani grasps the hilt and stares, astonished to find the weapon is an ice sword. Everything blurs into horizontal lines that show her impossible speed. Two other adventurers watch in awe, stunned by her movement. Now Claire stands ready, her ice sword held steady as she radiates immense power. A mask of concentration covers her face as she moves faster than the eye can follow. The Cyclops pauses, confused, its club raised as the ground shifts around it. Shocked, Amani wonders if she vanished by teleportation. He quickly realizes this is not teleportation, but a speed so fast the naked eye can't follow. A vertical slash of light cleaves the Cyclops before it can react. Ammon and his companions stand frozen by the sudden attack. Claire soars through the air in a graceful arc, showing breathtaking skill. Flashing past the monster in a horizontal slice, she is a silver streak. Focused, she delivers an impossibly fast, decisive blow. Landing softly behind the Cyclops, she finishes her attack. Standing with her back to the monster, she sends a trail of icy energy that bisects the beast. Ice crackles as the Cyclops' head splits apart and its form disintegrates. Both halves of the colossal monster crash down to the ground on either side of her. Ammon and the other adventurers stand in stunned disbelief at the overwhelming display of power. A news report flashes through his mind about her record-breaking climb past level 100,000. He looks at her, now understanding who she is, and doubts she really is Claire. A quieter, earlier conversation with her comes back to him. He remembers her saying she hadn't told him much about herself except for her guild. In that memory, she told a surprised Amani that she belonged to the Yatsuki Guild. She now formally introduces herself as Kisaragi Claire, Japan's 12th S-rank adventurer. Shortly after Claire's decisive victory, the immediate crisis passed. Moving through the rubble, she reports all surface monsters are gone. This latest adventure shows some people were injured, but no one died, leaving Claire relieved. Gratefully, Ammon admits that facing the monster alone would have ended badly. When Dungeon Association officials arrive, Claire Claire steps aside and explains the situation. Ammon notices that, unlike him, Claire does not hide her immense power. He marvels at how she, at only 19, has such incredible strength. He thinks visiting her guild Yuzuki could reveal why she grew so quickly. Finishing the conversation, Claire says it's time for them to leave. Asked to lead the way, Amani is briefly flustered, but then agrees. Before they leave, Claire says she needs to do something first. Approaching the corpse of a large reptilian monster, she plans to salvage its valuable parts. Moments later, she finishes her task and rises from the fallen beast. Smiling softly, she turns back to Ammon and asks whether he is ready to go. They arrive at the Yasuk Guild's large, modern headquarters. Ammon arrives by car and is impressed by the magnificent building, a fitting home for a top guild. Claire leads him through the automatic glass doors into the spacious lobby. Walking down a pristine corridor, they are greeted by other guild members. Wearing a ribbon in her hair, a woman offers Claire a polite good morning. A livelier girl with pigtails calls out to Claire-chan in a cheerful voice. Amani notices the surprisingly large number of young members in this top-tier guild. He realizes that the most powerful adventurers are usually in their 30s or 40s. Seeing the friendly greetings, he notes that Claire seems popular. She downplays her popularity, saying it comes from being the guildmaster's daughter. Amani is stunned by the revelation, since it's the first time he's heard of it. Claire leads him to the double doors and says this is the guildmaster's room and knocks. A voice invites them in, and they enter the office with Amani visibly nervous. He notices the man behind the desk and feels a brief flicker of recognition. He can't remember where he might have seen the authoritative-looking guildmaster. Claire formally reports the dungeon collapse to Guildmaster Kisaragi Daisuk when Manny arrives. Daisuk turns to Amin, welcomes him, and introduces himself. Asking Amani about a past recruitment attempt jogs his memory. A flashback shows a man in a suit offering Amin a card, leaving him stunned. It dawns on him that the guildmaster himself tried to recruit him a year ago after he left the King of Unique. Needing a private conversation, Claire politely excuses herself from the room. Closing the door behind her, she leaves Amin and Daisuk alone. Seated opposite each other, Daisuk gets straight to the point. As Daisuk is about to make his offer, Amani speaks up with a pressing question. Daisuk studies him intently and calmly invites him to ask his question. Amani asked why he had been recruited so suddenly and whether it was for the same reason as before. Hoping for a simple yes, he would feel some relief. Daisuk smiles and says Amani's assumption is half right and half wrong. He recognizes Amon's skill, but thinks his potential has already been reached. A dramatic pause comes before he gives his true assessment of Amani's power. His face sharpens into an intense look as he speaks directly to the man. Daisuk accuses Amin of hiding his power from everyone. Flustered, Amani asked what the basis of the claim was, knowing Daisuk must have proof. Daisuk's confident expression proves Amin was right to be afraid, and he has solid evidence. Two specific events he cites are the Kanzaki dungeon collapse and the Sumafuku dungeon murder incident. He looks straight at Amani and asks whether that explanation satisfies him. The truth hits Amani. Everything about him is exposed. Facing Amin's demand for proof, Daisuk laughs and agrees to explain his reasoning. Amani's narration confirms that, to her frustration, most of Daisuk's suspicions were correct. Daisuk starts his explanation by admitting that Amin's teleportation was once seen as inferior. He correctly predicts that evolving skills could make incredible feats possible, such as warping objects. Amin suddenly realizes that Daisuk has discovered the true value of his skill by bypassing the dungeon cooldown. Amani Ren pretends to be shocked to throw the guildmaster off his trail. Confident his deduction was right, the guildmaster gives a knowing wink. Understanding Rin's past, he empathizes with Rin's desire to hide his improved skill. The guildmaster notes Rin's extraordinary growth. She gained 10,000 levels in 1 year. He warns that if this power became known, trouble would follow. The guildmaster promises his guild will support Rin when she can no longer hide. Ren knows this is exactly the support he needs to keep Hannah safe. Testing the guildmaster, he asks whether the guildmaster truly wants a murderer in his guild. The guildmaster counters that Yanaga's killer had a strong sense of justice. Expressing his philosophy, he welcomes adventurers who act without hesitation. Rin thinks about the rising conflicts worldwide since dungeons appeared. Top adventurers are now as valuable as military weapons on the world stage. Major powers are now seen as enemies by other countries, redrawing the world map. To stay safe from those threats, he asked for help. Ren stays silent, taking in the guildmaster's words. Thoughtful, he weighs his options. He believes the guildmaster has seen his true power and is sincere. He sighs and realizes he's been cornered. He admits defeating the orc general and stopping Yanaga's rampage. The guildmaster smiles, admiring someone who knows when to fold. He formally invited Rin to join the guild. Rin apologizes and, to the guildmaster's surprise, refuses the offer. The guildmaster narrows his eyes and demands to know why not. Ren says he wants to keep diving alone, not with a party. He says his teleportation ability works only for him as a matter of efficiency. The guildmaster admits a party could hold him back. He says a party would let him fight stronger bosses. Pressing Rin, he asks if he is sure about letting that opportunity pass. The guildmaster then suggests joining on a provisional basis. He proposes a trial period where Rin can continue working solo. In return, he asks whether Rin would dive with a high-ranking adventurer. Ren is stunned when an image of a powerful blonde woman appears in his mind. Admitting his interest, he hopes to learn how she got so strong. The guildmaster reassures him that a gag order will keep his secrets safe. He says this is his final offer of trust. The guildmaster formally asks Samani Rin to announce his decision. Rin weighs the risk of his secret being exposed against the possible rewards. He agrees to join on a provisional basis with newfound resolve. The guildmaster celebrates the decision, leaving Rin bewildered. They discuss the terms of his provisional membership. After the meeting, Rin uses his item box to change clothes and gets ready to go home. A voice calls to him and asks what he's doing there. A puzzled expression crosses his face. Ray and Yui stand before him in an unexpected reunion. He stammers their names, clearly stunned to see them here. Wide-eyed with shock, he struggles to understand how this is happening. The scene moves to the waiting room, where Rin wonders how this situation happened. Blonde Claire asks if something is wrong. Ren remembers running into his friends shortly after joining provisionally. He told Ray and Yui the news, and they decided to talk it over. Next, they moved to the waiting room and found Claire there. A waitress brings them drinks as they settle at the table. Awkward Rin sweats slightly under the other guild members' scrutiny. Almost everyone is looking at him, curious about the new member. Ray breaks the silence and says she's surprised he joined Yuzuki. She explains she joined after realizing the limits of solo adventuring. The guildmaster had singled her out for her unique skill. Yui cheerfully admits she is surprised to see Rin-senpai. She asked what changed his mind, and he replied vaguely. Yui shows sincere affection, glad he joined in vowing to do her best. Rin rescued her when she first became an adventurer, she reveals. Claire realizes that Rin is the senior Yui looks up to. Flustered, Yui begs Claire not to say that out loud. Seeing Yui panic, Rin realizes Claire must be telling the truth. A warm glow fills him, pleased that Yui has been speaking well of him around the guild. Rin offers Yui a small portion from his plate. Ray pouts and says it's unfair that only Yui gets a treat. She breaks into a frantic, rapid chant of Rin's good points. Praise keeps pouring from her as she eats. Fed up, Rin quiets her with a piece of food. Ray stops mid-chant, cheeks bulging with food. Rin thinks she's adorable, like a little animal eating happily. Yui asks if he's okay because he hasn't eaten, and he chooses an excuse. Smiling brightly, he says he is on a diet right now. The girls react instantly and strongly to his comment. A menacing aura radiates from all three, shattering the atmosphere. Rin is totally confused by their sudden dramatic change in mood. Yui and Ray insist he eat their sweets, saying they enjoy watching him. Feeling overwhelmed, Rin reluctantly agrees to eat their offerings. He looks at Claire, who stays quiet and watches. Claire looks down at the delicate sweet on her plate. For a moment, she looks up, thoughtful. Returning her gaze to the dessert, she seems to make up her mind. As she lifts her plate, a faint blush colors her cheeks. She slowly offers him the plate of sweets. She says firmly that she will not give these to him. Rin is stunned by her own unexpected, opposing reaction. Feeling overwhelmed, he quickly eats the rest of the sweets to calm his nerves. After a final sip, he says he's full. Taking a long sip from his cup, he tries to compose himself. A shaky breath escapes him as relief finally settles in. Once he calmed down, the group resumed their casual conversation. At last, the hectic day ends. The next day, Rin faces the C-rank cousin dungeon, prepared for a new challenge. A grim determination shows on his face. He opens his status screen to review his preparations. Reviewing his dungeon teleportation skill, he notes its limitations. After visiting many dungeons, he is here to conquer them. Determined, he activates the dungeon teleport. Materializing inside, he gauges its difficulty against past challenges. In the Kusa dungeon, golems and kobolds are common monsters. Amon realizes his old caution is unnecessary now that he's over level 13,000. Choosing not to take the cautious path, he activates his dungeon teleportation skill. In a series of bright flashes, he darts through the dungeon's long stone corridors. Arriving at the bottom in an instant, he wonders whether this smooth progress is really okay. Setting aside his doubts, he decides to confront the boss behind the large doors. Before him stands the dungeon's final guardian, a level 800 ice golem wreathed in energy. Determined, he summons his unique, powerful sword called Greed. A single powerful slash cuts through the air, a brilliant arc of light across the monster. The bosses were defeated instantly because of the huge level gap, and he gained 12 levels. After a smooth first round, he decides to keep this blistering pace. After a long wait, his 60th win came as he repeatedly beat the dungeon. A notification confirms he has reached the victory cap and grants a 30-level bonus. He knows he has reached the dungeon limit and will get no more rewards. After completing more than 10 dungeon conquests, he wonders what will happen to his title. A description for the dungeon crawler title appears, promising special benefits to its holder. He is disappointed to find the title still at 10/10s with no extra special rewards. His hope of trying the magic tower of isolation again is gone. The status screen shows he reached level 14,367 and has a massive SB pool. With 16,210 SB, he weighs which skills will best support his future plans. A menu shows him options to upgrade current skills or learn new ones. He holds off on new stat-boosting skills, like endurance for now. A finger hovers over the screen while he reviews his remaining skill options. His utility skills are for difficult dungeons, not his current speedruns. At first, his item box was just a simple backpack. At level 5, it can store weapons and even valuable monster corpses. Determined, he decides that prioritizing his item box is the best choice. He focuses on his two most vital skills, dungeon teleportation and battle barrier. Battle barrier is described as a vital defensive skill that acts as a monoshield. His fight with Yanagi reminds him the barrier must be stronger. He plans to level it up later, since he'll be grinding safe dungeons. With his options narrowed, he feels he has no choice left. Finding the high SB cost of his teleportation skill odd, he wants to know how it came to be. After deciding to go ahead, he taps the screen to confirm the upgrade. System message announces his dungeon teleportation has reached level 21 and changed. The skill's requirements have changed, and it now lets you teleport in every dungeon. Shock spreads across his face at the game-changing revelation. Now he can enter dungeons he's never visited. Amani is thrilled to discover he no longer has to wait for cooldowns on new dungeons. He points out the distance hasn't changed, so it won't help the magic tower. He uses his leftover SB to upgrade his item box from level 5 to 6. Clenching his fists, he promises to use this evolution to level up even faster. The skill description explains his new ability to teleport freely within dungeons. Now Amani holds his sister Hana's hand as a new chapter begins for them. He checks on her and she tells him she is fine. He thinks about how worried he is that she might be too traumatized to keep adventuring. Her resolve brings him a deep sense of relief. They stand together at the entrance to the Nimi dungeon, ready to conquer it to gain strength. He says he returned to the dungeon to see how Hana had grown. Hana was asked to recount her recent battle against the adventurer Yanagi. He discovered Hana's level had skyrocketed after she defeated a powerful monster. The surprising news made him ask to see her status screen. On the screen her stats appear, level 521 and several powerful skills. Stunned, he realizes she gained more levels in days than he did in a year. He suspects his sister may be one of the fastest levelers in the world. He recalls her promise to become strong enough to protect herself and others. Motivated by the memory, he now mentors her in the dungeon to help her. Finding a quiet spot, they plan how to use her SB level. He opens her skill menu and says it's time to begin. Hana asks which skills matter most, and he notes the highest peak cost. He explains sincerely that all of her skills are valuable. He tells her to raise body strengthening to LV10 to unlock 3 passive skills. He tells her to learn close combat to get the most out of her skill copy. The notification confirms she spent 490 SB to raise body strengthening to level 10. He then shifts focus to how important the copyability of her core skill is. Hannah knows that mastering it could let her defeat much stronger opponents. They note its current limitation and suggest aiming to copy skills up to LV5. He tells her to set it to LV2 for now to see the change. Determined, Hannah agrees and taps the screen to confirm the upgrade. A notification says her skill copy ability can now duplicate 2 level 2 skills for 20 minutes. Hannah asks whether this balanced growth is good, and he says it's the ideal path. His praise fills her with joy, her face breaking into a wide smile. He waits to see her in battle before spending her remaining SB. Shortly after, they face their first opponent in the dungeon. Before them stands a wiry, menacing level 400 goblin. Nervous yet determined, Hannah's face shows both fear and resolve as she confronts the monster. Amani asks if she can handle it and replies confidently that she can. Stepping forward, she prepares to face the high-level monster alone. He equipped her with a short sword and had her copy his skills. Hannah charges, shouting, and deftly dodges the goblin's initial swing. Amon watches closely as she engages the goblin in a blur of movement. He expects her to win, but the goblin unleashes a powerful attack. Ammon's eyes widen in shock as he sees the attack about to land. A goblin's club slams into Hannah, knocking her sword from her hand. Pressing its advantage, the goblin lunges forward to end the fight. Hannah reels backward, weaponless and exposed as the monster charges. Ammon tenses, aware the situation is dangerous and that he may need to step in. A narrow view reveals the brick wall of the dungeon corridor. Stunned, he watches Hannah stay calm. Using her bare fists instead of a weapon, she shatters the club. Stunned, Amani is speechless at her own sudden, incredible display of power. Sweating nervously, he watches Hannah standing over the defeated goblin. Turning to him, she smiles, flashes a peace sign, and announces her victory. Humming happily, Hannah makes Amani think she has nerves of steel. She says using battle barrier on her fist blocked the damage. Amani is surprised because she never thought to use the defensive skill offensively. He notices Hannah has a natural knack for quick, unconventional thinking in battle. He concludes Hannah would perform best at a party, rather than in his solo style. Maximizing skill copy requires allies with strong skills, not a specific party. He decides the best path for her is to join a guild. Joining the Yuzuki Guild is essential for his sister Hana's future, he concludes. He knows the guild master will recruit Hana, but he still doubts the guild's trustworthiness. Hannah sees her brother deep in thought and asks him what is wrong. He snaps out of it and quickly brushes off her concern, saying it's nothing. He decides to help her, knowing the final choice of guild is hers. Renewed in purpose, he suggests they find another monster, and Hana agrees enthusiastically. 1 hour later, the aftermath of another successful battle unfolds. Seeing Hannah get tired, he suggests they stop hunting monsters for the day. He then factors in her limited schedule as a high school student. Since the walk back is long, he decides it's better to clear the dungeon. Turning to Hannah, a bold new plan takes shape in his mind. He suggests they clear the whole dungeon and says he wants to try something. Hannah is stunned by his sudden, bold proposal. Grabbing her arm before she can answer, he tells her they are leaving. 30 minutes later, he kills the boss with a single hit, earning Hana another 12 levels. Hana hesitantly calls to her brother outside the cleared Nemi dungeon. Dressed casually, Hannah pouts, and he secretly finds it quite cute. She scolds him because Princess carried her straight into the boss's room without warning. Knowing she had fun, he doesn't mind her light-hearted complaints. Hannah exhales wearily, her frustration fading. He's a little puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. Forgiving him, she understands he did it all for her benefit. Smiling brightly, she reaches out and invites him to walk home. His gaze returns to her, gentle and warm. Clasping her offered hand, he gives a firm, reassuring grip. They walk hand in hand along the city sidewalk. After lunch, he walks Hannah back to their house. The afternoon is still young, so he heads out again. His next destination is a much more dangerous and demanding place. A determined trio of high-level adventurers marches forward. The powerful party moves forward with grim determination. Every member of the elite group appears ready for a serious battle. Awestruck by the seasoned adventurer's strong presence, he arrives. This area is charged with a strong, tangible energy. Before him stands the imposing B-rank Suzuka dungeon, a level 10,000 challenge. He feels he belongs, as if he's one of them now. He thinks about his improved dungeon teleportation skill that lets him enter new dungeons. Getting ready to use his unique skill, he starts his next challenge. Leaping forward with determination, he prepares to take on the B-ranked dungeon. An infographic shows that higher difficulty dungeons have more and wider levels. Suzuka Dungeon is a massive 50-floor labyrinth that normally takes days to clear. He says he will not challenge it in the usual way. He has zipped through the levels using his teleportation skill. In just a few minutes, he was already on the 30th floor. Moving forward, he hears a sharp hissing sound. He spins around, senses snapping to attention at the new threat. He faces a level 8,000 rock lizard with extremely tough scales. Relieved, he realizes this is the first monster he's encountered so far. Choosing to fight helps him keep his combat experience balanced. He calls forth his unique weapon, the magic-stealing sword Greed. He regards his nameless swordsman title as enhancing his bladed weapons. Eyes locked in intense focus, he readies himself to confront the beast. Lunging forward, his sword glows with contained power. The rock lizard snaps at him and delivers a powerful bite. Effortlessly dodging, he dismisses the attack as too slow. Moving at blinding speed, he is a blur of motion. Appearing behind the creature, he is already swinging his sword. The lizard twists to bite, but he is already leaping away. He notices a weak spot between the scales on the monster's neck. Shouting, he drives his blade into the weak point. Screeching in pain, the lizard prepares to attack the exposed flesh. Shock hits him as the wound begins to glow. A sudden burst of energy shoots out from the healing wound. Activating time 0, he freezes the moment to analyze the situation. Surprised by the monster's regeneration, he leaves it unprotected. He realizes one precise strike should have been fatal. Watching, he sees the scales quickly grow back over the wound. Regeneration is complete, with no sign left of his attack. Realizing it has regenerated, he concludes there is no other choice. Preparing for a new, more decisive strategy, he readies himself. Determined to finish it, he chooses a single two-step attack. Immense energy gathers in his fist as he activates Battle Barrier. Using time 0, he leaps high above the healed rock lizard. Grinning fiercely, he tells the beast to take his attack. His glowing fist draws back, ready to strike from above. His fist lands, strengthened by his title as a wiser wise man. Standing over the fallen monster, he declares his victory. Kneeling, he pulls the valuable magic stone from its body. He reaches the lowest floor in under 30 minutes. For a moment he doubts how easily he's moving forward, then brushes the thought aside. Not dwelling on it, he pushes open the final doors. Dark, wispy strands of energy swirl around his feet as he steps in. Concentration hardens his expression as he faces the final guardian. A colossal level 10,000 salamander, wreathed in flames, looms before him. Recognizing the beast from earlier research, he touches his distinctive sword. Standing ready, he is confident he will be fine. A massive, roaring fireball erupts from the salamander. Raising his sword Greed, he meets the attack head-on. The sword absorbs the fireball completely, leaving no trace. The salamander recoils and widens its single eye in surprise. A glow runs along his sword as magic is drawn into the blade. Charging forward, he prepares to press his advantage. His eyes widen at the thought of a risky new strategy. He wonders whether Greed can also absorb the flames that cover its body. He drives his sword into the creature with a determined cry. The blade violently draws the flames from the monster. Leaping back, he strips the beast of its fiery cloak. With fluid grace, he delivers the finishing blow. Now exposed and enraged, the salamander grills as he closes in. The eye burns with hatred, and its rage is palpable. Leaping over a massive beast, the adventurer reacts with surprise. An ornate blade fills the close-up in mid-swing. Landing gracefully, he cuts a swift arc through the monster. A dynamic slash fills the frame, showing the force of a devastating strike. A final pained cry escapes the beast as it dies. Notifications confirm his success and that he leveled up as he stands victorious. A pleased smile spreads across his face as he celebrates conquering the dungeon. Seeing the fallen boss, he says the fight was easier than he expected. His nearly empty MP bar shows how much magic his victory cost. He must manage monster-triggered magic carefully to conserve MP. He pulls a large glowing magic stone from the defeated beast. Loot secured, he waits for the dungeon's main reward. He thinks about the valuable mana amplification stone he expects to receive. His fist tightens at the thought of the immense wealth the stone represents. His anticipation for the valuable, powerful reward keeps growing. Alone in the now empty chamber, he wonders where his prize is. He looks thoughtful as he considers the unusual delay. A cold realization hits him like a blow. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes this exact situation has happened before. The system message confirms he is attempting this dungeon for the first time. Additional notifications confirm his solo takedown was completed within 60 minutes. All requirements for the Hunter of Divine Speed title have been met. Panic twists his face as the system spawns an extra boss. Spinning around without hesitation, he readies his sword to face the new threat. A magnificent, fearsome griffin descends with its wings spread wide. The detailed status screen displays his high level and many powerful skills. The level 25,000 griffin offers a cryptic clue about its past. The creature's identity and overwhelming power are clearly revealed. Amani recognizes this is the toughest enemy he has ever faced. He prepares for the fight, his determination unwavering. Unafraid, he summons his mighty sword, nameless, to his hand. Fingers tighten on the ornate hilt as he readies himself for battle. Power surges through him as he activates his strength and speed skills. Now that his body is fully powered, he's ready to fight. A confident smile spreads across his face as he says it's time to begin. Launching into the air, he charges straight at the griffin. An invisible force slams him back, his face showing shock. Thrown backward, he sees the beast is protected by powerful wind armor. Landing smoothly, he watches the calm griffin in the center of the storm. He considers using his greed skill to steal the victory. He rejects the idea because the MP cost would be too high. With a piercing screech, the griffin readies a counterattack. The beast's powerful blast shatters the nearby ground. Needing to act, he uses his costly greed skill. Pointing his sword forward, he activates the ability with steady focus. The griffin recoils as he steals part of its power. He acknowledges the heavy MP drain, but welcomes the new attack. His mind lists his skills, including Nameless, Greed, Time Zero, and others. He sees his abilities as a hand of cards and plans his next move. The wind armor is the only thing stopping him from winning. Abandoning complex strategies, he decides to force his way through. Pushing his speed to the limit, he becomes a blur. Surprised, the griffin watches his impossibly fast approach. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself to go faster. Continuing his charge, he streaks across the stone floor. Accelerating further, he activates his Time Zero skill. Vanishing and reappearing, he chains teleports into his sprint. Forward momentum grows with every step and every warp. His impossible speed keeps building, leaving afterimages in his wake. The griffin tilts its head, confused by the unprecedented speed. He explains how his teleportation preserves and increases his kinetic energy. He understands with grim resolve that this still isn't enough. With all his built-up momentum, he launches his final charge. A human missile, he rockets toward the griffin's head. The beast emits one last terrified shriek as he closes in. He drives his sword deep into the griffin's eye, delivering a fatal blow. A close-up of the monster's eye shows it pierced and bleeding from the strike. Thrown by the impact, he casually mentions his uncontrolled fall. He triggers Time Zero one final time to fix his course. He lands solidly on his feet as the beast begins to fall. Fatally wounded, the griffin dissolves in a bright burst of light. Panting, he gets notifications about his huge level-up rewards. Sighing with relief, he declares his victory, his sword splattered. His eye catches the last light of the defeated monster. He still has stored fire magic and some resources left. The status screen shows his incredible new level of 14,885. He noticed he didn't receive any special titles this time. He smiles, satisfied with a huge haul of valuable loot. Carefully weighing his options, he considers how to sell such a rare item. His expression shows he's worried about the questions it would raise. He puts the griffin's carcass in his item box for now. He must first raise his item box capacity to level 8. Back in the return area, he finds he still has plenty of stamina. Seeing the area deserted, he goes for a second run. Teleporting directly into the boss room, he faces the salamander again. He remembers his previous strategy cost too much MP. Choosing a new tactic, he uses his battle barrier skill. He charges in with a barrier and defeats the boss while conserving MP. A flurry of notifications shows him gaining 50 levels over and over. Massive level up rewards keep stacking with every successful run. After clearing the Suzuka dungeon 9 times, he stands outside it. Later that night, he returns to his familiar home. In his room, he reviews his 10,210 accumulated skill points. He chooses to upgrade his battle barrier skill to level 2. The skill menu shows that upgrading either skill costs 10,000 SB. He's surprised at how cheap the teleportation upgrade is. Curiosity makes him upgrade the teleportation skill first to see how it develops. Confirming his choice, he spends the 10,000 SB. The skill's maximum teleportation range increases by 200 meters. The poor return on his SB investment leaves him disappointed. Rin is disappointed that upgrading his skill to level 23 still costs 10,000 SB. He decides to focus on his battle barrier skill when Hana calls and breaks his train of thought. Smiling, Hana walks in wearing a star-patterned apron and cheerfully announces that dinner is ready. Rin's day ends after he enjoys the meal his sister prepared. The next day, he returns to the Suzuka dungeon and relentlessly defeats salamanders. He clears the dungeon more than 30 times, filling his item box with valuable monster carcasses. Spending his accumulated skill points, he raises his battle barrier to level 2 for a test. By taking the hit on purpose, he proves the barrier's durability has nearly doubled. Clearly satisfied, he concludes the 10,000 SB investment was well worth it. At last his runs end when he reaches the dungeon's victory limit, earning a massive bonus. Clenching his fist in triumph, he says he has now maxed out Suzuka dungeon. Pleased with his progress, he opens his status screen to review his impressive results. His status shows a new level of 17,455 and many maxed out skills. It's still early, but he decides to go home instead of taking on another dungeon. As he walks through the city, he thinks about how he's cleared most nearby dungeons below B rank. Thinking about long-term expeditions, he is interrupted by nearby chatter. 2 young men walked by, gushing about how gorgeous the girl they'd just seen was. People speculate she might be a model or something similar, which piques his curiosity. Rin turns toward them, recognition flickering across his face as he spots someone. He watches the back of a young woman with long flowing hair as she walks away. Pausing in front of a crane game, the woman keeps her back turned to him. Rin freezes in stunned disbelief when he recognizes her. Recognizing her profile as Kisaragi Claire, he is utterly astonished. He remembers she's a member of the Yuzuki Guild and a powerful S-rank adventurer. Caught in indecision, he weighs approaching her against slipping past. He watches her slide a coin in, curious which prize holds her attention. A particular plush toy catches his eye inside the machine's glass case. Startled, he recognizes the prize, a faint blush rising on his face. This is a plush of Wolfen, the edgy mascot from the show Magadan. Magical Dungeon Girls is a children's show that airs Sunday mornings. The story follows a group of girls with a special ability who rescue people from monsters. A dungeon collapse is a guaranteed, though narratively convenient, event in every single episode. The show's most popular character is Wolfen, its edgy, cool-looking wolf mascot. Wolfen's crude humor puts kids off, but has a cult following among some adults. On Sunday mornings, Rin remembers watching the unexpectedly deep show with his sister Hannah. He also remembers that an acquaintance, Ray, is a big fan of the show. Back in the present, Claire concentrates as the crane game's claw whirs to life. Rin watches her attempt with a thoughtful, slightly amused expression, waiting to see what happens. Claire's face tightens in shock as her attempt begins to fail. She presses the buttons with intense, focused concentration. The claw whirs down toward the wolf and the plushie, ready to grab it. It grabs the prize and lifts it out of the pile of toys. For a brief moment, victory feels certain as the claw holds the plush tight. The machine's grip is far too weak to hold on. Suddenly, the claws sprang open, releasing the prize from their grasp. Claire lets out a soft ah of disappointment, and her face flushes with frustration. Defeated, the wolf and her plushie slump back into the pile of prizes, her attempt ending in failure. The toy tumbles and lands among the other prizes at the bottom. It ends up at the bottom of the case, just out of reach. Claire's determined effort ended in complete failure. Ren has failed at least 10 times, but refuses to give up. Unable to stand by and watch her struggle, he still hesitates to approach. He figures she'd be embarrassed to be seen taking a simple game so seriously. He figures that as a wealthy S-rank adventurer, she could easily buy the whole arcade. Nervous sweat beads on his face as he struggles with the very awkward situation. Deciding it's best to ignore her, he stops when she finally calls his name. Tension fills the air as he turns to face her. Flustered, Claire stammers and asks how long he has been standing there watching her. Rin panics, unable to admit he watched her from the very beginning. Desperate, he tries to find a way out of the embarrassing situation. Forcing a smile, he decides to change the subject to get away. He notes the arcade prizes cost under 800 yen. Annoyed, Claire asks why he's bringing that up after he points out she spent more. They stare at each other in awkward, unmistakable tension. Rin realizes his attempt to deflect has completely backfired. With a sigh, Claire admits it's her fault for not noticing him and praises his sharp eye. She says she would have preferred him to speak up sooner. Feeling guilty for watching silently, Rin promises to do his best from now on. He makes it clear he is not apologizing, but asks her for something. He asks her to step aside so he can take a turn at the game. Dropping a 100 yen coin into the slot, he gets ready to play. Studying the prize, he carefully plans a winning strategy. He rejects common strategies like grabbing the arm as inefficient and costly. Spotting the plushie's tag, he realizes there's a much better way to win the prize. Steady fingers guided the controls, placing the claw with expert precision. Claire watches skeptically as the claw slides into place. She doubts he can lift the plushie that way. Rin smirks confidently and tells her his unconventional method is fine. A prong on the claw snags the paper tag on Wolfen's ear. The claw lifts the plush toy easily by its tag, showing his strategy worked. Claire gasps, her eyes wide with shock at his unconventional and brilliant method. The prize slides into the chute and lands with a satisfying clunk. Rin smugly says his victory was cool and well executed. As he takes the prize, Claire says she's surprised by how good he is at those games. He says he often played whenever his sister begged him to. Surprised, he remarks that she likes Wolfen, and she excitedly asks whether he knows the character. Her shampoo's sweet scent drifts toward him as she lines in clothes. Flustered by her closeness, he says he watches the show every week with his sister. Composing himself is hard under her intense, unexpectedly passionate gaze. Noticing she's a bit too close, he makes her blush deeply. Claire snaps back to reality, steps back, and apologizes profusely for being forward. Rin feels puzzled, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed by her sudden retreat. She admits she lost her cool because there are few people she can talk to about Wolfen. Reassuring her, he holds out the wolf and the plushie as a gift. Hesitantly, she asks if the prize is hers, and he confirms it. As a fellow fan, he says his principles forbid him from taking it from her. Smiling warmly, he insists she would help him by accepting the prize. Clearly moved by his gesture, Claire looks at him with deep, sincere feeling. She blushes and agrees to take the plushie if he really insists. Filled with joy, she gives the plushie a tight, heartfelt hug. Claire holds a gray wolf plushie, her expression soft and thoughtful. Her eyes settle on the stuffed animal, a soft, sentimental smile on her lips. Overjoyed, she pulls the wolf and plush toy into a tight, heartfelt hug. Amonyarin watches this display, eyes wide with stunned captivation. Claire beams, thanks Amani, and tells him how happy she really is. Amani flushes at her radiant smile, his heart pounding. Her phone suddenly rings, and she steps away to take a call from her father. The guildmaster asks her for input on an important matter. Stepping aside, she tells her father it's no problem for her to talk. She grows serious when she realizes the guildmaster's call must be important. Her father suggests contacting Amani, and she says there is no need. Claire tells her father she is with Amani now, leaving him shocked on the call. His angry thoughts show how overprotective he is of his adorable daughter. Aman notices her father seems to care a lot, but she calls it being overprotective. Walking down the street, Amani heard his name and asked what the call was about. Claire brushes off his question and steers the conversation back to the main issue. She reminds him they agreed to clear a dungeon together so he could get his membership. She looks serious and announces she finally has the invitations for their dive. Holding up 2 fingers, she says there are 2 complications. The first is how sudden the date is. Claire asks a man if he's on a dungeon cooldown right now. Aman confidently says he's fine, even though he just cleared a dungeon. He intends to use his upgraded teleportation skill to enter unnoticed. Acknowledging how sudden a next-day dive is, he says parties usually need a week's notice. Sensing a deeper reason, Amani asks about the other complication. Claire points out the second issue. A brand new dungeon has just appeared. Ammon looks wide-eyed and stunned by the news of a new dungeon. The new dungeon is described as uncharted and incredibly dangerous. To ensure safety, high-ranking guild adventurers always go first to challenge them. The prestigious Yazuki Guild will take on this new challenge. Amin weighs whether to accept this high-risk offer. He realizes that even without the information, his mind was already made up. This new dungeon gives the perfect chance to see the Yazuki Guild's true power. A strong, persistent curiosity for a new challenge ultimately drives his decision. He says life-or-death battles are what really improved his skills. Facing a powerful, unknown enemy, he feels an irresistible urge to fight. His ultimate goal is simple and steady: to get stronger. He tells Claire he's already decided, no more questions are needed. Ammon says firmly he will join the team dive. The next day, he arrives at the site where the dungeon appeared. Only authorized personnel may enter this area. No civilians are present. The A-rank party's strong, capable atmosphere impresses him. Here is the standard procedure for assessing the difficulty of a new dungeon. The new B-rank dungeon will likely have an entry cap around level 10,000. Disappointed, he notes that the S-rank outlier Claire is not present today. A man admits that among these top-tier adventurers, he has the lowest level. Knowing he's out of his depth, he decides to pull himself together. He notices a formidable man with spiky, light-colored hair. Amani recognizes the man as Yagami, the party leader, not just a driver. To be polite, he approaches Yagami and introduces himself for the day. Yagami reacts with immediate hostility, demanding to know why Ammon came. Amani feels irritated and puzzled by the man's unexplained hostility. He remembers Yagami reacting the same way when they first met. Glancing at the other party members, he gauges their reactions. Other members look skeptical and only half interested in him. Knowing he's unknown and seems low-level, he understands their doubt. Yagami insists on one strict rule: Amani must stay back and not fight. He warns that if Amon fails this simple task, the party will leave him. Calmly, Amani agrees and promises not to disrupt their formation. Deep down, he knows he can't obey the order and still assess their abilities. As the party moves toward the gate, Amani wonders how long the dive will take. New dungeons are more complex and dangerous, so they take much longer to conquer. He told his sister Hannah he would be gone for at least a day. A memory of Hannah teasing him about having a girlfriend flashes through his mind. That memory sends a sudden, unexplained chill down his spine. Shaking off the unease, he realizes his turn to enter the dungeon has come. He pretends to walk through the gate to hide that his teleport ability is on cooldown. Stepping inside, he feels a strange, unsettling sensation. He feels the dungeon isn't normal as Yagami calls to him. Yagami orders him to step back outside and come back in as a test. Amani instantly realizes it's a re-entry lock test. Certain dungeons trap adventurers inside until the boss is defeated. Yagami assigned the risky task to Ammon, the newcomer he considers expendable. Knowing the test requires a specific condition he can't meet, Amani refuses. Yagami glares at him, eyes narrowed in anger at his defiance. Amon explains that teleporting made his test results unreliable. Yagami reads his explanation as a boastful challenge to their abilities. Amon tries to explain, but Yagami cuts him off and calls him delusional. The leader declares this delusion threatens the whole party. Amani is frustrated and cannot explain his real reasons without exposing his secrets. Calmly, the elf-like woman Shinonome steps in and volunteers to take the test. Reluctantly, Yagami agrees and passes the task to Matsumoto, who feels slighted. Shinonome walks confidently back toward the dungeon's shimmering gate. She leaves the dungeon without any trouble. Returning immediately, she checks that the gate is unlocked. Shinonome confirms there are no re-entry problems, and Yagami orders the party to move on. The party presses deeper into the cavernous, rocky dungeon. Shinonome laughs and thanks Ammon for saving her from the tedious task. Her insight shows why Yagami's phrasing made him feel like a liability. Amani feels a bit flustered, but decides to overlook her misunderstanding of his pride. Shinonome playfully introduces herself as Shinonome Kaori and suggests several nicknames for him. Amani introduces himself and says he has heard of her before. He thinks she knows his name only because he's the new member of the party. Shenanum Winks reveals she knew about him already and that he's caught her interest. Ammon is left completely bewildered by her intriguing, forward comment. A party member says Amon's name often comes up in conversation with Yuyin Ray. Shinonome confirms this and says she mentors Yui, the healer. A party member praises Yui's remarkable and steadily growing skill as a healer. Shinonome shifts focus to their other mutual acquaintance, Ray. She says Ray's unique skill means she can't be judged by normal standards. Shano Gnome finishes her thoughts on the matter and leaves it at that for now. Shino Noam suggests Ammon Rin should talk to the other girl himself, noting how close they appear. She formally introduces the party, announcing it has 8 highly skilled members. Yagami, their leader, confirms they are the top party in the Yazuki Guild, with most members above level 20,000. Shinonome agrees, then quietly adds that a woman named Claire stands at the very top of their party's strength. From behind, Claire's S-rank status and a staggering level above 100,000 are revealed. Ammon is stunned, his mind racing as he tries to grasp how Claire gained such overwhelming power. He reconsidered his line of questioning after realizing it was probably the wrong thing to ask. Blushing, Ammon changes his mind and asks a different question about Claire's role in the guild. He wonders how the other guild members see Claire and whether her immense power keeps them at a distance. Shannon giggles and says everyone in the guild adores Claire, who is always polite and never shows off. Her cheerful explanation ends with a single hesitant word that suggests a complication in this dynamic. Confiding in Ammon, she says Claire has put up an invisible emotional wall that keeps Claire apart from others. Shinonome explains that Claire avoids getting closer to people than necessary. I remember Claire telling Amani gently but firmly that she had come just to meet him. A flash shows Claire in a dynamic, almost angelic pose in the middle of a fierce battle. A third, more sorrowful memory shows Claire's pained expression when she refused to give something to someone. The final memory is Claire's radiant, genuine smile as she showed her pure, unfiltered happiness. Amani is deep in thought, his own experiences with Claire clashing with Shinonome's view that she is emotionally distant. Shinonome playfully teases Ammon, hinting that Claire has caught his eye and promising to support him in his romantic pursuit. Ammon, flustered and horrified, realizes the conversation has turned disastrously embarrassing for him. The scene changes, focusing on a pattern of light and shadow that signals a shift in atmosphere. Yagami, the party leader, sternly orders them to stop talking and warns that monsters could appear at any moment. Shinonome pouts, playfully annoyed that Yagami interrupted her teasing just as it was getting good. After 5 minutes, the party moves cautiously down a long torchlit dungeon corridor, their mood serious. Yagami hears footsteps that are not their own and orders everyone into their battle positions. Sharp and focused, he orders them to prepare for the imminent threat. The party immediately forms a defensive line as heavily armored warriors raise their shields in perfect unison. Amani summons the Speed Sword, a powerful weapon that requires level 7,000 and raises his core stats. For now, he uses this weapon and keeps his stronger, unique sword secret. From the shadows, a monster's clawed, bestial foot steps into view, announcing the arrival of their foe. Menacing level 8,000 werewolves emerge from the darkness, their eyes glowing with aggression. Amani notes their large, human-like size, while Shinonome dismisses them as hardly a challenge for their A-rank party. The party's vanguard charges the werewolves head-on, blades clashing with the creature's sharp claws. Amani is deep in the fight, moving with lightning speed to dodge the monster's relentless attacks. Yagami steps forward, unleashing a devastating spell while shouting the name of his technique, Firelione. A massive torrent of roaring flame bursts from his hand and engulfs the charging werewolves. Flames incinerate the monsters instantly, their dark forms collapsing into the fiery aftermath. Amani is astonished and a bit disappointed to realize his strength was completely unnecessary. A fellow party member praises their excellent teamwork and contrasts it with the showboating of Kazami's former party. Shinonome agrees with Ammon's unspoken thought, admitting that neither of them had anything to do with the swift victory. Yagami tells the team to conserve their magic when fighting these low-level monsters. Party members quickly accept the new, more efficient strategy and shout together with determination. Once they adopt this new approach, their progress through the dungeon becomes smooth and methodical. Using a search skill, they quickly and efficiently find the stairs leading down to the next floor. They make a simple map as they go to record their path while defeating any monsters they encounter. Their careful, data-driven approach lets them move forward with minimal risk, a sign of their professionalism. After 10 hours of descending the dungeon with planned breaks, they finally reach the 30th floor. A sudden, strange, unsettling feeling hits Ammon, and a flicker of alarm crosses his face. The same feeling he had when he first entered the dungeon returns, and he notes with concern that it is growing stronger. He asks Shenanome if she feels anything strange, but she says she notices nothing out of the ordinary. Another party member appears completely unaffected, so Ammon starts to doubt his heightened senses. His inner voice confirms his fears weren't just imagination. Minutes later, his premonition of a formidable enemy proves undeniably real. On the 30th floor, Yagami leads the attack on a massive level 14,000 Goblin King and its minions. A female party member unleashes a powerful attack, her movements a blur amid the chaos of battle. A second warrior fights the roaring Goblin King in a fierce close-quarters battle. Holding back in the fight, Amani feels he is only tagging along with the powerful, efficient party. The Goblin King and his 8 lieutenants were the toughest enemies they'd faced in the dungeon so far. Party members talked about the easy victory, saying their skill kept them from ever being in real danger. Despite his success, Ammon feels a persistent frustration nagging at the back of his mind. A sharp jolt of alarm runs through him as his sharpened senses send a new, urgent warning. He questions the sudden feeling, his face a mix of confusion and surprise at the unexpected premonition. This is his danger-sensing ability, an instinct he honed during his time in the Magic Tower. Shinonome can't see what he needs to watch out for, since every nearby monster has been defeated. It looks like they're finally about halfway through the dungeon, and she estimates the lowest floor is around the 60th or 70th. Urging the team to keep doing their best, she feels the same jolt of danger that struck Ammonfeld. Alarm twists Yagami's face as he shouts a desperate warning to Shinonome about the threat. A massive goblin-like monster looms directly behind her, raising its huge sword to strike her down. Shenanome turns, confusion and dawning horror flashing across her face in the split second before the attack. With incredible force, the monster's blade slashes down as she gives a terrified, piercing scream. Her face is a mask of terror in the moment, just before the seemingly inevitable impact. Cursing his powerlessness, Yagami realizes he is too far away to get there in time to save his comrade. Trying to cast a spell, he realizes with a sinking feeling he cannot activate his magic fast enough. Time Zero, an unseen force, activates and intervenes at the final critical moment. Dark energy cuts through the monster's attack, slicing across its neck with impossible speed. Shanonome stands stunned and in disbelief, saved from certain death by a sudden, shocking intervention. Amani emerges as the savior, decapitating the massive monster with one smooth mid-air strike. Startled, Shinonome cries out as the monster's severed head flies past her, a grim sign of the attack. Ammon gently helps her up from the floor and asks if she is all right, his full attention on her safety. Her gaze lifts to him, breath catching in her throat, face a mix of shock and fascination. Another party member dryly notes the tender moment, saying Shinonome seems perfectly fine to her. Amani helps the still dazed Shinonome to their feet beside the corpse of the monster they just killed. As the rest of the party arrive, Yagami confronts Amon and demands an explanation for his incredible speed. Still in shock, Yagami's face is a mask of disbelief as he asks what that impossible display of power is. Ammon offers a shaky, nervous excuse that he specializes in speed and uses stealth to seem to teleport. Yagami finds the explanation unconvincing, but decides not to press the matter for now. Amon grows visibly flustered, grimacing as he realizes the party leader did not take his lie well. Yagami's demeanor changes completely, and he thanks Ammon sincerely for saving his friend. Surprised by the sudden thanks, Amani stammers a confused, blushing reply. Yagami, a little embarrassed by showing emotion, quickly refocuses on the mission. He asks Amon to cooperate with the party and figure out why the monster could still move after being killed. Amani agrees, quietly pleased that Yagami is finally acknowledging him, even if only a little. The party meets to talk about the disturbing new phenomenon of monster regeneration they just encountered. Yagami says that after investigating every incident, they have finally found the cause of the reanimations. He explains that if a defeated monster's magic stone is left inside its corpse, the monster can regenerate. Shenonome adds a key detail, noting that the chance of regeneration appears to increase with the monster's level. Their earlier fight with a goblin general serves as an example she uses to support the new theory. Yagami says decapitation, or removing the magic stone, are now the only reliable solutions to this problem. The new challenge is tedious and hurts the adventurers financially because they rely on collecting magic stones. Yagami's face goes grim as he considers how this will endanger the rest of their quest. A spiral staircase drops into darkness, signaling the grim prediction that monster regeneration will become more frequent on the lower floors. Yagami, the party leader, suggests the group pull back to the safer upper floors for a long rest before they resume their difficult conquest. Amani, thoughtful and serious, quietly agrees with Yagami's sensible plan to regroup. Realizing the mental toll of fighting regenerating monsters, he decides resting now would be a very good idea. Privately, Amon thinks that if he were adventuring alone, he would have moved on without hesitation. The whole dungeon shudders violently, and the surprised party members cry out in alarm. Stronger tremors knock the adventurers off balance amid panicked shouts as dust and debris fall from the ceiling. Ammon realizes the odd sound and shaking aren't like a normal dungeon collapse and senses a different kind of danger. A light-haired party member points down the long corridor, panic on his face as he urges everyone to look. Ammon's face twists in horror as he recognizes the approaching threat, his voice tight with disbelief. Far down the hallway, a huge, churning horde of shadowy monsters surges toward them like a black tide. Up close, the swarm's terrifying, monstrous forms are revealed, their eyes glowing with malice. Amani calls out the phenomenon's name, Monster Parade, as the endless horde of creatures bears down on them. This event is a rare occurrence when many monsters appear and swarm at once. Amani remembers the different triggers for a monster parade, like accidentally stepping on a hidden spawn point. He never saw it as a personal problem because his unique skill gave him an easy way out. His dungeon teleportation has always been his ultimate failsafe, letting him escape any danger. He knows that in ordinary adventures, even an elite A-ranked party could face certain death from such an event. Yagami takes command at once, his voice steady and authoritative as he orders the heavily armored tanks to the front line. Tanks form a shield wall and brace against the horde's first overwhelming strike. A tank reports the narrow pass is slowing the monster's advance, but their defensive line will eventually break. The situation turns dire when Yagami spots another horde approaching from behind, trapping them in a pincer movement. Amon feels growing dread as he realizes this coordinated two-pronged attack is not like a normal monster parade. Yagami orders a tactical retreat to move to an open area where their mages can unleash wide-area magic. The diagram shows their retreat formation, with Yagami and a tank serving as the rear guard to hold back the pursuers. Forced to flee, they take the only clear passage as monsters swarm and block the other paths at the fork. Shen'anim moves ahead through the open corridor, shouting for the rest of the party to stay close behind her. The maze map shows how they were deliberately funneled into the one remaining path. Amani grows more uneasy as a nagging gut feeling tells him something is fundamentally wrong with their situation. The clear path ahead feels almost too convenient, as if a particular escape route had been prepared for them. He finally realizes with chilling clarity that they are being deliberately and skillfully lured into a trap. Growing more suspicious, he knows they must keep going with the fleeing group. At the front of the party, Shinonome sees something at the far end of the corridor and calls out. Excited, she points to a large room, convinced it is the perfect place to make a stand against the monsters. The rest of the party, relieved to spot a possible refuge, rushes toward the open doorway. Amon freezes as the ground cracks under him, and he realizes the trap has sprung. Eyes widening in horror, he gasps as he realizes their terrible predicament. The other party members look confused when a large door suddenly appears in the room. Amon shoves his companions toward the door and yells for them to get out of the corridor quickly. Yagami objects to questioning Ammon's actions and to the idea that they could not survive outside. The heavy double doors slam shut with a deafening thud, sealing the whole party inside the mysterious room. Grimly certain, Amon tells everyone his predictions were right and they must look behind them. The party turns, catching their breath, their faces full of confusion and apprehension. A bead of sweat on his face, Ammon confirms the situation is just as he expected. A huge, shadowy figure steps out of the darkness at the far end of the room. A towering, horned ogre materializes wielding a massive sword, its guttural growl filling the chamber with dread. The adventurers freeze in disbelief, wondering how a boss could be here and instantly suspecting a trap. Calmly, Amon activates the appraise skill handout, stretched to identify the new overwhelming threat. The appraisal results appear in his vision as his eye widens slightly and his expression tightens. The system reports the creature is a level 40,000 Hyager, an extra boss of the Onizuka dungeon. A blonde party member watches as the looming monstrous figure casts her face in shadow. She remembers a cyclops of the exact same level that she had been lucky to avoid fighting before. She now sees in despair that their luck has run out and they must fight to the death. Yagami shouts in frustration, saying this can't be happening when they're not even at the bottom of the dungeon. He says he has been using a skill for finding enemies and knows there are more floors below them. He demands to know why a boss room is on the middle floors, clearly breaking dungeon rules. Unlike his panicking leader, Amon says quietly that he already knows the answer to that question. Yagami pieces it together and realizes the monster parade was a deliberate ploy to draw them into this unprecedented trap. Staring at the Hyager's snarling face, he wonders if they can defeat such a powerful monster. A daunting 26,000 level gap between him and their foe weighs on him. Even with overwhelming odds, he knows they must fight to have any chance of surviving. The helmeted knight calls to him, pulling him back to his duties as their leader. Yagami's face tightens with resolve, a single bead of sweat tracing a line down his cheek as he readies himself for battle. He assumes command, points forward, and orders the party into battle formation. The party answers with a single shout as their training takes over, and they prepare to face the overwhelming foe. Yagami spots Amin standing apart from the group, a silent and unknown presence. Pausing briefly, he considers how useful Amon could be, remembering the incredible speed Amon showed earlier. He immediately rejects the idea, deciding he cannot rely on the unproven newcomer at this critical moment. The knight agrees, saying a dagger-wielding close combat fighter cannot coordinate with the front line. Recognizing the extreme danger, Amon decides not to rely on unknowns and will observe for now. The party's vanguards, agile warriors with determined expressions, start their assault on the high ogre. Leaping and weaving around the colossal beast, they become a blur of controlled speed and aggression. Their blades flash in the chamber's dim light, aiming for any exposed flesh at the tall ogre's joints. The stone floor trembles under the ogre's immense weight with every slight shift of its huge body. The vanguards charge the towering ogre, moving swiftly and in sync to distract it. A questioning grunt rises from the monster as their attacks strike its thick dark hide. Their blades bounce off in a shower of sparks, doing nothing to its rock-hard skin. From behind, Yagami watches in shock and immediately recognizes the monster's powerful defensive skill harden. A smug, toothy grin spreads across the Hyager's face, showing it has the powerful strength-boosting skill. Yagami considers the nasty, unique traits of other high-level monsters he has encountered. He remembers lizards rippling with fire, snakes spitting acid, and giant tortoises that could shake the ground. Faced with a monster that specializes in defense, he refuses to give up and is determined to find a way. A shallow wound on the ogre's massive clawed foot catches his eye, a crucial sign it can be damaged. A small victory convinces him he can defeat the monster if he attacks with everything he has. With the vanguards keeping up their assault and opening a gap, Yagami prepares to unleash his ultimate attack. He unleashes Prominence Burst, a top-tier fire spell that pierces defenses and detonates from within. The powerful spell slams into the Hyager's chest with maximum firepower. A massive blast engulfs the monster, rattles the whole room, and sends the adventurers staggering back. Yagami shouts triumphantly, briefly believing his powerful attack succeeded. But my eyes widen in pure shock and disbelief as the smoke from the blast begins to clear. Emerging from the smoke, the Hyoga is wreathed in dark energy and unscathed by the attack. Stunned, Yagami cannot believe it, convinced his attack made perfect contact with the monster. A faint burn mark remains on the chest, and he wonders how his ultimate attack did so little damage. A small, odd change in the monster's skin catches his eye and puzzles him. The spot where the magic struck is darker than the rest of its body. His face contorts in dawning horror as he realizes his terrifying new theory might be true. He discovers the monster can change how hard and strong specific parts of its body are at will. It must have gathered all its hardening power and focused it on that single point to defend. The burn mark on its chest steams briefly, then heals instantly before his eyes. His eye widens in stunned shock as he realizes he now has a terrifying new ability to regenerate. The colossal high ogre towers over them, its newly healed shoulders steaming, and Yagami realizes it can regenerate dangerously fast. Grimly, Yagami realizes their only option is to wound the creature faster than it can harden and heal. Shouting urgently, he pleads with his comrades to buy him more time for a powerful attack. The Hyaga roars, its monstrous fanged face filling the view and ready for carnage. Two of the party's armored vanguards stand frozen, their faces a mask of pure, paralyzing terror. Yagami yells urgently at his comrades, ordering them to move away from the charging beast. As the chaos unfolds, Amun-Rin looks gravely concerned and steadily more resolved. Another goblin-like monster grins sadistically as it raises its sword to kill a defenseless soldier. Motion blurs as a violent attack slices through the air with incredible speed. Horror and disbelief twist Yagami's face as he watches the brutal assault on his party. The High Ogre's powerful swing with its great sword sends several soldiers flying and shatters their defensive line. Amun watches his allies fall one by one, stunned and determined. Yagami extends a hand helplessly, his face showing pure shock and despair. Amani flashes forward to intercept the smaller monster, saving the soldier from certain death. Yagami shouts Imani's name and calls his sudden charge at the Hyager reckless and suicidal. The scene rewinds a few moments to show Amun's perspective as he weighed his options from the back. He mentally notes the huge level gap between himself and the 40,000 level Hyager. A man remembers narrowly beating the lightning beast in a fight he was much better prepared for. Unlike previous foes, he knows this High Ogre's only purpose is to slaughter every one of them. Using his full power now would inevitably reveal his hidden strength to everyone at the party. At first, he planned to watch from a distance and trust the more experienced adventurers to handle the fight. Seeing Yagami's strongest spell fail, he realized the party was frozen with despair. At that moment of failure, he asks himself whether hiding his secret is truly the best choice. Determined, with a bright resolve in his eyes, he decides hiding is not the right choice. His secrets mean nothing next to the lives of his new comrades. Amun remembers why he is there, to fight the strong and grow stronger. Summoning his nameless sword, he vows not to let this valuable opportunity slip away. The Hyager lifts its greatsword to strike again, unaware of the incoming counterattack. Amun plants his foot hard, cracking the stone floor and preparing to launch his assault. Back in the present, Yagami screams Amani's name again, in desperate panic. Amun pushes forward, ignoring his party leader's frantic cries. Amun's immense force shatters the stone floor as it meets the ogre's powerful attack. His blade collides with the ogre's massive great sword, sending a brilliant shower of sparks. With a powerful battle cry, he drives back the monster's overwhelming blow. A brilliant flash of light erupts at the point of impact as he deflects the massive weapon. Yagami and a helmeted soldier stand in stunned disbelief, trying to make sense of how he deflected the great sword. The towering ogre lets out a puzzled grunt, briefly thrown off balance by a man's incredible strength. Amun reveals he has been watching from behind and has learned the ogre's traits and strength. All conditions for his victory met, he calmly tells the beast its fate. A predatory grin crosses his face as he says the ogre will now be his father. Intensely focused, Amani unleashes his ultimate technique, shouting the words ×0. The Hyager's expression flips from aggression to alarm and complete confusion. Impossibly fast slashes slice through space from every direction, filling the air with sound. Amun blurs into a haze of afterimages that surround and overwhelm the bewildered Hyager with his speed. Moving at impossible speed, his sword is a streak of light against the monster's dark, hulking form. Standing directly before the ogre, he taunts that it won't be able to harden its body in time. Shock and dawning realization spread across the Hyager's face as it meets its doom. The monster cannot find its nimble foe, disoriented by the rapid teleporting. Amani watches with satisfaction as his opponent finally loses track of his position. Dashing past the colossal monster, he leaves a trail of pure white light from his blade. He declares his path to victory is clear as his blade cuts deep into the monster's side. Yagami and his party watch the duel, their faces showing stunned disbelief at the impossible display. Yagami runs through Samen's admirable qualities, including strength, speed, and unshakable mental fortitude. He admits, however, that one aspect of Amun's fighting style is on a completely different level. He realizes Amani is teleporting to dodge every attack and strike the ogre's blind spots. When a party member asks who he is, Yagami remembers rumors that his level is over 10,000. Despite that, Yagami insists it still doesn't explain Amun's flawless, otherworldly movements. Yagami is deep in thought, trying to figure out who this mysterious newcomer is. He remembers Amon's profile, 19 years old, with 1 year of experience, and listed as the guildmaster's target. Watching Amani vanish and reappear confirms his use of the legendary teleportation skill. A year ago, he heard rumors among adventurers about a rare, powerful skill. He determines Amani must have the rumored skill, which explains the guildmaster's intense interest. Radiating lines emphasize the battle's intense speed and power. Still deeply unsettled, Yagami cannot grasp one key part of the situation. Utterly baffled by Amon's astonishing, seemingly impossible growth rate. He is amazed that Amon managed to surpass even their strongest members in just 1 year. Amani, in a dynamic pose, appears to embody the impossible reality Yagami is struggling to accept. Yagami accepts that the battle before him, unbelievable as it is the truest truth. A single bead of sweat slides down Yagami's temple as he watches the fight. Now resolved, he will see this incredible fight through to the very end. Amon's next strike bounces off the monster's newly hardened shoulder. He correctly deduces the ogre has cleverly shifted from point defense to whole-body defense. The high ogre sneers at him with a cruel smirk and says his adaptation is too late. Amon, undeterred, shouts greed and channels strange energy into his magic-stealing sword. Lunging forward, he slips past the hardened armor and strikes a precise weak point. His target is the deep wound he inflicted earlier, the spot the hardening technique did not reach. His glowing blade sinks deep into the gash on the monster's chest. He reveals that the sword's only remaining spell is the powerful salamander's fire. Confidently, he says the remaining energy will be more than enough to finish it. He gives a quiet release command and channels the stored magic directly into the monster's body. Calm amid the destruction, Amon stands as a fiery spell pours from his sword. A towering pillar of roaring flame engulfs the creature, which screams in utter agony. Seeing the monster charred and critically wounded, Amon says it's time to end this. Stomping down, he cracks the stone floor and surges forward for the final assault. A whirlwind of motion, he leaps and dives through a series of impossibly fast attacks. Summoning its last strength, the monster launches a desperate final counterattack and roars in defiance. Closing in for the final blow, Amon announces his next ability, Time Zero. The monster's massive blade comes down in a sweeping arc, set to obliterate him. Amani vanished an instant before the weapon smashed into the ground. Reappearing directly behind the bewildered monster, he already has his sword mid-swing. With a powerful war cry, he unleashes his ultimate technique called Invisible Penetrate. Everything is bleached white by the raw energy released in his final impossible attack. Passing straight through the monster's torso, he leaves a gaping, fatal wound. The high ogre gives a last gurgling cry as life leaves its eyes. We stand with Amon, our backs to the colossal creature as it begins to dissolve into particles. Yagami and his companions stare in stunned disbelief at the impossible victory. Amon stands calm amid the monster's fading essence, his victory complete and undeniable. Yagami and a helmeted soldier remain frozen in shock, their faces filled with awe. Amon says the name of the defeated foe, Giant Eater, confirming his incredible feat. A system notification announces he has defeated the extra boss as he stands over its remains. After the battle, system notifications flood Amani's vision and confirm a huge level increase of 1,683. The system confirms the player is attempting this dungeon for the first time. Additional conditions are met, confirming the extra boss takedown while he has high health. Before him appears a bonus reward, the magnificent Great Shield of Interception. His appraisal skill reveals the shield's stats inside a potent, fortifying medicine. He is amazed by the incredible items and finds the medicine's effects especially shocking. Seeing the shield's strength and size, Amon concludes it's meant for a professional tanker. He thinks about giving the shield away, but realizes he doesn't know any tanks. A sudden terrifying thought hits him and his face goes pale with panic. A sudden jolt reminds him he is in the middle of a joint mission. Yagami, the party leader, steps forward and demands to know how he accomplished such a feat. Stunned, Yagami struggles to grasp what he just saw. Amon tenses, knowing the party shouldn't have pried into his abilities. He agonizes over how much of his secret to reveal now. Sighing wearily, Yagami admits he's been so surprised today that it's almost painful. The leader admits that, no matter how unbelievable it seemed, what he saw was undeniably real. Yagami's face tightens as he gets ready to ask Amani a direct question. He asks Samin whether he ever entered a dungeon before reaching legal age. Amon admits with a cheeky grin that he leveled up by exploiting a loophole in his dungeon teleportation skill. Yagami listens silently, his expression unreadable as he takes in the information. Amani is surprised when Yagami accepts the explanation and says he won't pry further. Yagami thinks no one would publicize an apparently useless, one-of-a-kind skill. Amon discovers his heightened senses let him hear everything, even his party's thoughts. He admits his story can't explain how he defeated a level 40,000 monster. He's worried someone with instincts as sharp as rays would spot the inconsistency. Deeply torn, Amani doesn't want to reveal his true power just yet. Without warning, Yagami drops into a deep bow before Amani. The leader genuinely thanks a man for saving the party not once, but twice. Everyone in the party follows suit, bows, and calls him their benefactor. Amon, overwhelmed by the gesture, grows very flustered and begins to stammer. He urges them to lift their heads, attempting to steer the conversation toward the rewards. Yagami insists Amani, who contributed the most, should get everything. Amani says he can't use the shield and offers to give it away. Yagami tells him he can sell it because the level up was enough for them. Because they insisted, Amin reluctantly agrees to take both items. A glow appears in his hand as he adds the rewards to his personal inventory. Yagami says the return zone is calling and moves to grab a great sword. His party members start collecting items from the defeated monster's body. Amani spots fellow party member Shinonome staring into space. Shinonome flushes deeply, completely lost in thought. His asking if something is wrong pulls her out of her daydream. Panicking, she insists everything is fine and that she just lost focus. Amani accepts her explanation, but he is still a little confused by her reaction. Shinonome admits to herself she was captivated by how cool he looked while fighting. Seconds later, the teleportation activates, ending their successful group dive. That night, we see a man's house from the outside. Amon sits at his table, quietly reflecting and giving thanks for the day. He remembers the party's solemn vow never to mention his abilities. They had also warmly invited him to join their ranks if he wanted to. He didn't give a clear answer then, and now he is unsure what to do. He thought they were decent people with no sign of arrogance. However, he questions whether joining is worth it if it means revealing his immense hidden power. Confident in his solo ability, he thinks he is better than them. Built for solo play, his skills make teamwork less appealing. He admits he would prefer to work with Claire, who is far ahead. Although S-rank adventurers were the best, he had never seen one fight. He remembers Claire instantly taking down a level 40,000 Cyclops with hardly any effort. Claire is the person who interests him most at the moment, he concludes. Seated at his dining table, a man mutters, determined to keep his intense thoughts secret. Hannah, his sister, asks what he's murmuring about, a curious look on her face. Startled, he realizes he must also consider Hannah's future and his own plans. He asks Hannah point-blank whether she plans to join an adventurer's guild. A brief surprise crosses her face at the sudden, serious question. Waiting for her reply, he sits with her, both holding mugs in the quiet room. He explains the Yuzuki Guild is aware of her and wants to recruit her. He says he can't keep diving with her forever. She needs a reliable partner. He says their friends Rei and Yui are also members of Yazuki. Hannah smiles, agreeing his suggestion sounds like a good idea. However, she asks if he agrees, because it means they will join together. Joining a guild offers little benefit to a solo player like him, she notes. He rejects the claim, saying it is more flexible and that he has other goals. Now convinced, Hannah decides he should also seriously consider her own future. He says he'll ask the guildmaster to explain everything to her directly. The phone on the table suddenly starts ringing loudly. Picking up the phone, he doesn't recognize the number and answers hesitantly. Kisaragi announces herself as the caller, and Amani is stunned. He stammers Claire's name and asks how she could possibly have gotten his number. On the phone, Claire calmly says her father gave it to her. Flustered, he tries to figure out what she could want to tell him. Calmly, Claire explains why she called him. She asks if he can spare a little time for her the next day. Still flustered, he manages to say yes and confirms he's available for her. After hanging up, Hannah asks in a low, suspicious voice whether the caller was a woman. Confirming the person was an acquaintance from Yazuki makes Hannah more suspicious. He gives a surprised ha as she accuses them of being close. Hannah panics, unsure if this was his other goal. At last, the night ends as a man's long, chaotic day comes to a close.